Back with the Krueg Show Thursday night, NBA Draft Night. Hope everybody's having a phenomenal Thursday wherever they're at. Larry Krueger, Ryan Smith, Dan Coccimilgio will join us in a bit. Steve Coccimilgio will join us in a bit. But it's NBA Draft 2002 Draft Night, and two of my old friends who I haven't talked to for years and years. I shouldn't say that. I probably traded stuff on text with all these guys, but I haven't seen Carl or Frank in a while. Carl Foster, who actually sat with me at the Warrior facility the night that Mikal Petrus was drafted.
Oh, yeah.
And we broke it all down. I wish we had highlights of that. That would have been awesome. And then Frank Red, who I go way back with. Heck, Frank and I have been watching Warrior basketball back when, we were excited about Larry Hughes, the big excitement. Remember that? They got Larry Hughes.
Absolutely.
What a different era that was, huh, Frank?
Yeah, man. It was great to see you. The ascension of the Warriors over the past, decade now has just been phenomenal. You look at what they've done just recently, winning another title. The full stock of players that they have on the horizon, trying to develop those guys. So it's a good time to be a Warrior fan, no question about that.
No question. And, of course, the great Ryan Smith is in the house. Ryan, good to see you. Giants, by the way, for Giants fans, we did not do a post-game today. Giants, wow, rough loss for the Giants. We'll get to that much later. But let's get right into the NBA draft. Before we get in, Orlando's got the first pick. A lot of talk is that the first three picks are locked in. That it's Jabari Smith going 1, that Holmgren's going 2 to OKC, and then I think Houston's going to take big Paolo Banchero from Duke. But let's talk about those three guys. What do you think? How would you rank the top three guys in this draft? Carl, why don't you start us off?
Larry, one of the interesting things about the draft, it's kind of like going to somebody's mother's house for dinner. You may like what she cooks, but she ain't gonna cook what your mama cooks. When I look at this draft, and Frank and I get a chance to go back and forth a lot, one of the interesting dynamics is, even though teams always say they're looking for the best player, the reality is they're looking for the guy that fits their culture, the guy that fits their presentation of what they think greatness should look like. One of the things that I know is happening right now is that there's a potential move in terms of who's going to actually be the number one pick for Orlando. I got a text a little while earlier from one of my friends who's at the draft, and he said there's a pretty good chance that you may see Paolo going number one to Orlando.
So what I would have to say, I've been hearing that too, because even just looking at the betting markets, I think Paolo was like something crazy, like 15 to 1, 4 or 5 days ago. And then now there's talks about it, but then some people are saying, maybe it's just because, the Rockets are locked on Paolo. They want Paolo. And so if the Magic can, even make them think 10%, there's a chance we take him, then they might have to trade up in order to 100% secure him. And, Jabari, Chet's pretty locked into OKC. So that'd be interesting to watch.
And I'll tell you what's interesting about that, Ryan. All of us are old enough to go back to when Orlando, who's had the number one pick more than anybody, picked a young man with the number one pick who happened to play power forward, went to a powerhouse college school, played for the Fab Five, and then he was immediately traded to the Golden State Warriors, of course, for Anthony Penny Hardaway. So there's always a chance there could be some skullduggery at the top of the draft. I really believe what's happening is people are looking at production more than they're looking at potential. And Paolo really does say that. Paolo was outstanding on the AAU circuit. He was an excellent player in high school. He comes from a great background, having a mom who was a hooper, who was a post player that could really score. So I wouldn't be surprised if it happens, but I know it would not be the player I would take first. I still would take Chet first.
Really?
I know that may not be the popular one for some people, but I like Chet, then I like Jabari, and then I like Paolo.
Wow, you take Chet first. That's interesting. Frank, what do you think? How do you have the top three guys rated?
It's funny because Foster and I talk too much, I guess, because I'm listening to you guys, and a lot of times your general managers are making picks with number one priority, not get fired. So they take the safe pick. If you're looking at those three guys and you say, well, who has a high ceiling? It's definitely Chet. And I think what you're looking for is a coach who can bring out the best in these players. Jalen Suggs last year, things didn't go real well. You can put all the responsibility on the young player to say, well, he didn't develop, but you have to look at the entire organization and the coaching staff. Man, it's tough to bet against Chet. I mean, Chet has the highest ceiling among those three players. Jabari's a talented kid, but he doesn't have a real definitive position. He has so many skills and a lot of talent. But when's the last time you've seen, outside of Kevin Durant, a 6'10", like kind of scorer forward? Those players are hard to find. Chet has gone in the post. He's shown he can work inside, even with his slight body. With all of the nutritional guys out there, if he just focuses on developing his body, he has the potential to really be unstoppable. I would take him if I wasn't worried about getting fired.
Plus the Jalen Suggs connection for the Magic.
There you go.
You got to look at one other thing too, Larry, and Red kind of brings it out. You got to remember, you had a rookie coach in Orlando last year. First experience, getting a chance to get their feet wet. Somebody's learning how to build their culture and their system. So you're also looking for buy-in, not saying that, there wouldn't be buy-in from any of those three. And when I think of Jabari, who I actually think in terms of when you look at their skill set, whose skill set could be fantastic in the NBA, it's clearly him.
Here is the pick. Sorry to shoot it. Carl, before you say that, let's hear what the pick is. It's coming in right here. They're going with Paolo Banchero. Wow. Now that is a surprise. Jabari Smith was the guy that most people had going number one. I think Banchero, when I looked at the prospects, guys, and Carl, I want you to continue your thought, but I think Banchero is the cleanest prospect as far as he's like the guy who I think Jabari Smith has the highest upside, and Chet's incredibly skilled. But to me, there's major injury concerns. We'll get into that. But Banchero, to me, has got the pro game as far as he can face up from the perimeter, knock down shots. I don't see a definable weakness. I'm reading the reports, seeing people say, well, defensively, he needs to improve. I didn't see it. I saw a very aware player who can get up and down the floor, who can block shots. He's not a big shot blocker, but he can block a few shots. He's 6'10", he's 250. He's very skilled offensively already. And to me, when you're showing offensive skill at this level right away, as accelerated as the path is at this point, that means 3 years from now, Banchero is going to be a phenomenal offensive player. So I do like this pick here. I think this is the safest pick. But Carl, give me your thought on the pick.
I'm always a two-way guy. I really disagree with the thought that he's going to become a good defender. I think he's going to be a passable defender. I think he's going to find himself in isolation a lot, particularly early in his career. You're going to see a lot of pick and roll action to get him in foul trouble. He has a large propensity to reach, but because of what he can do on that offensive end, you'll find schemes that you can hide him as much as possible. I think the beauty in this pick is that it really says what Orlando is doing is they believe that they don't need another center and they don't need another wing. When I look at Jabari Smith, I see Rashard Lewis. People say Kevin Durant, but I see a guy who's Rashard Lewis, and that's not a guy you can really say that's a franchise player.
That's the safer comp. Wouldn't you guys agree that's the safer comp, Rashard Lewis, than KD?
Oh yeah, and let me throw this out. So about a week ago, I think when we were first talking about all this, and before I was really looking at the odds, I thought Paolo was going to go number one. And part of my reasoning was right after the Christian Wood trade. Once the Rockets traded away Christian Wood, I was like, oh, they think they're taking Jabari, because that's the natural slide Jabari in for Christian Wood. You got basically a higher potential, cheaper Christian Wood. That's a little bit more of a sniper. That is very interesting.
Yeah, if you're Houston right now,
or is there a trade here?
Red,
is there going to be a trade here? Is this going to be Orlando trading Banchero to Houston for something? That's also the speculation.
How about they get John Wall?
Nah.
Yeah, I don't know about John Wall, but Banchero is interesting. He's a former high school quarterback, and he's not a selfish player. I mean, to me, I thought he shared the basketball almost too much on that Duke team. He averaged 3.2 assists per game in his college career. He's not. He's a guy who's going to struggle with turnovers, and I don't know. If he's a true rim protector. But offensively, I think he's the safest guy. Now, Frank, I like Holmgren as well, and I think he's talented. My brother's kid goes to Gonzaga, so I got to hear all about Holmgren all the time. Right. Holmgren this, Chet that. But the NBA comp is Kristaps Porzingis, and I think that's a reasonable comp because I think Porzingis also is super skilled. This guy's more for Holmgren with Porzingis, I think. But when you think about it, my concern with Holmgren is the durability. I mean, look at his ankles. Look how small and narrow his legs are. I mean, this guy weighs 195 pounds. If he doesn't get like a lot stronger in his base, like in the next year or two, man, I fear durability once he's up and down that floor as many times as these guys run up and down. And I fear the catastrophic injury because I just don't think he can like his legs would stand up if a big guy fell into him when he wasn't looking. And it happens every night in the NBA. I mean, to me, there's major injury concerns with Chet Holmgren. Am I overthinking that and just looking away from the skills?
No, you're not. I mean, after his NC2A game, which they lost, they played Arkansas or North Carolina. I can't remember at this point, but he got pounded in that game. And my first statement after that game
with Jalen Johnson,
right? Okay, and I know it was one of those teams, but he got pounded, and I came out and I said I think he should go back to school one more year. But after he made that decision, you know what? It's really about the heart. We can speculate on injuries and things of that nature, but I would love to coach that kid because everything that comes out of his mouth says, I want to be great. And if he wants to be great, then there's enough people around him to try to bring it out. He's going to have that opportunity. Skill-wise, I got to go with him. Wagner, to me, is Banchero light. He played his tail off last year. Paolo, I love Paolo. But he doesn't really he's not offensively greedy. And I think when you look at young players who are going to be great, somebody has to be the alpha male. And I think Chet is more in line to be that guy if he feels that that's his role. Paolo, I'm not quite sure he's going to be able to do that for Orlando. And again, I'll take Wagner in a second because he showed me last year that he's much more than just a rotation guy. So this is not the pick that I would make. I would go with Chet, and as you said, do everything I could do to limit the possibility of a catastrophic injury.
Let's welcome in a couple guys that we've been talking to. Well, one we've never talked to, and one we've talked to regularly throughout the postseason, and that's Cyrus Saatsaz, the host of Locked On Warriors podcast, and also Kevin Dana, who's the voice of the Santa Cruz Warriors. And guys, welcome to the Krueg Show on draft night. Larry Krueger, Ryan Smith to my left, Frank Red, one of our good buddies, Carl Foster, known for years and years, and then you guys joining the conversation. We already started off 2 picks in. Holmgren just went to OKC. And Banchero went to Orlando. Give us before we get into Golden State, and I know both of you guys have some thoughts on Golden State, and we all do. What did you think about the way the draft has started? What do you think of those two picks out off the rip? Kevin, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, you know what? I actually like Paolo Banchero the best of the three. I think all three, Smith, Holmgren, and Banchero, are very, very good, and they all have great NBA careers. But to me, Paolo is the most polished of the three right now. The other two obviously have some great talents, but Paolo right now, I just feel like you can plug and play. I was talking with a friend earlier today about Paolo Banchero, and he kind of sees like a little Chris Webber in him, a guy who can get you 20, 10, and 5 kind of right off the rip. And maybe he won't do that his rookie season, but man, just the NBA body that he has at 6'10", 250. A little bit of a concern for me with respect to his defensive intensity 100 possessions out of 100. Sometimes he'd fall asleep there, but when he's locked in, very solid defender, and just the ball handling skills, the ball skills he has overall. Big fan of Paolo Banchero, and I think Orlando made the right pick.
Cy, what did you think of the pick?
I want to first of all hype up Kevin a little more because he's also sometimes the voice of the Golden State Warriors. And given that he is the G League voice, I trust him almost over anyone else when it comes to evaluating young talent, given how often you're working with them. Look, first of all, I love the opening pick. You got a player who is has experience, played for a coach that often grooms NBA talent very successfully. I am not on the Chet Holmgren train at all, man. I think and the reason why is because I look at the track record of Gonzaga. Think of how many first round picks this program has sent to the NBA. Think of how many busts have resulted from that program. Think of how many players have underwhelmed. Think of how many players are average at best. Sabonis with the Kings is the only exception. I mean, he's a 2-time All-Star, I think, maybe once. Good for him. But Chet Holmgren, to me, I mean,
he's their highest pedigree guy, though.
What's up?
He's their highest pedigreed guy that they've ever had.
Yeah, he's the highest rated guy they've ever gotten.
Who, Chet Holmgren?
Yeah.
So in other words, because of other people's opinions, you rate him high. I've seen this kid play. He's skinnier than Kevin Durant.
He's very skinny. I mean, the durability issues are major.
I mean, this is a big boys game that he's about to enter. I feel like he's a full foot taller than me, and I feel like I could push him around. I just wouldn't take him. I think there's nothing about him that seems to me like NBA great. Now with the first pick, I thought the Magic scored big, and I guess that means Jabari Smith to 3. But I'm really curious about the fourth pick with the Kings because everything looks like they're just going to bungle this up again. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, what are they going to go Shaden Sharp?
It's interesting. Let's talk about Jabari Smith because it sounds like Jabari's probably going right here to Houston. I think this guy's one of the best pull-up jump shots in the country. I mean, this is Jabari Smith Sr.'s son. Jabari Smith played at LSU, played in the NBA, 10 years in the NBA. Also, I believe Jabari is the cousin of Kwame Brown, who was the former number 1 pick overall at a high school. But I like Jabari Smith. I think he's got immediate potential defensively, and then I think the offensive potential is limitless. Kevin, why don't we start with you as we wrap this thing back around? Give me your thought on Jabari Smith and what you think of him as a prospect.
Yeah, I mean, a big-time shot maker, 42% from 3. I was reading Sam Vecini's draft guide, which is kind of like the holy grail to me every year when it comes out. It says he's the best 6'10" teenage shooter he has ever evaluated. Excuse me.
Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Kevin Durant also would be high on that list, but he, I guess Kevin Durant, I mean, depending on, he could be 7 feet, the ton of,
I guess technically
sizes
he's
you see,
6'9", right?
Yeah, technically he's 6'9", but yeah, I mean, just he takes tough shots. He can make tough shots. He can elevate over anyone. I think he's automatically going to be getting, 15 plus points per game in his rookie year. I guess the concerns for him, you read the scouting reports, he doesn't finish well at the rim, like 52% at the rim for a guy that size. Like he should be hitting low 60s probably. And, shot 44% on twos, and you include like the rim percentage there. So not great in the mid range and doesn't have much of a handle compared to a Chet Holmgren or Paolo Banchero. So the handle's kind of one thing that would be a bit of a drawback right now, but I expect him to certainly improve that, and I think he's going to have a great NBA career.
Let's get Carl and Frank involved here as well as far as Jabari. I think Jabari is interesting from the standpoint of he's already an 80% foul shooter. When you're an 80% foul shooter, to me, there's reason to hope on the shot. The commissioner is making the announcement right now, and the Rockets are selecting Jabari Smith. So Jabari Smith goes to Houston. Carl, what do you think of the pick?
I think it's a great
Carl,
pick for Houston.
have you heard about the trade, by the way, that just came down? Or maybe this is 15 minutes ago. Did we talk about this?
No, we have not talked about the trade.
Heard it, Carl. I'm so sorry, Carl, and it's nice to meet you too, by the way, but Kyrie Irving got traded to the Knicks.
Wait, what?
No, stop. You got
what's the full trade? Do we know that?
Are we sure
we can put that up there?
This is from a verified account. It says that unless they're playing a joke.
I think you might have got Ballsack Sports.
It's not Ballsack Sports. It's from Dari Rizvani, who's a verified account, 10,000 followers.
Oh my God!
Right. I I feel like the NBA would have reported that already.
You'll make Frank Red happy with that one.
Oh my God! Wait, let me. Oh, here, the Nets and the New York Knicks have agreed to trade Kyrie Irving for Kemba Walker, Alec Burks, Evan Fournier, the 11th pick, and an unprotected 2023 first-round pick. The deal will be completed when Kyrie opts into his deal and is expected to sign a contract extension with the Knicks.
I don't know if this is real or not, but it's a verified account.
Read that return one more time. So we go. So Kyrie to the Knicks for what?
What? I don't know if I trust this. The Kemba Walker, Alec Burks, Evan Fournier. So basically, nothing burger. The 11th pick and a protected 2023 first round pick. The deal.
I'm sorry for interrupting you with a fake trade, man. I do apologize.
Yeah,
Was it a fake trade?
I don't know if you have a real account.
His bio says CPA, Dodgers, Lakers, trading card enjoyer, Josh Giddey, truther. I don't think he's an NBA reporter.
Size been muted. I mean, you didn't just interrupt anybody. You interrupted the great Carl Foster for a trade that was crap. I mean, just total crap. We're off and running. This is Kevin Dana's introduction to the Krueg show. I feel embarrassed. I'm ashamed. All right. Carl, what do you think of Jabari Smith overall? Because to me, in a lot of ways, I think Jabari could be the biggest talent if it all comes together out of the top three.
It's really going to come down to one thing, and that does he have that alpha in him? You know, there's two things that you notice about guys with super skills. One, they have to be willing to get ugly. They have to be willing to get dirty. They have to be willing to stay focused, because when you rise up the scouting report, the physicality is going to go up. And unbeknownst to most people, and Cyrus, I'm going to disagree with you on the Chet piece, because to be honest, play on the inside of the lane is actually less physical today than play on the perimeter. So one of the things that you're going to find is that a guy like Jabari is going to have to find a way to get to the foul line. He's going to spend a lot of time in the mid post. He's going to spend a lot of time. He's not very good in isolation. So I expect him to put up good numbers, but like I said, like Rashard Lewis, I think he'd become a really good player. I don't know if he'll be a special player unless he can show that leadership and that alpha dog style.
What do you guys expect? Let's go to Frank. Frank, what's your thoughts on what Sacramento's looking at here? Do you go with Jaden Ivey? Jaden Ivey's made it clear that he doesn't want to be there, I think. I don't know if he's made it abundantly clear, but it seems like he's hinted towards that. Do they entertain a trade and move back a few spots? There's a lot of talk that John Collins, is a guy that they could trade back for. I know Travis Schlenk has been rumored to want to trade up. What's your read on Sacramento? Would you go with Jaden Ivey here and not think twice? Turn in the card?
I would draft Jaden Ivey because he's the best player. And I think what Sacramento needs is competition within that organization. And at the same time, you have other guys within your team that are tradable pieces. I mean, they successfully traded Halliburton last year. So, GMs are supposed to always look to see what's out there in the market. I wouldn't want Jaden Ivey to turn out to be John Morant and go, oops, So, to me, Sacramento has struggled putting people in the stands. He's a dynamic player. He's the son of a coach. I think the onus is on Sacramento to show him, if they draft him, that this is a viable market in the place where he should be.
I unmuted Cyrus because only a minute in the penalty box. I mean, I can't mute you for that long. We go too far.
Thank you. I'm sorry, man. Can I just say one thing about the Chet Holmgren thing?
Foul, though, right out of the shoot, the fake trade.
No, but you're right. I messed that up, Dad, and I'm sorry. The verified account is what
that's like that's almost like your phone going off in mass. You know what I mean? It's not good.
It's the Gonzaga history that jades me, because I forgot about John Stockton, but that was like almost 40 years ago. Outside of John Stockton, you look at Adam Morrison, who came out, was a top 3 pick. Kelly Olynyk, who's meh. Ronnie Turiaf, he even played for the Warriors for a little bit, but, never did much. But outside of Domantas Sabonis, I'm looking at just the whole track history of the Gonzaga alum.
But I mean, I do agree with Rye's point that this is the highest rated guy the Zags have gotten. Dan Coccimilgio was right, telling us in the chat there that it was Sacramento's going to take Keegan Murray. Kevin, give us your thoughts on Keegan Murray. Skilled player for sure, and a guy that really came on at the end as the year progressed.
I mean, Larry, this guy just put up monster numbers at Iowa. 23.5 points, 8.7 rebounds, and just was very, very impressive in doing so. I mean, very efficient with 55 from the field, 40 from three. I've seen some comparisons drawing comps to a Tobias Harris or a TJ Warren for him, which I certainly would take. Maybe a little high at 4 if that's going to be your upside, but still, those are very good NBA players. I guess the knock against him, he's not like a super quick twitch athlete. He's not really going to, blow past anyone that way, but like really can get to his spots, has long arms, which is always a good quality in the NBA. And I look at the Sacramento team now, assuming this pick doesn't get traded. I kind of like that starting five, or I like kind of their core pieces with Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis. I like that trade a lot for the Kings. I know people love Tyrese Halliburton. He's a great player, but anytime you can get an all-star on your team, and a young all-star at that, Harrison Barnes, then, a guy I have to shout out, Damian Jones is a nice reserve big in the NBA, former Santa Cruz Warrior. Rashawn Holmes has been productive. I think they have some nice pieces there for Mike Brown to work with, and Keegan Murray certainly kind of fills a spot in that starting five for them. Jaden Ivey, I think he's going to have a better upside for sure. He's the best athlete in the class, they say. But that would become a very crowded backcourt if Sacramento had chosen him. Not to mention, as you guys talked about, he wasn't exactly keen on going to Central Cali.
Well, the other thing to me about Murray is that, I loved him at Iowa, and he was like one of the most improved players in the country. I mean, look at what he did last year. Last year, he averaged 7 a game. This year, he averaged 23 a game. Yeah. But I just kind of question in the NBA, can this guy defend on the perimeter? Does he have the lateral speed, to stay in front of some of the exceptional athletes that he's going to have to defend on a nightly basis? That'll be my big question. I think his upside's lower than Ivy. I think Ivy's electric. Ivy kind of reminds me of kind of a better version of Russell Westbrook with more of a better looking shot, coming down the road. Sai, you're shaking your head. You didn't like the pick from Sacramento? You would have gone with Ivy?
I did not like it. I do not. Ivy to me is like night and day better. And for the Sacramento Kings to once again bungle a draft, I mean, I would be incredibly confident in saying that 3 years from now we're going to look back on this the same way we look back on was it Bagley, Marvin Bagley, the second or third, whatever.
Bagley over Luka.
I saw a thing on Twitter today, and it was like it was like the Kings draft pick, and then it went right after. It was like Bagley, Luka, freaking Thomas Robinson out of Kansas, and then Damian Lillard, and then Jimmer Fredette at 10, then Klay Thompson.
This sets up beautifully for Detroit.
Larry.
What's
Larry? You have to ask this question when you think about the Kings, and I'll direct this to Kevin. If you're traveling on the road, do you want to stay in a 3.5-star hotel or a 5-star hotel?
I definitely want to stay in a 5-star hotel. 3.5-star hotel.
What if you had to drive
like
an extra 30 minutes to get there?
If I had to drive an extra 30 minutes to get there, I don't know.
See, on the Kings budget, they're going to stay in the 3.5-star hotel, and that's why they took Keegan. He's going to be a very good player. He's going to be a solid,
very safe.
He's very safe. He's very congenial. He and Harrison Barnes will be bosom buddies, but there's no buff to that. There's no bounce to that. And if you're ever going to get out of playing Gameville, you've got to be willing to take the risk and swing for some fences.
Or get into playing Gameville.
Andrew Berkey. I hate being a Kings fan. I just have no faith anymore. I feel bad. My nephews are Kings fans, and it's like, but who's the big winner tonight now is it's the Pistons. The Pistons have Cade Cunningham. They got Sadiq Bey. I like Isaiah Stewart. I mean, maybe Bagley, figures it out. They got some, obviously there's more building to be done there, but you just add the most electric player. I think they're going to add the rookie of the year right here. And I think they're going to. Now, the question is, who do you want handling the ball between Cunningham and Ivy? But that is a new. When the Pistons are on TV, I'm watching. Yeah. There's suddenly a whole lot more interesting.
Here's a problem with the pick for Sacramento. Anybody who's any good has a guy. All right? When you look at that team, they have a bunch of nice guys, but there's no guy. And listen, man, I mean, you're the head coach. You're Mike Brown. I'm sure Mike didn't make the pick. But, it's up to you to really cultivate and nurture these players. Jaden Ivey is a generational talent. Whether or not he reaches his full potential, we don't know that. But how many preseason tickets do you think he would have sold if they'd have called his name versus Keegan Murray?
He's going to Detroit right now, and we're going to watch the highlights off to the side of the camera, and you're going to see one of the most explosive guys going to the hole you have ever seen. That's why it's hard for me. I realize they've got Fox and they've got Davion, and they've got this maybe is not the perfect pick, but you know what? Best player available. I mean, it goes back to Bowie and Jordan. This guy, I'm not saying this guy's Jordan, but his mom is a coach. He's a second generation player. So he sees the game, I think, at an advanced level. He's coming from a Big Ten program where he's properly schooled, and he's electric. What this kid has, you cannot teach. So I think the Pistons are the big winners tonight for sure. Let me ask you guys this, and I'll start with Kevin. There was rumors that the Golden State Warriors would trade maybe, with Mike Brown going up there, that, one of the rumors I read online, and they're all unsubstantiated, that they would consider moving Jordan Poole for the 4th pick and taking Jaden Ivey. If you were Mike Brown, would you rather have Jordan Poole than Keegan Murray to start your program in Sacramento? And how do you see, as we take our first look at Golden State here, how, based on the start of this draft, give me your quick thought on Golden State.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mike Brown, I'd much rather have Jordan Poole than Keegan Murray for sure. I mean, you got a guy who's just turned 23, who's coming off an 18-point per game season and had some just monster moments in the latter stages of the NBA Finals and some great moments before. And Keegan Murray, you're drafting a guy who is going to be 22 in 2 months. And I don't like playing the whole age game necessarily, but it's not like he's significantly younger than Jordan Poole. So I will take the 3 years NBA experience and the proven scoring at the NBA level any day of the week. With respect to the Warriors in the NBA draft, it kind of looks like the guy that is getting kind of the most love from kind of the media perspective is a Jake LaRavia, who definitely has some solid tape, played at Wake Forest. I like his teammate a lot, Alondas Williams, who is the ACC
He's like
player
the
of
best
the year.
passer in the whole draft.
Oh man, and can just murder people with dunks. Alondas Williams, just big fan of his game. I don't know if he might not even get drafted. He'd be a heck of a two-way guy. I'm holding out hope that Dalen Terry drops to 28, but I don't think so anymore. Like, he was kind of seen as an early second-round guy maybe a couple of weeks ago. Now people have him like kind of top 20, low 20s. So I doubt he's going to be there. Nikola Jovic would be an intriguing candidate. If he drops to 28, he's kind of a low to mid-20s kind of guy as well. I wouldn't hate Marjon Beauchamp. I saw a lot of with G League Ignite. Very long defensive wing whose offense needs to come around. But
Cy, give me your thought. Who would you like to see the Warriors go? Let's just say, who do you think they're going to be choosing between at 28? Is there somebody that you like?
Well, EJ Liddell is their dream player that they want.
Ohio State power forward, 6'7", 240, 245.
And he's very Draymond-ish, only like with more offensive game. I don't know if he's going to fall to him, though. First of all, I don't know if you guys covered this, but did you see Adam Silver at the very beginning and all the love he was giving to the Golden State Warriors? Before he even jumped into anything, he went on like a 3-minute speech about the greatness of the Warriors and congratulating them, and the whole place was just
he missed the finals night, so he had to get. He wrote a speech, and he's like, you know what? He's that guy who wrote the speech and is like, damn it, we're using this. I'm busting this out somewhere. I'll use it at the draft, right?
Absolutely.
Am I reading that? Am I reading that right?
No, I think that's fair. But I personally think I participated in the Locked On mock draft, and if he falls to him, I think Walker Kessler is a guy that they might go with. And again, it's such a crapshoot right now. There's no way any of us can properly predict who the Warriors are going to get. But Walker Kessler is 7'1", closer to 7'2". His coach at Auburn, Bruce Pearl, has raved about his durability, about his athleticism. He can't shoot. But let's say hypothetically you lose Kevon Looney. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But if they do, they're going to want someone as an insurance policy for James Wiseman, because we really don't know what we're going to get from him either.
And there's a lot of good options in this draft. Kofi Coburn from Illinois, big body guy in the second round. There's a bunch of guys. Baji is interesting.
Carl saying no.
Carl saying no.
I've got some guys I want Frank and Carl's opinions on.
All right, well, wait a second. Let's get Carl's thoughts. Carl, you're very demonstrative in the chat. No, I'm just joking. Carl, give us your thoughts. What's a dream scenario at 28 that's also realistic?
Somebody who's eating pasta right now in Italy, playing in the highest level league. The Warriors, let's be honest, they don't need another guy on their roster. It'd be great for Kevin to have another guy to broadcast. By the way, Kevin, you're doing an incredible job.
Well, thank you.
I used to coach Drew Schiller, so I love when you have.
Oh,
Drew
nice.
on. Remember him from his
Wow.
Sterling game days. But I'll just say this: if there was one player that's in the draft that I'd love to see the Warriors get, and it would be Looney Insurance, it would be Christian Cololo.
That's what I was going to say.
From Arizona,
Coloco
right?
from U of A, who caught one guy's talking about Dalen Terry, the other guy's talking about Coloco. They hooked up a bunch this year.
I had a chance to watch him in a private workout with his agency group. He's really clever. He was shooting threes out to about 29 feet. He was playing with other guys that were in their agency that are guys that are playing in the league or going in the draft. They also had the kid who's the #1 high school player in the country that's going to Duke that was in the gym. He's just clever. He's smart. He's just got the right mentality. He'd be a perfect guy to bring along. Think Damon Jones, but with a better motor and a more intelligent player at the same point in their career.
All right.
Very interesting. Frank, who do you want at 28? Who do you want to see on the board at 28?
If the Warriors go small, I would love them to draft Wendell Moore out of Duke. I watched him.
Yes.
He plays three positions. He can run your offense. He can play two. He can play small forward. Highly intelligent, selfless. He would be the guy at 28 that I would draft. And if they drafted a big guy, I would draft Jalen Williams out of Arkansas. I watched him.
Love him from EMUS.
I mean, Arkansas ran their offense through him. He has 3-point range. He's 6'10". He's a big body. That guy might be a starter one day in the NBA. Not a lot of people are talking about him, but those are two guys at 28. Talk about excellent value. Those are two guys I would look at.
Yeah, I want to, Larry. Let me jump in here real quick. Just the Walker Kessler thing. I only mentioned him because in the reality of things here, all these names you folks mentioned might not be available, and that's a reason why I went with Walker Kessler, because those names that have been dropped here, I love all of them, but there's a very good chance they're going to be picked before the Warriors have their pick, which is why I mentioned Walker Kessler. But yeah, I agree with you, gentlemen, 100%.
And Kessler is a good. He would be a good solid pick. The only question I have would be about the mobility in terms of that lateral twitch to be able to get isolated out there and then all of a sudden you become a problem. Because there are two things we have to think about when we're thinking about the Warriors. And I think Draymond Green said it the most eloquently. The Warriors no longer are drafting guys necessarily for the 82. They're drafting guys that have the potential to impact the 16 because it's easy to find guys for the 82. It's hard to find guys that are going to have that unique flavoring that you can sprinkle in that can make the adjustment because of their versatility to play in that 16-win game.
That's why I like Chet. I was thinking about it, like who of these guys, especially like when we're talking about the top guys, who could I have seen playing in that finals for either team? And yes, Chet's really skinny, but I just love the potential of him as a disruptor with his length and kind of playing that Robert Williams role where, clearly he probably needs another skilled big around him, but he kind of can play that free safety and maybe guard, the Draymond Greens of the world where, he can kind of, sag off and he's just impacting stuff, getting his hands everywhere. And then he's kind of got a little bit of like an Al Horford-y type game on offense where he just does a little bit of everything and he's a smart player. I have two guys that I'd like everyone's opinions on if you have opinions, because these are two low, high upside guys that might be there. First one's Patrick Baldwin. I can't say I watched much of him at Wisconsin, the HBCU he went to, but clearly it was just a season from hell, and he got injured, and his stats weren't great, efficiency was rough. And then the other guy is Peyton Watson out of UCLA. He stepped on the court in that tournament game when they had no offense, and just in that little glimpse of him, it's like I understand why he wasn't playing, because he had 4 fours in front of him that, that just made it to the Final Four. And it's like, oh my God, like his 3-point stroke looked really pretty, and he's a big guy, and he could really stretch the floor. And I just see like a lot of potential there, but he was inconsistent.
He's a freshman. He was a freshman for UCLA who played at Long Beach Poly. They compare him to Trevor Ariza on NBADraft.net. He was definitely a highly rated guy. What do you guys think of Watson? To me, he was intriguing. Kind of opened your eyes late in the year.
Yeah, I mean, I just like him defensively. 6'8" with a 7'1" wingspan. Like, that's translatable right now. I mean, he is a project and a half. That's for sure, right? He played like 12 to 13 minutes a game at UCLA. And like Ryan said, it's because that UCLA team returned everybody basically who made that Final Four run the year before. But, I mean, I like what he can be. Now, the offense has a long way to come. He's like one of the least efficient players in transition. I read this. He has like a 27% effective field goal percentage in transition, which is very, very bad, obviously. But he's got the NBA body. He's a solid rebounder. You got basically 3 rebounds a game in 12 to 13 minutes. So, you multiply that number by 2.5. That's a solid number, basically. He's competitive on defense. So I like him for sure. I like him at 51 and 55. I don't like him at 28 necessarily. And he's a guy I would two-way just so he can have that development piece kind of worked into his contract. With respect to Patrick Baldwin Jr., I mean, this was like a top 10 recruit, and he played for his dad in Milwaukee. That's the reason he went there. But, I mean, Shaedon Sharpe just went 7th overall, the international
he's
man
the Kuminga of this year's draft.
Yeah, exactly. But, just the numbers, it's not just the numbers like the 26, 27% from 3. It's the worst, vert at the combine, like 26 inches. For a guy who has a 6'9", 220, 7'1" wingspan body, like you'd expect more athleticism out of that. Now his jumper looks smooth as hell, right? Like, I mean, the percentages kind of don't tell the whole story because he's not playing on a great team, and so he's getting doubled and tripled and just takes a ton of contested jumpers. It looks smooth, but like he didn't have a good season in a mid-major conference. That doesn't scream first-round pick, even though he is like a pretty big talent.
Yeah. What about the second guy, right? Did anybody give their thoughts on the second player right through out there?
Oh yeah. Kevin just did.
Frank, Carl, you got a thought on either one of those guys?
I mean, basically, those guys got to get out the mud, man.
Yeah.
I mean, go to the G League and prove you can play. I watched a kid Peyton at UCLA, and he didn't jump off the screen. I mean, why aren't you playing? Go beat somebody out. I didn't see that from him. And the other young man, his narrative is a little different. He kind of was wooed into playing for his dad. Everybody wanted him. So, I kind of get it. Emotionally, that could be different. But again, you are what your stats say you are. So I'm like, go to the summer league, prove you can play. Get a free agent contract and go to the G League. The idea of giving these guys guaranteed money and drafting them based on what they've done in college, can't do that.
Yeah, I hear you. The guy, I'll tell you, the question I would have for Bob Myers, if we're talking about, who's Golden State looking at 28, is what do you want? You want a guy you can stash? Then maybe you're looking at Jovic if he falls. Do you have a guy who do you want somebody who can play right away? Then you might look at a guy who played 4 years. I mean, I love the kid from St. John's. I love the way, I know he's a limited NBA athlete, but Champagny is a marksman in the mid range, and I see a guy who in 3 years from now could be 90% from the foul line, 40% from the arc, and could be a deadly sniper that nobody's guarding on a team that has all these other shooters. I also love Gabe Brown from Michigan State. I think he's a super sleeper. But then if you're at Golden State, maybe Golden State's at a point, guys, where they're so talented that they can just take the home run shot. And to me, the home run shot is John Butler from Florida State. Yeah. He's 7'1". He's 175 pounds. But if you watch him play, he can shoot the 3 ball effortlessly. He's an athlete. He's got handle. Now he's 50 pounds away from being what he's going to be, but You're Golden State. I mean, this guy could be the best player in the draft some point if he puts on those 50 pounds. He's that skilled. I mean, you're talking about a 7'1" guy who can shoot the three and put it on the deck and make plays for other people. Kevin, give me your thoughts on Butler, because he needs a lot of development, but they got time to develop guys, and they got developmental coaches.
You know what? I watched him at the combine. He hit like 2 threes right out the gate. I'm like, "Ooh, okay, this is interesting right here." I mean, Vicini basically called him like the first 7-1 3-and-D prospect he scouted. Like, you know, that's kind of his game. Yeah, he does have some ball handling as well, but he is kind of projects as a 3-and-D guy just because of his frame. And like you mentioned, Larry, I mean, he's got to put on 40 pounds at least, and 7'1", 215 might be skinny. So yeah, 7'1", 225 is kind of where he's going to have to live. He would be a major project for sure. If he's there at 55, I think he's worth a flyer, because yeah, I mean, 7'1" doesn't grow on trees, and yeah, I mean, everyone kind of, like, the scouting reports I read said he should have come back to school, but he's not going back to school. And so yeah, I mean, that guy, 2 years in the G League, 2 years in the G League, kind of would be the development plan for him. Yeah, why not? If he's there at 55, I am intrigued by John Butler Jr. for sure.
Shaedon Sharpe just went to the Blazers. Blazers made a trade the other day, and now they add Sharpe. Sharpe's interesting. He played in Canada, and he was the number 1 prospect in the 2022 recruiting class before he reclassified into the 21 class and enrolled at Kentucky. This guy's got length. I mean, he's got a 7-foot wingspan. He's got strong hands. He probably has one of the highest upsides of any player in this draft, and yet there's a lot of people that feel like he's never really played hard on any level, and that tag has kind of followed him around. What do you guys think? I mean, this is an awfully high pick, the 8th pick overall, to question a guy's motor, but the talent's there.
49-inch vertical, according to him.
Yeah, something tells me. What do you think? I mean, I thought Sharpe would be a great gamble in the 20s, but to take him, this high seems like a stretch to me.
When you're at the point where you're at the top end of the draft, unless there was a trade, we know that means you were not a very good team. We know that eventually Portland's going to go through a transitional period. The kid has a tremendous amount of talent, but red flags are red. And that means you do need to take some evaluation of that. From having seen his physical gifts, he could be a really good player. But a lot of time guys like that don't do well in the G League because that's not where they want to be. They don't think they ever should be there. Their confidence is never going to allow them to have the kind of gutter mindset that they're going to have, like Frank said, where they really want to get it out of the mud. He's somebody that they're going to have to hope that someone like Damian Lillard can take under his wing and say, hey, I'm really going to invest in you personally. I'm going to be here for you to get good so that we can become a part of a 3-guard lineup that could actually do some damage. Because I absolutely love Anthony Simons, but it's going to be very interesting to see how that pick turns out. You could look up in 2 years and he could be moved.
Could he be part of a trade going back to Brooklyn if KD, that's not a horrible spot for KD. You got your Steph Curry, you got your Walmart brand Steph Curry, and a young roster, and I don't know.
That's the blockbuster rumor, I guess, right? That Durant may want out of there. Okay, so we're a few picks into this thing. Why don't we update people on exactly where this draft has gone so far? We started with Paolo Banchero to Orlando. Holmgren went to OKC. Jabari Smith to Houston. Keegan Murray to the Kings at 4. Jaden Ivey fell into the laps of the Pistons at 5. I think they're the big winner here. Mathurin, who's an incredible athlete. I mean, just a ridiculous athlete. He goes to the Pacers at 6. Shaedon Sharpe out of Kentucky goes 7 to the Blazers. Dyson Daniels, who's from Australia, played in the G League for the Ignite team. He just went as well. Who got was the Wizards? I believe they got Dyson Daniels.
It was the Pelicans who got
Pelicans.
Dyson Daniels.
What'd you think of Dyson Daniels, Kevin? You probably saw him, huh?
Loved him. He was so Jaden Hardy came into this season as the highest rated prospect on Ignite. He was like considered top 5, top 10 pick. Dyson Daniels was probably my favorite igniter on the team by about a month into the season. Just plays the game the right way. Floor general and just gets it defensively. I mean, deflections after deflections after deflections, gets into his man, has some crafty finishes around the rim, composed, like plays the game like he's in his mid-20s right now. Now, the thing that he needs to work on in his shooting, he was, 27% from 3. But, I mean, one scouting report I read said he's the best perimeter defender in this draft class. And, I mean, he really guarded well in the G League. I'm a big fan of his and happy that he has a nice landing spot.
He's a young player. He's a young player, but he's got a great floater. I don't know if you've seen this kid's floater, but it's beautiful.
It is
He's
nice.
got a tremendous work ethic. And let's just be honest, Willie Green is going to build a nice little monster over there.
Yeah.
If they've got buy-in from the Freakazoid, Zion, they've got a veteran that can drive that culture. They've got a chance to be a top 7 seed in the Western
100%.
Conference, and they could be a problem for a 2nd seed.
Yeah, Carl, I think they could avoid the playing game next year. I think they could be that good. I know what Brandon Ingram did this year. I mean, obviously it comes down to Zion Williamson.
Herb Jones. So how about Herbert Jones? He was tremendous. Trey Murphy. I love Trey Murphy.
Yes.
Even that defensive kid, what's his name? I forgot.
Jose Alvarado.
Yeah, Alvarado. You're right. They got a solid team.
They're good. They're good. Who's up next? San Antonio? Who's up next?
Yep.
What do you think? Well, what are the Spurs looking for here?
They usually take the best player. I think this time they might go a little sideways a little bit and maybe look at Jalen Duren, because they haven't had a big guy with athleticism in a long period of time, and they do a great job developing players. But I'm gonna tell you something. 2-3 years from now, AJ Griffin might be the best guard taken in this draft. I mean, to me, he reminds me of Jaylen Brown. I mean, he's not quite fluid, but he does a lot of things well. Keep your eye on him.
That's a New York. That's a New Yorker backing a New Yorker right there. That's New York on New York. I just want everybody to know. Frank's a Florida guy, and this kid's a New Yorker. But no, this is Adrian Griffin's kid, and he shot 45% from 3-point range. Really can flat out shoot it. I think this kid's got all-star talent for sure.
It's just the injuries.
I think this is the sleeper pick right here. I know he may not go here. There's other guys on the board. There's Mark Williams from
Baylor University.
What's that?
I believe they're going to go with the kid from Baylor University.
Really?
Sohan.
I hope not.
Well, I do like Frank's call though on AJ Griffin.
I love his ability to switch and defend. He's willing to go to the boards. He's smart. He's cagey. He's got some charisma. I think he would fit their culture.
San Antonio doesn't miss. They do an incredible job scouting players. They don't miss. So it's going to be an interesting pick.
They're an interesting team for some of these disgruntled stars. Honestly, they don't really pop up in rumors because they don't let things get out. But it wouldn't shock me if they ended up because they got some nice young pieces.
It is interesting. This is now where the draft starts to, it's beauty in the eye of the beholder. The Spurs, do they go the international route? They've had a lot of luck going internationally, and that's for sure.
The New Zealand kid. Jiang or whatever.
Oh yeah, Usman Jiang.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about him.
I've seen him play. I've seen him play a couple times. He's very, very skilled. He's really, really skilled. He's from France. And they compare him to Batum, but he's a versatile player. He started his career as a point guard, and so he's got point guard kind of skills. But now he's 6'9", but he's 185 pounds.
Larry,
so that's
they
all
say they played point guard when they were young.
Yeah, exactly. He played point guard when he was young.
Give me you guys thoughts on the Duke players just throughout. I mean, the Duke's got 5 guys in this draft. I mean, do you have a personal favorite from Coach K's final haul?
Paolo aside.
Paolo
I
aside,
like Mark
of course.
Williams.
Yeah, I like Mark Williams.
I like Mark too.
Yeah,
Mark's AJ.
Pedigree. I love Mark's pedigree. I love the fact that his sister influenced him so much. and that he seems really driven. I actually think he's going to have a chance to be a really good player. I would love to see him in Charlotte. I think he'd make a perfect lob threat for LaMelo.
He has the second highest standing reach in the history of recorded measurables.
Yeah, and Taco Fall was number one.
Yeah.
That's like 7'6" dude.
I mean, and Mark Williams can play defense, man. He was ACC Defensive Player of the Year.
Gentlemen, let me ask you this: why does you're right? Everything you're saying about Mark Williams sounds amazing. Why would he fall in the draft? Like, why has he not been picked up yet? What's his name?
Play one position.
Yeah, he only played 1 year.
Yeah,
he's a developmental center. Yeah, he's a developmental center. He's a rim runner.
Yeah,
Hey, Larry, I'm tired of being right.
Look at Carl Foster. Wait a second. Can we move Carl to like the center of the chat or something? Look at Carl. This kid's interesting from Baylor, for sure. When we talked a little bit about him, his mom played, I think, professional basketball in Poland, something like that.
Yeah.
And he's an interesting talent. I mean, if you watch his highlights, and we're going to see his highlights right now. How do you pronounce the name? Is it Sohan?
Sohan.
6'9", 230. He's a freshman, and he's from Oklahoma. They compare him to Kyle Kuzma, but his mother Anita was a Polish basketball player. He's one of the best defenders in the class. He's one of the younger players. Had over almost 1.5 steals per game.
Seems like the kind of guy the Grizzlies would have or end up with.
Well, isn't that San Antonio gets a guy who's versatile and plays defense.
And remember, Red said they always get it right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm not saying anything, because I mean, I respect the work that they put in. I got to go with it. I guess I was so underwhelmed by Baylor this year. When you hear all of the pro prospects that they have, they really didn't get it done. And I saw him make some high-flying, dynamic plays, but I didn't really see enough of him to draw a definitive conclusion about how he would project to the next level. So I trust San Antonio, but he's not the player that I would have picked.
He's a great rebounder, guys. He averaged 9.1 rebounds per 36 minutes. He's still considered very raw, and you can see that rawness in these highlights for sure. But he's got physical traits for sure. He's versatile.
He looks like a guy that would have played for Bennett at Virginia. He seems like a thinking man's player, and that really fits the Pop mold.
Yeah, he's another La Lumiere guy, like Jordan Poole and Jaren Jackson Jr. I mean, just like it's the switchability 1 through 5 basically. He can hold up well against guards. Like you guys mentioned, the outside shot certainly needs work, 30% from 3, but really nice rim finisher. He's got that going for him. 67% at the rim in the half court's an elite number.
It brings up the conversation, guys, that this guy, as Kev just said, played at that powerhouse program in Indiana. That was as a junior. Then he went to Europe for a season and then came back and went to Baylor. What's the best route? Like if you got, hey, you know what? I got a 10-year-old and he's going to the league. I mean, and I'm convinced he's going to the league. And I'm not just talking. I'm not just a guy talking. I actually have a guy who's going to the NBA. What's the best advice? Go to college? Go to college partially? Go play in Europe? Go play in the G League?
That's what I would do. I would say go to college.
Why don't we move this one around the room real quick? Kev, why don't we start with you? If you have a kid, he's awesome. He's going to the league. He's 10, 12 years old, and you can play your hand of cards a number of different ways. We've seen different prospects try different approaches. I don't think we're at a point in history where we actually know the correct answer. I think it's to each everybody's situation is a little different. But what do you think? What's the best route to the league?
So if he was 10, but he was going to be in the 20, this is going to sound weird, but if he was 10 and if he was going to be like eventually, this was like 2015, you're telling me, and I had like the foresight he's going to be in the 2023 NBA draft, I'd say G League Ignite for the professional route. That's obviously a biased answer, just for the Santa Cruz Warriors reasons, but I think like G League Ignite with the NIL probably isn't going to be as feasible in like 2020, what would it be, 2030? I'm not sure if like that program will be kind of as it is right now, just because you can go make $3 million. I mean, like maybe you can make $2 to $3 million playing in college. And I think like from a marketability, like business standpoint, if you can go make $2 million at Duke and play for a blue blood program and still get high level coaching. Maybe you're not going against the best talent in the world, but it's still like a top 10 league. I think that would probably be the way I go, just because like G League Ignite kind of had a stranglehold on like those guys, or they could really corner the market better than they can in the future with NIL, because you could offer $500,000 and maybe, you know, these high level programs can give you $200 to $300 under the table money. Now it's all legal. And so I don't know if Ignite, by the time 2030 rolls around, will exist as it does right now. I think it'll still be an option, but maybe it wouldn't attract the Jalen Greens and the Jonathan Kumingas of the world, just because of the profitability standpoint. Now, maybe the G League makes that huge leap in popularity, but it is still a minor league. So that's why I'd say in 2030, NCAA with NIL kind of really hashed out and stuff, I think that might be your best way to go. Not from a competition standpoint, but from like a marketability standpoint.
Anybody else want to jump in on that? What do you think?
Having come from the AAU world, where I've had a chance to see a lot of young guys that are developing in those preteen years and in the teenage years, it really comes down to three real factors. Number one, it's family stability. Number two, do you have a set of skills, or are you a physical talent? The guys that have a set of skills, the G League really works because they're going to be in an environment where they can be showcased. One of the things I'd love to have Kevin comment on, because he probably has the experience to be able to do this. I used to live in a D League city, so I saw it to a lesser degree.
Which D League city?
I used to live in Bakersfield.
Oh, man, the Dignity Health Events Center.
Man.
Best hotel in the G League at the Marriott on Truxton. Love that place.
Best food, too. You used to get hotels for food.
Yeah. The only place in the G League where they give you like an actual pregame meal outside of pizza.
But one of the things that I'd love Kevin to touch on, maybe on this subject after we go around, is so that people understand what guys actually work on when you play professionally. You don't do what these kids do when they go to these quote unquote trainers. You're not working on a lot of trash. You're working on very specific things. That's why if a guy is not a super duper athlete, but a really good athlete and just has a really good game, he's a great prospect. I think college is the best environment because you're going to get that natural progression of having to earn it. You know, if you go to the G League, you're guaranteed you're going to play, because they're not bringing you there to not play you. And we also have to include the LIV League, which is called OTE, the Overtime Elite League, because it is another professional option. But you have to look at those options. But one of the things you'll find is that many of the shopping parents are looking for that pro opportunity because they want the quickest tunnel to get to the pros. But for maybe the more traditional families, or for those who aren't as aware, college is a better opportunity because they just feel like there's more of a balanced situation maybe for their son or daughter.
Red, you played at Fordham. Why don't you weigh in on this, Frank? What do you think?
Well, a lot of my friends are high-level D1 coaches, so I think I have a pretty a keen idea of what good coaching looks like. So I would want a young person to not only learn how to play basketball, but assimilate into society. And I think college presents that opportunity at these wonderful universities. Now, I'm a big believer also in the Australian Basketball League. All right. So if I have a guy who wants to go outside these borders, I know for a fact they don't treat American players like prima donnas in Australia. They teach them how to play basketball. So I would look at that. But closer to home, high-level college programs, coaches that I trust, that I know are going to teach the right things. That's what I would do. Like a painter, a lot of good coaches in the Big Ten. Are you kidding me? I mean, I would love for a young player with talent to go play for Tom Izzo, running the type of sets that he runs, and how that would help him assimilate to the NBA level. So that's my opinion on it.
And I just to piggyback off Frank, I wholeheartedly agree with what he said, especially with the NILs now, right? You can still get paid while going to college. And the Warriors are a perfect example of the value of an educated team. I mean, their three biggest stars went to college for 3 or 4 years. I'm obviously biased in that I'm a huge proponent of education. I'm a professor as well. But the value of college in terms of developing your critical thinking skills, developing your social development skills. These skills, even though they're not on the court, they carry so much weight in terms of individuals not making mistakes down the road. And it also expedites the maturity process in terms of players actually, not making dumb mistakes once they actually are in the pros. So I'm wholeheartedly agree with the college angle. But again, it's also to each their own, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and judge Jonathan Kuminga either for not going to college. It's just everyone's different. They have their different paths. I wanted to, by the way,
there is a lot of beer and co-eds in college. I'll just
and
say
that too, which is which goes back to the social development.
I feel like I need to inject that.
No, but we look at the San Antonio Spurs and I was with everyone else here as well in saying that they're one of the few teams in the NBA that draft incredibly effectively. But recently, I don't know if we can still say that. I mean, I know that the jury's still out on Jonathan or Joshua Primo, but you look at their first round picks over the last 5 years, like Devin Vassell. Okay, I
like him. Yeah, he's long.
But in his second year, he averaged 12 points. He's not exactly wowing anyone. I don't know if he looks like an all-star player at some point. In 2019, they drafted, I don't even know who this guy is, Lucas Samanic.
Lucas Shamanich.
He's got talent, man. Go YouTube him. He's got talent too.
Don't play with Kevin, Cyrus.
But Luke is a player who's been in the league for 3 years now. I mean, I don't know if you can call him necessarily a great draft pick. I guess what I'm saying is, like, I'm just looking on this list. In 2018, they drafted Lonnie Walker. It hasn't, since DeJounte Murray, they haven't really nailed a draft pick outside of maybe Derek White, who was picked following DeJounte Murray.
So we're seeing there may be a little bit of a Belichick situation here, where you look back at Belichick's last 5 drafts.
Yeah, maybe we might be relying too much on precedent for their recent success.
And then for my answer with that, I actually, it's funny, at my previous job, one of the guys who had a show there, he just, he wasn't even a basketball player, and he has a son that's going to be, he's like a top 40 guy. And we would always talk about it, like, he's getting recruited to go everywhere. And I was like, man, if I were you, and it's like, obviously he's not like Jonathan Kuminga, freak athlete guy. He's like, 40, he's like 6'7" shooter, combo guard. And I was like, you know what? If you're going to go to a big time program, go to Gonzaga, because you're going to get clearly this kid. I don't think he's ready to be a one and done, but like, I just like the idea of, I actually like the idea of playing Pepperdine in all of these schools where it's like, you can kind of build up your confidence. And I don't really like the idea of like going to Kentucky and it's like, you have to share the ball with, 4 other guys that are just trying to raise their draft stock. I mean, look at Devin Booker when he was there. Look at all these guys that just end up, they end up being great in the NBA, but I mean, they were not quite as evident when they were there. So I think that there's a big, if you look at the stars in the league, a lot of these point guards came from mid-major schools. I mean, honestly, if you wanted to go to a St. Mary's and dominate and be their guy, they've already shown they put Patty Mills in the league, Dellavedova. It's just like you get your confidence up. You look at Lillard, Curry. I like the idea of being at a smaller school, and if you're going to go big, I'd say Gonzaga.
The Knicks just took the player we were talking about, Ousmane Dieng, I believe, and 6'9", 185 pounds. As you'll see in the highlights, this guy's really skilled. He started his career as a point guard and then got this growth spurt. So now he's the size of a wing, or he plays the wing, but he's got the skill game of a point guard. He's got great vision, and they say he's the high ceiling, low floor guy. And the Knicks always talk big and then wind up doing something totally dramatically less than what the rumors say. But how do you guys see this franchise? Mitchell Robinson is still a guy who can run the floor and block shots and defend, but has he come of age? Randall, is he there long term? He had some dust ups earlier this year.
Up.
RJ Barrett. They've got Fournier, Emmanuel quickly.
OKC traded multiple first-round picks, multiple first-round picks to the Knicks for Jiang.
Who did?
Oh, wow.
OKC.
Okay.
So
OKC is just Sam Presti is just forever getting younger, and he's got like 19,000 picks going forward. In some ways, I think Presti is one of the best executives in all of basketball.
One of them,
Lou Dort, and he's fine. He finds guys all over the place, and he also just makes these trades. He winds up with more and more and more picks. He's got an arsenal of picks that basically allows him to do anything he wants. But they're also kind of a developmental league team in the league. You know, they get destroyed night after night right now, and I guess I got to see something happening there on an upward trajectory before I'll feel really good about really praising Presti. But he is considered one of the best, and he does have a ton of picks. What do you guys think of the path of OKC since post KD?
Well, the rumors are that, they one of the reasons why they were going after Chet, obviously, he's maybe a little bit more of a developmental guy than just because of his body and all that. And, he was the fourth line option at Gonzaga, is because they are trying to make it as a best chance possible at getting the French kid next year, Wembayama.
Who's unbelievable. Have you guys seen the Wembayama highlights?
And even if they get like the second pick, they have the Godfather offer that they can make, that they could send 5 first-round picks to move up. That's how many picks they have. So who knows? Maybe they'll trade for Westbrook this year and get a few more.
The problem with the process that Sam is going through, it's the kind of process that makes people who are totally into analytics feel really good. And it's the kind of thing that'll get somebody else fired.
Yep.
The objective is productivity. The objective is winning. The objective is to get to a position where you're competing for titles. Competing for draft picks is not what the job is to be a general manager. That feels good, but that's like somebody urinating on you from the roof. You're wet, but you certainly didn't enjoy it.
Well, if I was GM, it's a good way to say, oh, well, you can't fire me. Look, my prospects, they're still developing. It's like drafting a rookie quarterback. It gives you another year or two.
Boss, I think you make an interesting point. Sam Presti, because of his past laurels, he seemingly is not working under the same variables that everybody else is. At some point in time, you need to win. Most general managers, if you're not seeing progress within 2 years, whispers are starting about your job security, and Sam seemingly doesn't have that problem. I think he's brilliant, but at the same time, I'm waiting for OKC to start winning. So
you're right.
This is
he's been there a long time, Frank.
Yeah,
he's been there a long time. No championship. So you're right. I'm with you.
We all saw Goodwill Hunting. At some point, you got to slap something on the window and say, "How about them apples?"
Yep. You're absolutely right.
Hey, the Golden State is right now, they're armed with 28, and then they have 51 and I think 55 ultimately. Yeah. There's a couple forfeited picks in there. I think they should have had 57. But they're, and there's a lot of rumor that they may trade the 28th pick. Bob Myers took to the podium with Kerr the other day and said, you know what? There's no negligible difference in the cap between having that pick or not. So It's pretty clear they're going to wait around till 28, see who's on the board, and either pull the trigger or trade back, maybe trade that pick for future assets and just lean on those 2 second-round picks. Give me your thought on the player that you think they're hoping drops to them.
EJ Liddell will be my guess.
That's what was reported. But do you think that's accurate? So you're saying that they have a leak? Somebody leaked that.
Wait, that was reported yesterday. Which Jalen Williams just went to OKC at 12?
Santa Clara kid.
Oh my God! What a shot!
Yeah, I know, right?
It's good.
He's, before you answer that question, Jalen Williams from Santa Clara, Bill Duffy's a good buddy of mine, good buddy of yours too, Carl, and Bill was touting Jalen Williams to me several weeks ago. He said he's got a 7'2" wingspan. Then you watch the film, and man, he's got a beautiful outside shot. He was rising up the draft boards because of the way he looked in the pre-draft. He's got great length. The question is, exactly how How athletic is he? Can he guard NBA 2 guards? He's got 7'2" wingspan. He's got a beautiful outside shot, and he's got a high basketball IQ. So that's a great place to start. A lot of people think he might be the steal of the draft. What do you think of Jalen Williams? Anybody seeing a lot of him this year?
R.I.P. He reminds me of Reggie Lewis, former player from the Boston Celtics. Really smooth, nice mid-range. He's probably going to extend the three-point range. I watched him quite a bit during the WCC playoff run, and he just kept shocking me with all of these creative offensive plays that he was making. So low pressure, and in OKC, he's probably going to get minutes. He could be one of the steals of this year's draft.
Oh, no question. And when you look at players in the middle of a lineup, meaning they're not a guard, they're not what I now call a true front court player, and I've got different titles that I use for different positions. There are 3 types of mid-level size players. They're sexy wings. Think of guys like Paul George and Kevin Durant. You know, you could even put now Wiggins in that group. They're the 3-and-D guys, which means they really don't have a lot of ability to create off the bounce. They've got just enough against second unit players where they can be decent or maybe put up a lot of points if they spend some time in the G. And then you got the hound dogs, the guys that are just gutter rats that just play hard as heck, that are really there to defend and just bring energy. This kid fits into that group of sexy wings. He's got the ability. Now the question is he given the opportunity, and is he put in the right environment? My only question with him, because he's a productivity guy, is it going to be great for him to be in a place where there are another 10 guys that all have great potential? Because you've got to kind of split the minutes. You really don't have anybody that takes the lead. We know who their leading scorer is going to be, Gilgeous-Alexander. So I don't necessarily know if this is the best place for him. I think he might fit on a team that could use another scorer. Like imagine him in Utah. He could look up and be a guy that averages 17, 18 points a game as a rookie just because he has that ability to score. So I'm not that sure about this pick in terms of him being there, and he may not be there long. He might be there for a year or so, but he definitely is a tremendous talent.
A couple of things. I wonder if this is one of the picks that the Knicks that's involved in that trade, because it just said multiple first-round picks. Not. It's not? Okay.
Yeah, Dan said that it was, but then Woj said it's not.
Okay. All right.
I don't know who you believe.
I had a chance to broadcast a couple of his games filling in for the great Anthony Passarelli his freshman year. And he was intriguing then, but obviously he wasn't the player he was his junior year when he averaged 18 a game. And he's got some shake to him. There are a couple of highlights he had this year where he dropped Chet Holmgren, like just shook him out of his shoes, fell to the floor, and it's like, whoa, okay, this guy's really got something. And then in the combine, the last game of the combine, I think he was like 8 of 9 or 7 of 8 from the field, just absolutely dominated. You know, like a lot of guys sat out the combine games, but he was, and like one reason why he rose up, I think, is because he actually played at the combine. And hopefully this is a signal to other guys that, hey, let's be competitive. If we're going to be at the combine, let's play in some games. I don't like the whole sitting out thing. That's just me, but I'm not a high prospect trying to protect millions of dollars. So maybe I'd have a different perspective, but yeah, I mean, with the 7'2" wingspan, you got to love the defensive versatility there. And also, he was second in the combine in the standing vert, like 33.5 inches. So the athleticism's there for sure. He was considered, kind of a late invite to the green room. So that's like, early 20s pick, and now he shot up to number 12. So I think it was Ryan who mentioned it, and forgive me if I have the attribution wrong, but yeah, just a monster riser in the pre-draft process.
That's what a good agent can do for you.
Yeah, Bill Duffy.
Exactly. Bill Duffy, 3-year starter at Santa Clara. Both his parents served in the Air Force, and what I love is just the improvement, because when you don't improve in basketball without putting up the reps. And the guy went from 27% to 40% as a perimeter shooter his junior year. So we saw, this is a kid who played point guard, had a late high school growth spurt. I think that's a great pick. I really do. He was one of the fastest risers in the entire draft. In fact, there's two Jalen Williams in this draft, and I was, at the beginning, I was thinking maybe the Warriors get Jalen Williams from Santa Clara at 28, and Jalen Williams from Arkansas late in the second round, and they'd have two Jalen Williamses. We wouldn't, we didn't want to see that, wish that on Kerr, but I think both those guys are going to play in the league. Donates $5 here and says, how difficult will it be to replace Kevon Looney's production with a combination of James Wiseman, a pick, and a free agent? Seems like we might lose a loon dog.
We don't know that. We don't know that. All right.
You don't know, but Kerr said, hey, look, Looney's getting paid, and hopefully it will be here. But I think the first, to me, when he said that, it sounds like he's come to the grips with the idea that Looney's price is, he played himself off the roster because they're not going to make that level of a commitment, most likely. I don't think to him.
I'm going to push back a little bit just because when you look at the landscape of these teams and cap space, there isn't a lot of it. So even if Looney has earned, let's say, like a $15 million a year contract, which he's not going to get, by the way, it would be probably like more like 9 or 10. There just are not a lot of teams out there that can offer that. And the Warriors have earned so much money this postseason. We're talking hundreds of millions just from this run that they can afford it.
What's your cutoff point? Because I've heard like million. 2 years, 25 million.
Oh, for Looney, three or 30. It wouldn't surprise me if they gave him like a $3 or $30 million deal.
So let's say he gets a 2 year, $25 million offer. Do you let him walk? Do you go to that? Do you go 12 million per year for Kevon Looney? But let's just say, okay, for the sake of the conversation, for the sake of the person who just donated them $5, if Looney is not part of the equation, because it's definitely a possibility, and you got James Wiseman, well, what would you like to do? There's JaVale McGee. There's any number of free agents. Do you bring McGee back? That one to me makes sense. Do you look into round 2? The one beauty of this draft being in 2022 is several of the guys that they need at the pivot probably are going to be available when they pick a couple times in the second round. Is there a second round center that you think could be a perfect fit or could slide and fall in their lap? Anybody have a thought on that?
Amadou Sal.
Who? I've heard that. Yes, UC Santa Barbara guy, right?
Sal from Santa Barbara, 6'9", 7'1" wingspan, big body. Actually played at Prolific Prep. Played for the Oakland Soldiers AAU program. Kind of fits that same model of Looney. Really long, agile, can defend. Just get in a lot of dirty spots. One of those guys you could take in the 50s. The other guy that I might look at, if I could, would be Travion Williams from Purdue. A big, burly, big body.
That's a guy I like a lot as well.
But the guy I really want, if I was drafting one, is Kenny Lofton Jr.
Ooh.
Really? Now he's about 6'7". What does he go, about 310? He's a big boy.
No, different Kenneth Lofton.
You forgot. Okay. All right, sorry.
Yeah.
He is an absolute animal. He understands how.
He's a rebounding machine.
Part of that tweener group. Think of guys like Grant Williams, those guys with the big, strong bodies that can play the 4 and play undersized 5, but they have a high IQ. You get him on your nutrition program in the weight room. He actually can score from all 3 levels, which is incredibly interesting for a guy that size, and he's got really long arms.
He looked great in Chicago, Kev, on the in the scrimmages. I don't know about the workouts, but in the scrimmages, he's got an uncanny ability on the glass, and that stuff can't be coached.
Yeah, and just to indulge the $5 payment, there are some decent free agents out there. You did mention obviously JaVale McGee, but there's Robin Lopez, whose name's been linked to the Warriors for years.
I'm a big Robin Lopez guy.
Yeah, he's unrestricted. Serge Ibaka is an unrestricted free agent.
Serge would give him a 3-point shooter.
He would, yeah. Zubac from the Clippers is an unrestricted free agent. Actually, I don't know if he's unrestricted, but he could be made available. So Dwight Howard is out there as well, unrestricted. So there's quite a few names out there, even like Hassan Whiteside, who can get rebounds for you, play defense. But I don't think the Warriors want to lose Looney. I really don't know
No,
they
well,
win a
they clearly
championship
love
without
him. I mean, Kerr, I say this. I've had enough conversations with Kerr in the last couple of years to say that Kerr legitimately loves Kevon Looney and believes he's far more valuable than, let's just say, the average NBA executive probably feels about Kevon Looney. And I think that group of guys feels good about Looney. But what do you think, Kev? We're getting this one, hell of this, hell of that. In the chat says at 28, Christian Coloco would be a good James Wiseman insurance plan. He could definitely catch the lob and run the floor. Do you guys like Coloco?
I do like Coloco. I do want to return to that question, though. Like, I would rather, to Haha's question, because, I mean, I would rather, in this doomsday scenario that Kevon Looney is not on the Golden State Warriors, I don't think you can replace him with a rookie. Like,
Agreed.
He needs to be replaced with a veteran big. And so, like, a JaVale McGee would certainly work. A Robin Lopez. I was a manager for the Stanford basketball team when Robin was there. He's a year younger than me, so I'm a big Robin Lopez guy. But yeah, I mean, it's just like Looney. It took him 3 to 4 years before he was a meaningful contributor to Golden State, and you can't expect the number 51 or number 55 or even number 28 pick. You saw, Jordan Poole needed a couple of years this season to like be like a key piece on a championship contender straight away. And to the thought that the Warriors might be priced out, like that could happen. I think we all thought that was going to happen in 2019 too. And the Warriors get him at 3 for 15, and like that was kind of like one of those underrated signings. Like the league missed the boat on Kevon Looney 3 years ago, and his value is more important to the Warriors than it would be for other teams. I've seen. True. I think I read what Connor Letourneau's article was saying. The capologist saying he's going to get like anywhere from $6 to $8 million a year potentially. I don't know.
Really, that's
maybe
it.
That goes up to 10 million.
I talked to Connor about that, Kevin. I talked to him about that, and like that was before the playoffs. I had to let him know, like, dude, you got to update that because his value skyrocketed.
I felt like I just read it in a recent article from him too.
Yeah,
I 10, I think, is appropriate. He's a $10 million guy.
I'd give him 10.
Anything above that, I think it gets a little crazy. But the Warriors can afford to pay him $10 million a year.
Also, I think that the league's maybe caught on to the fact that, you take these guys from the Warriors system that, look like they're players in the playoffs, and you get them out of there. And you got your Festus Azelis of the world who got a massive contract. I mean, Alfonso McKinney, I don't know where that guy is. No offense, Kevin.
Hey, guys, by the way, just to jump in on the draft, Charlotte Hornets, who have obviously LaMelo Ball, Terry Rozier, they got Gordon Hayward, they got Miles Bridges. They just went for Memphis's Jalen Duran, who's maybe had one of the quickest second jumps in this draft class. He's an incredible offensive rebounding force. This guy's got an incredible body for the game. 6'11", 250.
Okay, great.
And he's got the little jump hook. He's got a developing offensive game. What do you think of that one? LaMelo's going to be throwing the lob, and he's going to be throwing it to Durant.
It's going to be a long ways, though, to their G League franchise, Jim, because, I mean, he is only an 18-year-old, and it's going to be tough for him to take minutes early on. He's a tremendous prospect, but you still got to find a way to get to the floor.
I think it's a great pick because one skill that translates at every level is rebounding. This guy is a physical, aggressive rebounder. Worst case scenario, he's going to do that next year. The offense is going to come over time. But I think this is an excellent pick by Charlotte.
Yeah, he already would walk into the league and be one of the bigger, stronger guys. Also, I gotta say, just as a UC Santa Barbara guy, I like the Amadou. I like throwing him out there. Are we talking a little Gabe Vincent path, maybe? Soldiers to UCSB to slept on in the draft.
Hey guys, one other thing that needs to be mentioned here is that the Cavs are quietly assembling. It's a team that may rival any in the East. I mean, you got Jared Allen, you got Evan Mobley, they still have a Coro. You still got Colin Sexton. I don't know where he's going to go, but you got Karis LeVert and you got Darius Garland. That's a really good team right there. And they just drafted a guy who played 4 years for Bill Self, Okai Agbaji, who got hot in the NCAA tournament, was fantastic. It's a 4-year starter, strong on the ball defensively. There's more fluid or liquid guys with the ball in their hands, but man, Agbaji was properly schooled at Kansas, and he looks ready to step in and contribute. I like that pick for Cleveland, and I think he's going to play well there.
Yeah,
anybody have a thought on Agbaji?
Yeah, I like Agbaji. ESPN showing the graphic, just the incremental improvement on his scoring and his 3-point shooting percentage. Got it from 31% as a freshman to 41% as a senior. I've read reports, scouting reports, kind of compare him to a Desmond Bain kind of player, a guy who is a late first-round pick who really kind of sprung onto the scene this year. But yeah, I mean, the athleticism there. He had a top 5 max vert at the combine at 39 inches. So that's
some
really
of those
solid.
hoops he caught in the tournament.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of Jimmy Jackson.
Okay.
Going back a few years, you guys like Agbaji. You don't see 4-year starters. Generally, if a guy's played 4 years in major college basketball, they're like, there's all kinds of, people that we found all the warts, right? But this kid steadily got better.
One of the things you find with kids that go to Kansas, having been to Fog Island, they become professionals when they first step on campus. I mean, they're getting media training. They're dealing with nutrition. They're teaching them things. They did a deal, an NIL deal, where they literally did a team deal and went barnstorming through all the little towns in Kansas, showing off their national championship trophy to make money. They understand how to develop guys, and you have to give the GM of the Cavaliers credit, who's at Mike Gansey. They're building a nice Eastern Conference team. They're going to be a problem for people. They're kind of coming like Boston did a few years ago, where they're assembling a good group of guys with high character, good backgrounds. One of the things we're seeing a lot more are guys who come with a basketball pedigree, meaning their parent played, their parent coached. There's somebody in their lineage who's been very high up in basketball, and they're getting better tutelage.
What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about Christian Braun? Speaking of Kansas, because his stock skyrocketed, and I'm seeing his name linked to the Warriors. I would not mind that. Someone with that experience could contribute sooner than later. But I
didn't love him in Chicago. I saw him in the scrimmages. I mean, I decent perimeter shooter, but I don't see. To me, there's guys with better percentages who are more athletic, who are better defenders. I see him as a guy who's not going to get drafted or a late round 2 guy. They have 2 late round 2 picks, so maybe in one of those picks. But I just think there's better guys on the board. I'm shocked that the guy we talked about before from Duke is still on the board. Right? Is that
Mark Williams?
No, Williams is still on the board. But we were talking about AJ Griffin. Yeah, we were talking about Griffin's still on the board. Is he not?
Yeah, injury stuff.
I believe Charlotte picks again right here.
Well, okay, look at what you put up. The Pistons are trading for
Pistons are acquiring Jalen Duren.
So that might put the because there was a lot of thoughts that they were going to be the one that were going to sign, or at least sign an offer sheet for DeAndre Ayton and force Phoenix's hand. But maybe that's the move.
And Kemba Walker's going to Detroit.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
That's from Shams. Yeah, that's.
I don't know if I like that. You can take the ball out of Cade Cunningham's hands to put it in Kemba's hands until Kemba's knee goes out.
But bring a veteran in. Kemba's career might be over, folks.
Yeah,
Kemba might just be about.
I hope not.
Kemba may be about moving money around, is what Frank's saying.
That might be a paperwork side.
Well, what did they get for that in compensation? Did they get a first rounder?
They got a 2K NBA 2K game.
Yeah, I'm only seeing the Pistons side of this trade.
I like the move just in the sense that the Pistons are such a young team. You got to bring a veteran or two in who could, especially for Cade, just a backup point guard that can teach him some tricks that they haven't had before. So I like the move. I could see that working out.
It's hard for the Pistons have won the draft.
They got Ivy and they got Duren. I mean, come on, man.
Frank.
With Cunningham. With Isaiah, with the kid from Villanova. I mean, come on.
With Bay, Sadiq Bay.
Pistons definitely win. Definitely winners so far.
I like Bagley too.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Now,
Yeah, we'll see.
Travis Schlenk is on the. Oh wait, the Hornets just went with Mark Williams from Duke.
Okay.
That's an interesting pick as well. This kid does nothing but run the floor, block shots. I think he's got an absolutely ready-made NBA body. It's a basketball family. He's a great kid. I think that's a terrific pick. I mean, for Charlotte. Now, I was saying before Duren catching the alley-oop, but now it's really going to be LaMelo to Mark Williams. What do you guys think of that combo?
Well, first of all, for Michael to draft a guy who played for Duke, that tells you he must really like the guy.
Yeah, that's a great pick. I think he has a lot more to prove, or a lot more to show than he showed at Duke, just because they had so much talent. But I mean, I think he's going to be a guy that's going to be shooting threes in 2 years.
All right, guys, we talked before. Nick J here says, any capologists on the panel? Can anybody explain the luxury tax and how it affects Looney, GP2?
Yeah. I can help you with that.
Jr. Are there base deals multiplied each season? That gets a little complex. But what is the viability side that they could actually emerge from this offseason signing GP2 and Looney and Porter, or does Porter have to come back again at the minimum?
No. Look, the Warriors that have the Eddie DeBartolo of NBA owners were clearly the envy of the world for that, and it makes me happy every time I think about it. The Warriors can feasibly sign all three of them. They have bird rights for Looney. So in theory, they could offer whatever they want. It's just how much they want to spend personally. With Gary Payton II, you have two options, either the mid-level, which I've seen a lot of weird numbers out there. We don't know for sure what that's going to be yet. Could be $7 million, could be as high as $10 million. Whatever that number is, the Warriors can either offer that to Gary Payton II, or they have what's called as early bird rights, where they have to offer a contract anywhere from 2 to 4 years guaranteed at 105% of the average player's salary in the NBA last season, which translates to about $10 million. That figure I don't think is finalized yet either. So realistically, I think if you keep Gary Payton II, you're going to have to offer him a 4-year, $40 million contract, approximately. That number could be off by $1 million here or there. But you could do it. It's just whether or not Gary Payton II would be okay accepting that. And who knows if someone out there offers him a 4-year, $60 million deal.
Let me back up for a second. Let's think about who Gary Payton II is for the Warriors and who Gary Payton II would be for other franchises.
Fair. That's a fair point. Absolutely.
His value is very unique to certain franchises, i.e. franchises that want to take the Warriors down, meaning they're a competitor, or someone who plays a very smart system of basketball. Because GP2 has a very high basketball IQ. People do not talk about that. Having said that, that does not mean that everybody wants a player that fits that type of model. So it's going to be very interesting in terms of the other offers that he's going to get. And does he want to be in those environments? Are they going to be conducive? Because they can be conducive to a payday, but not conducive to him having a great experience. And everybody has to balance that for themselves.
You're absolutely right, Carl. And that's why I'm confident. And Gary sounds like he wants to stay. So I'm confident that's going to work out. And so that still leaves for Otto Porter Jr. In a perfect world, you then offer Otto Porter Jr. the mid-level exception. If he's getting higher offers, I know the Lakers are interested in him. But again, the beauty of the Lakers and most of these other teams is they don't have space either. So it's not like they can come in and like swoop one of the Warriors players with more money. The Warriors can match anything a team like the Lakers throws out there. There's only, again, 4 teams that can throw big money. Most teams are not that far under the cap. Detroit is one of the few. And again, I don't think they're going to go after any of the Warriors players. So they could do it. They could get all 3 of those players back. It's just whether or not, Lacob is willing to spend the money. And all indications are he will. And I'm saying optimistic there. And then, of course, it's whether or not Looney and these other 2 players want to come back. But that also seems like a safe bet, too. So I'm feeling good. Right now, I'm feeling good about potentially all 3 of those players coming back, because I really do believe if the Warriors run it back with this full team, with the development of those young players in years 2 and 3 and 4, dude, they could blow the competition away and easily repeat as world champions.
Let me just say this about Christian Braun. I like Christian Braun. I think in the late first round, early second, I like him. I think he's going to develop into a solid NBA player.
AJ Griffin.
The Atlanta Hawks are on the board, and they are taking AJ Griffin. this is a phenomenal pick by Travis Schlenk. I think Schlenk is a really good young GM. I mean, this team is underachieved. There's way too much talent on this team for their record. I mean, Capella, Collins, DeAndre Hunter, Kevin Herter, Trae Young, obviously. And you got Bogdanovich, you got Gallinari, you got a Kongwu. I mean, this team is stacked. They really are. And this is a phenomenal pick, I think. It's the Atlanta Hawks are, I'm a little partial to Travis Schlenk, but I don't know why they haven't gotten more out of their cast to date. So is that on Travis? Is that on the head coach there? They've changed the coach there over the last couple of years.
They did make an Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
2 years ago,
they really pushed the Bucks.
But I mean, what happened this year? What happened to the Hawks this year? And what do you got? I mean, to me, this is one of the best picks of the entire first round at this point. Getting Griffin at 16, I thought this guy could have been a top 10 guy for sure. I love AJ Griffin's talent. I think his potential is huge. I mean, this guy is a really, really good offensive player, and he's got a tremendous build. I think he's gonna be a phenomenal NBA player and a durable, long-term NBA player. What do you guys think of Griffin's game?
I think he's going to be a starter, and I think he's going to be a starter sooner than later. And it's for the reasons that you are alluding to. This guy's dad is an assistant in the NBA. His brother played high-level basketball. He's going to come in with the right mentality. That's not about, look at all the social things I need to focus on. He really wants to play and he wants to achieve and do well. So, again, I mean, I'm disappointed that the Knicks didn't get this kid because he's a top 10 pick to me. He's already a two-way player. Wow. He's going to help this team. And, I think it's an excellent pick.
I mean, he disappeared, Frank, against Carolina in the tourney. There's no question. But he shot 45% from the arc. Now, the only thing I don't like about Griffin is that he didn't do a lot for his teammates. I mean, like, he's a shooter. He's a scorer. Right. I don't know that he makes anybody better. But
Larry, those things are important.
Is incredible.
Those are vitally important variables for a young player.
But you're talking about 6'6". Yeah, but you're talking about maybe physically one of the most gifted players in the entire draft, and you're getting him at 16.
I mean, they had a guy like that in Cam Reddish.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you look at their roster, I like the pick, but it's like you have to move. They are the perfect team for like a trade 3 players for one much better player, because listen to all these guys.
They're deep.
Bogdanovich, Gallinari, Herter, Hunter, Jalen Johnson, now AJ Griffin, Okongwu, Capella, John Collins, Trae Young, Kevin Knox. It's just a lot of guys. Jalen, there's just a lot of guys.
I'm a little different than Frank on AJ. I'm not as big on him. I do think he has a tremendous amount of talent. I don't think he's going to end up playing much. I don't think he's better than Herter. I don't think he's better than DeAndre Hunter. It's going to be interesting what happens with Jalen Johnson, because we were saying similar things about Jalen Johnson this time last year. So he's going to have to show a little bit more fire in his game, a little bit more dirt. His dad was a tremendous player. He was a minor league guy who fought his way into his job. And we saw Jalen Brunson do that, where his dad was kind of the minor league guy, and he fought his way into being a player. I think AJ's progression is going to be slower because he's going to have to take it, because Travis has built a culture where there's going to be accountability. And trust me, I will guarantee you they are absolutely unsatisfied with just making the play-in.
The onus is on Nate McMillan to get the job done. That's one of the most attractive jobs in the NBA. Yes. Nate got paid this year. I mean, the players kind of fell asleep. They kind of rallied late in the second half of the season. But from the onset, even during the summer league, Travis and the ownership is going to Grant Hill. They're going to be looking for intensity on the court. And I would disagree. I think AJ Griffith is going to show people that he's much more than was on display at Duke. So, it'd be interesting to watch this whole thing play out.
To defend the Hawks a little bit with respect to 43 and 39 this year. Now, I don't think they were a top 6 team in the East necessarily, but they were probably more COVID rattled than any team in the NBA. They had 26 players under contract at one point this year, just with 10 or 11 hardship 10 days, and then those hardship 10 days would get COVID, so they need to get another hardship 10 day. And so like basically December and January were just a total crapshoot for the Atlanta Hawks, and I think that kind of torpedoed the record this year. But like it was mentioned, they did kind of come back around late, started playing some pretty good ball. With respect to AJ Griffin, I think the one concern you'd have, and this was brought up earlier, is the injury concerns that he had in high school. It was a knee his junior year, an ankle his senior year, and then he had to have knee surgery before he got to Duke. So you wonder like how much that athleticism could come back. But I mean, Larry, you mentioned it, 45% from three is tough to just completely put aside. And yeah, maybe the lateral quickness isn't there because of those injuries, and he averaged 1 assist per game, and that's not great. But he is an elite shooter right off the jump.
We'll give a donation here in the chat. Hell of this, hell of that. Donates $19.99. He says, appreciate every single one of you, men. Time is precious. Thank you all.
Larry, do we divide that by 6? How does that work?
Yeah, exactly. I'll cut you all an individual check.
Gallon of gas.
That goes to the Larry Krueger Maui Retirement Fund.
By the way, Larry.
Yes.
We do, since we're about halfway through, we do need to do a drip check.
Yeah, we can. We do have. We can take a break. If you guys want to take a break for a minute, we can play some commercials.
No, Larry. I know you live in the suburbs, so I'm gonna take you to the inner city. Your drip is what you're wearing.
Look at that.
I mean, Carl, we have been doing this for a long time, man. I could believe either way. So.
That's right. I'm not exactly sitting here with my immaculate drip. I've got my Callaway golf shirt.
No. For the players.
Oh yeah, well,
not us.
Watching who's got the.
Yeah, actually, you know,
I thought you were going to call out all of our fashion sense.
My favorite suit last year was somebody had a red suit with pinstripes. So if any suit stands out, but but we do appreciate the donation. Hell of this, hell of that. Thank you for the $19.99.
Appreciate you.
Exactly. This is kind of interesting. The great Dan Coccimilgio is one of our good friends. He said, according to Woj, the Rockets are focused on LSU's Tari Eason at 17. This is the kid from Seattle, 6'8", 215, turns the ball over. I mean, LSU's got a bad program, and they dole out minutes there just for no reason at all.
They dole out other things too.
Yeah, exactly. This guy was a standout on the defensive end. I mean, this guy's a shot blocker. He's going to steal the basketball. He's got great anticipation. He's an instinctive player who can get in the passing lanes and wreak havoc. So I like the athleticism of Eason here. What do you guys think? Have you seen Tari Eason from LSU? 6'8", 215, high-level defender for sure.
He's a specimen. He fits that model of a guy that you can look at and say, you could see him down the line in 2 years becoming a consistent rotational player.
Dalen Terry off the board.
He's going to go 18.
Wow, that's early for Terry. That's early. Let me throw it to you this way, guys. What is your dream scenario for the night for Golden State? And why don't we start? We'll start on the bottom with Kev, and we'll work our way around Cy, Carl, Frank, and Rye. Dream scenario at the end of the night, Golden State does what in Kevin Dana's dream scenario? The man who's probably got a pipeline to Lakeup.
Yeah, that's a good question, because there's 3 or 4 guys that I like at 28, and there are 3 or 4 guys even more at 51 to 55. Another guy in the second round that I would like is Jabari Walker, a heck of a rebounder, can shoot it. Had a really good game against Arizona. So I mean, if they took one of my guys at each of those spots, I mean, if a Marjon Beauchamp found his way to 28, or unfortunately not Dalen Terry anymore, but we were talking Christian Braun earlier. I like Christian a lot. Jovic would be interesting for sure. EJ Liddell. I don't know. There's so many guys that I don't know. I have all these scouting reports on dudes, but it's not like I watched everyone play 10 times or anything.
Let me ask you about Beauchamp, because I think he's really interesting. I mean, he's 6'7", he's athletic, he's entertaining, man. If you it's cost a lot. I went to a Warrior game this year. I bought 3 beers, 3 tall boys, guys, and it was like $52. I want to be entertained. Beauchamp is entertaining. He's an athlete. He gets up and down. You saw him in the G League. What did you think of him?
Yeah, I mean, he's really good at the rim offensively. He's 74% at the rim, which is an elite number. The G League average is like 59%. The three isn't there right now, 27%, but it's the length. 6'6" with a 7-foot wingspan. Really played. So this is a guy who, like, at lower levels was a big-time scorer, but in the G League, he turned himself into kind of like a nuts and bolts, do-it-all kind of player, like kind of a gritty Juan Toscano Anderson type with respect to like the things, the intangibles he brought. A great steal and a half per game, and he has a heck of a story. Like, this guy tried to do the Chameleon BX program, which is run by Frank Matrosano, who is like the trainer for Blake Griffin, like known for doing some unorthodox training methods. And he tried to set up this program, and then the pandemic hit. And so then he had to go to the JUCO route. And he averaged like 30 a game at Yakima Valley College. And he had been recruited by USC. And when Jason Hart was the assistant coach there, so then when he becomes the Ignite coach, there's that connection. He was able to go the G League Ignite route. He was completely off draft boards, and then he turned himself into a potential first-round pick. So that's kind of the story on Marjon Beauchamp, and I was impressed with him. And even though he wasn't, the scouting reports don't talk about his scoring first now, he still averaged 15 a game for Ignite. So it wasn't like he was a complete nothing on offense. This is a really solid number.
When you see
what's that noise? Is that me? Is that you guys?
When you see Beauchamp up live and in person, he was at the workout that I went to. He's just smooth, man. He's represented by Clutch Sports Group. My guy Calvin Andrews represents him. He's really gentle and sweet, but when he plays, he's very competitive. I think he fits that model today of the 3-and-D wing. I think over time, like Kevin said, he could expand his game over time. The guy that I would compare him to is Zaire Williams, who went to Stanford, who went to Memphis.
Look, he looked good against the Warriors in that second round, I thought.
He did.
Oh, he looked beautiful. And that's exactly what Marjon could become, that same type of piece. But for me, I want the Warriors' first-round pick to be living somewhere in Europe because they don't need him. They don't need the salary slot. They need somebody that's stashed for the future. And then to pick up a couple of guys in the second round, maybe somebody like Trevor Keel from Duke, who's kind of one of those sleeper guys.
Trevor Keels.
He's kind of a grinder, kind of that Lou Dort type. You've got guys like that.
Very strong player.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that you want to get because they're going to go in the mud. And then the other guy, of course, would be Christian Braun is nice, but I don't know if he's going to be a highly productive player, but he could be a good roster filler. But I also like a guy that I know Red's going to talk to, so I can pass it to him. Andrew from Gonzaga.
Oh, Nemhard.
Oh, Nemhard. Yes.
I mean,
Frank, who's your ideal? What's your ideal scenario for Golden State?
As a coach and as a learned player myself, I like guys who make other players better. So I look at Jalen Williams. I mean, he might not be on the board.
Arkansas big man.
I'm jumping all over him. And at the same time, Wendell Moore. I mean, I watched this guy do everything that Coach K wanted him to do. When you got shooters like Curry, Clay, and all the other scores that the Warriors have, he's a guy who doesn't have to score to contribute. I already know he's a defensive player. He's a strong body. He's coachable. So those are two guys I like. I also like Christian Braun. I'm also somewhat intrigued by Caleb Houston. I watched his high school film. He never really felt right at Michigan. I wish he had gone back next year, but this guy's a prototype wing. If you can get a guy like that late in the first or even in the second round, he's somebody else who I would look at also. Because I think the Warriors culture would elevate his ascension to the professional level.
How about you, Cy? You got anybody you're looking for, Cy?
one player that, again, and this was hyped a lot. The Warriors not only made a visit to see him, they also did an interview with him. And who knows if it's a decoy or real. If it's real, from all the videos I've seen, everything I've read about him, EJ Liddell to me would be a fantastic pick for the Warriors. He could literally, despite being 6'7", could play center for you. Shot 38% from three. I would love for a guy like him to come in and have Draymond Green groom him as a successor. At the same time, because some of the teams that were projected to pick him did not. So there's actually now a possibility he could fall to number 28 to the Golden State Warriors. I would love that. But I also wouldn't mind the Warriors trading it. I just don't see any need, and this is just piggybacking off the talk about getting a player from Europe, Carl, or something like that. Like the Warriors have no need for a rookie on that roster right now. They're just so if they trade the pick, I'm perfectly happy with that too, because you could stock if you get a first round pick, let's say 3 years from now, when it's probably more needed. I'm all for that as well.
I'd rather have Quindary Witherspoon than pick a guy who's going to also end up in the G League, because
I love
that.
Love him.
Yes.
Wow, Kevin, can I ask Kevin about that here real quick? Like,
wait.
Quindary Witherspoon breakdown.
Wait.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, so we were talking about European guys that may be available for the Warriors at 28. Shockingly, LaRavia, or is it Lavaria? LaRavia just went to the Timberwolves before Jovic. 19.
Wow. Wake Forest guy.
Wow, he can play, man. He can play.
I'll tell you, the guy that I love and I think that people are sleeping on is Gabe Brown from Michigan State, 6'8", 215, okay? This guy's pursuing his master's. He's already got his degree in 3 years, academic, all Big Ten, incredibly motivated. He lost his father at 16. He wears 44 to honor him. His dad had a stroke, but this kid is an incredible talent. He's a defender with length. He averaged 11 a game this year, 4-year player, so he's a little on the older side, but can guard ones, twos, threes, and fours. He was Michigan State's team captain. He models his game after Cam Johnson of the Phoenix Suns. You're talking about a guy who's a 40% three-point shooter in the Big Ten, averaged over the last 2 years. He's a leader who gets other guys to go. He's got tremendous work ethic. He's a 92% foul shooter. To me, that's a guy, and he's got length and he can run the floor. And he's a great kid. I asked Larry Harris about him in a podcast that I did with him, and he said, yeah, we had him in. And he's a great kid. So to me, that's the name I'm looking for at the end of the second round. I also think the St. John's kid, who's not really an NBA body, he's intriguing. But I'll say this, after listening to Carl and after watching all of that Chicago Combine, man, the Lofton's kid has got a lot of bad weight on him, but what he has cannot be taught. And there's something really magical about Lofton. He pulls boards at a crazy rate. He knows how to play. He really knows how to play. And if he kind of reminds me of a different skill version of Victor Alexander, who came into the NBA with some bad weight, but Big Vic could play. And eventually, he gave the Warriors some really good years, I thought.
What happened to him?
I don't know what happened to him, but he was a very skilled guy. This guy's not quite as tall as that, but man, he probably is about 280. But, he pulls every board. He plays with this enthusiasm. He'd become an instant fan favorite. And I really think he'll do the work on his body to get there. I really do. I think that's a great pick if they can get Lofton.
The grit coaches. Oh my God! Damn,
I was going to say it, but I didn't want to interrupt Larry.
Wow!
And talk about maybe taking the mantle from the Spurs. There's a team that when they draft a guy,
Grizzlies,
to be like, whoa.
Minnesota with Anthony Edwards and Cat. To me, I know a lot of people don't think of them as a contender or a challenger for Golden State. They're, to me, the scary team to watch because Edwards and Cat are so good.
Yeah.
Well, now they have 22 and 28.
Okay, let me give you a name. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Ron Harper Jr. This is a guy.
Intriguing second round.
This is a guy who talk about bad weight, but you know what though? I watched him for several years at Rutgers. This guy is a fluid offensive player that's not going to be afraid of the moment. I mean, he kind of reminds me of Draymond. He's a little chubby. If he could lose 20 pounds, it would change his life. That kid can play, man. Ron Harper Jr.
I'll
so
check
Ron
him
Harper
out.
and Scottie Pippen Jr. are both in this draft. That's
I like
interesting.
Scottie Pippen Jr. I think he's a heck of a G League player.
Yes,
Or will be.
He's one of those guys. When you watch him practice or work out, he would not impress you at all. But then you watch them when they start playing, and you just keep going, wow. He was in that same workout that I saw down in at Santa Monica. And, the first 5 or 6 possessions, you really didn't notice him much. And somebody said, oh, that's Scotty's son. And I'm like, wow, he's a pretty good player at Vanderbilt. I haven't seen much. And then he just began to dominate. His floor management skills are excellent.
Frank, I know you're a little partial to New York guys from playing at Fordham, and I haven't had a chance to talk to Mully, but I'd love to have Mully's thoughts on Champagnie. His brother, Justin, plays for the Raptors. His brother is probably a better athlete, but this Julian is the better shooter. And I don't want to compare anybody to Clay because Clay is Clay, but there is a beautiful release, a buttery release from Champagnie. He's a mid-range marksman at this point. And I just think that you're going to look at a 40-90 guy, 40 from beyond the arc, 90 at the foul line. And on this Golden State team, I mean, this kid carried St. John's. We're talking about 18 a game. They didn't have a lot, and there was some pressure on him playing in the Garden night after night. And when he cuts inside and finds a little space he's not an elite athlete, but he's 6'8", 215, and maybe he can play the 2, the 3. He might even be like a small ball 4, but this guy can flat out shoot it and has ice water in his veins and a beautiful stroke that he can repeat. Frank, give me your thought on Champagnie. You saw St. John's.
Yeah, he definitely has a chance. And I also, respect his coach. And yesterday I was listening to a radio interview in which Fran Fischella talked glowingly about him. So that means a lot because Fran is usually pretty good in terms of talent evaluation. The fact that his brother made the Toronto Raptors helps him because I think it speaks to what's inside that DNA. I mean, for somebody 6'8" that can shoot from the perimeter consistently, usually there's a home for you in the NBA. So that's a great call, Larry. It'd be interesting to see if he gets drafted. If he doesn't, he's certainly going to be a valued signee by a NBA team. So he might work for the Warriors depending upon if he gets drafted or not. But yeah, he has a chance, definitely.
Kevin, I had asked earlier. Can you talk a little bit about when you get a chance to go and watch guys working out in the G League?
Yeah.
What do you tend to see the coaches having these guys who we talk about their myriad of skills, but we know to get to the NBA, there's certain boxes that they need to fit in. What do you normally notice guys are doing? What are they working on?
Look, Carl, I think the one thing that sticks out to when I'm thinking back about when I was a manager in college and now to watching a G League practice is that there is a lot more time dedicated to individual skill work, to individual shooting, to individual ball handling. And there is a lot of skill development and refining and crafting because this is a development league. It's not called the D League anymore, but the D stands for development. And whereas more of a college practice, at least the ones I worked, there was some of that, but it was a lot more team concepts and that kind of thing. Whereas a G League practice, you'll go over some scouting report stuff, but not nearly as in depth as you would at the collegiate level, because it was a lot of kind of skill work, a lot of there'd be some 5-on-0 stuff, and you're also playing more games because it's 50 games as opposed to 30-ish, and so there are more G League practices than NBA practices, but it's not like a college where a coach is going to run you into the ground for 3 hours. And there's also a lot expected of you outside of that practice. Practice ends, and that doesn't mean that your work ends, right? Then that's where you also see even more skill development, even more shooting games, that kind of thing. So yeah, there, and when guys get assigned, it's all right, we want this guy to work on X, Y, and Z when he's in the G League. And I remember one guy in particular, a guy that was sent to the Bakersfield Jam, where it's like, we want this guy to be a point guard. Like, a guy scored 17 points, but had 2 assists in the game or 3 assists. It's like, he didn't really do his job. He scored, but he didn't do what he was there to do. And, a guy like that, I mean, that guy's not playing in the NBA anymore. And he was an athletic dude. I'm not trying to throw the guy under the bus, but like, there are reasons you can see why like guys work out or why they don't. And like, you can see a professional approach to the G League does tend to go a long way for a guy who already has that NBA talent, who isn't a signee or a two-way contract. If they have that professional mindset and they get what they need to out of the G League, it's going to take them a long way.
Spurs, by the way, just went with Malachi Branham, who played high school ball, and he's an Akron kid who played at St. Mary's, St. Vincent, same as or St. Vincent, St. Mary, the same as LeBron. Yep. I like this kid. I saw him go for 35 against Nebraska in January, and he looked really, really good. Good vertical, long arms, 3-level scorer. This guy can create. They say they compare him to Chris Middleton. He goes to San Antonio. I got to get your thoughts, since you saw James Wiseman kind of ramping up, and then we never got a chance to see him. 2 guys I get your thoughts on. What did you think of Wiseman when he started to build that momentum in the G League right before they shut him down? How will you think he was looking? And also, I really like Quindary Weatherspoon quite a bit, and I just think that he's got so much athleticism. This kid runs and jumps. He's got this unbelievable infectious energy, and I just love his hustle. I love his rebounding. Give me your thoughts on those 2 thoughts.
Yeah, so James Wiseman, if you take a look at the statistical output, like he played 21 minutes a game, and he averaged more than 17 points and close to 10 rebounds. So like that shows you right there, like he was pretty dominant against the G League competition. Now, it would take him a little while to get going. I mean, obviously, he played 3 games and he hadn't played in, 11 months. And so there was some rust, but he would always tend to get into an offensive rhythm late. Like he would get off to a slow start offensively. He'd start 1 of 6 and then hit 5 of his next 6 kind of thing. And he'd really get into a nice flow. I mean, the body looks better for sure. Like you could tell it in his individual workouts. Like he put on, a good at least 10 to 15 pounds in muscle. And so that was something that really, is going to help him going forward. And all right, kind of a PR Kevin alert here, I guess. Is this going to sound like a company line? And I'm not below a company line here and there. But like, I do think like we look back on Wiseman's rookie year and we just say, some people look at the advanced numbers like he was like a total miss. And I'm like, well, he averaged 11 points and 6 rebounds.
Exactly.
Like, without
12,
really
12.
knowing.
They were just worse with him on the floor. That's what everybody looks at.
They were worse with him on the floor. The net rating was not good. That is
not his fault, honestly. Throwing him in as a starter right off the bat with no training camp, and I mean, the guy maybe the best highlights of any of the rookies, including if you just took his top 7 highlights. I mean, how many times it would be like every other game you'd have some shocking play that you had to tune in for, like you block and then go full Giannis and take it the full length of the court and jam on someone.
That plus minus number drastically shifted right before he got injured. Like all of a sudden,
starting to get it.
Yeah, he was. There's reason to be optimistic about him.
I mean, I don't think you throw dirt on the grave of a 21-year-old player who has the kind of talent that he does. So I'm still very high on Wiseman. With respect to Quindary Weatherspoon, this is kind of like the value of having a G League team close by. One of the reasons he got that initial 10-day during the Christmas time was because he guarded Klay Thompson to a level that Klay Thompson was like, "Oh, this guy's pretty good." He talked to Bob Myers, and when they had some COVID issues, like Quindary was a hardship 10-day guy because he guarded Klay. Now Klay, he had 35 points in 26 minutes, in the one of the scrimmages I went to. It wasn't like he wasn't a Ruben Patterson Kobe stopper or anything like that. But he made Klay work for it. And I remember, he missed a shot and Klay's like, man, that was some good, he actually said, man, that's good defense. I remember him saying that during the course of his scrimmage. And so Quindary showed that defensive capability. And he had played a couple years in the NBA before on a two-way contract with the San Antonio Spurs. And then when he got to the NBA with Golden State, I mean, he was a plug-and-play guy. Christmas Day, he had a really solid performance for them. And I think he is a kind of a 12th to 13th man. I think he is worthy of a full roster spot somewhere in the NBA. I think he's probably one of the best 400 players in the world. I'd be 30 times 13's 390. I think he's in that range for sure.
7 picks away, by the way, 7 picks away for Golden State. Denver's on the clock right now. The commissioner is about to announce their pick, or it sounds like there's a trade here. The Knicks are getting multiple ones. You guys are seeing that. The Thunder get the draft rights to Ousmane Dieng, the 11th pick. That's the proposed trade. But Denver's on the clock here, and there's talk about Christian Braun maybe going right here. We're going to see. He's going to announce it right here.
That's what
but the Warriors,
saying,
just a few picks away from Golden State. We'll take a look after this is announced who's the best available on the board, and we'll get your thoughts. Here we go. It is Christian Braun from Kansas, and he's in the stands.
Yes,
like a la Jordan Poole. He's in the stands. Okay, so we're 7 picks away from Golden State, and I'm going to read you their best available on the board, and you tell me any after you hear these names, who excites you. Ty Washington, Kentucky's point guard. Kennedy Chandler, who played point guard for the Vols. E.J. Liddell, Cy already said that, undersized power forward for the Buckeyes. Guy that I really like a lot is Blake Wesley, the guard for Notre Dame, who's might be more. They list him as a 2 guard. I think he might be a point guard. Walker Kessler from Auburn. Jaden Hardy played for the G League Ignite team. Marshawn Beauchamp, who also played for that exact team. Nikola Jovic. David Roddy, who's a player that I really think is underrated from Colorado State. He's a 6'5" power forward, but he shoots 44% from 3. Wendell Moore, Nembhard, Jalen Williams, Bryce McGowan's, Khalifa Diop. Go ahead. Is there somebody on the board that you think, man, if they fall, they got to get that guy?
Kessler just went off the board.
He's
Kessler's
going 22.
off the board. Yeah. Is there who listening to that list? Is it Jovic? Do you think? Carl has suggested that the draft and stash plan is the plan. I think Butler, just from the standpoint of highest upside. I mean, when you're Golden State, why would you not try to get a superstar? Right? Go for a superstar, and if you hit, you hit, and if you don't, nobody's even going to remember. This is the primo spot to swing for the fences. I think I would go John Butler on talent alone, but he's not ready to play, and he's not going to be ready to play this year. You're going to watch him, Kev, at Santa Cruz more than we're going to watch him at the Chase. But he might be the best player in a few years. So that's the guy I'm looking for. And when you hear that list, anybody jump off the page?
Jaden Hardy would be fun down in Santa Cruz.
He would be fun. He needs to become a more efficient scorer, which he started to do at the end of the season. He became a better passer, but he has microwave scorer capabilities. He could be kind of like a like high end. I could see him being like a Jamal Crawford, like a 17 a game kind of guy off the bench, or a Lou Williams kind of player.
I mentioned my 2 guys, and I mean they're still on the board now, and I think the Warriors would be. Not smart. They are smart, but I think the Warriors could benefit from taking Jalen and Wendell Moore. Either one of those guys, I think, could contribute right away.
Guys, Memphis is on the board at 22. If I said to you, you can, I'm going to give you $100,000 on Golden State to win the title next year. You can take one team that's currently in the league out of the league. Is it Memphis?
Easily, yes, in my opinion.
Is it Boston? Is it the Clippers? Denver?
I'd say Memphis or the Clippers.
Minnesota?
Just because
if you could take one team, Miami, you could take Milwaukee. Yeah, I think after upon further review, I think I'd probably take the Bucks.
Overall, yes, but I'm just thinking like if we're talking, I just want to get to the finals, and then I trust the Warriors in the finals. So. Whoever for me, it's like Clippers or the Grizzlies, but overall, I would say Milwaukee.
I'm going to say Boston. If Boston could get a real good signing like a Tyus Jones, somebody like that to kind of
Good
calm
point
them
guard.
down.
Somebody could handle.
Calm them down in the half court. I mean, I think Boston just lacks confidence and execution in the fourth quarter. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors played the Boston Celtics again, because Milwaukee's going to lose a big fellow from Arkansas. He's not going to re-sign. He's already rescinded his qualifying offer.
Bruce Brown?
Bobby Portis.
Bobby
Portis, I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
So
Jaguayo 56 donates $2. Is Jalen Williams from Arkansas or Nikola Jovic to stash in Europe? Based on the highlights I've seen of Jovic, I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised he's not. What's that?
I would say coach is his. I don't know if you read his comment.
Oh,
that's a big trade. That's a
Philly's trading the number
trade.
23 pick to Memphis for DeAnthony Melton.
Ooh. DeAnthony Melton is a solid player.
Yeah.
And dude, Memphis is just so deep. They annoy me because they're doing good things. Like they're a legit. I mean, the Warriors are better, but
what he means is Memphis is trading the 23 pick for DeAnthony Melton, right?
Because Memphis, it got complicated because Memphis, yes, it's Memphis pick at 22, but it's been traded to the Timberwolves. So they don't have that pick, but they just now traded Melton for the 23rd pick and took David Roddy.
They did take David Roddy. Has anybody else seen David Roddy from Colorado State?
I mean, that's a tournament.
What do you think, Rod? What do you think, Frank? I mean, this guy does not look like your NBA build, right? He's like 6'5" post player, but then you watch Colorado State, and they were a pretty good offensive club, and this guy understands positioning, and I think he's like a 43% three-point shooter, and you can run your offense through him, and this guy can set some blinding picks. What do you think of Roddy?
I'm going to date myself because a lot of cats might not remember this guy, but he reminds me of Lonnie Shelton. You know, a lot of
Sonics in the 70s.
That's random.
Yo, man.
I like it.
Lonnie Shelton was a big, buffed up guy who was tough as hell, who shot the three and didn't back down from anybody. So, you know, Lonnie Shelton is a comparable to Roddy. And by Milton going to Philly, basically what that means is I think that they've told Tyus, we're going to back up the brink truck for you. You ain't going nowhere. So
good call.
Also, imagine it seems like Memphis is like they clearly are excellent at drafting, and it seems like maybe one of their things that they look for is just, you know, these kind of weird bodied guys that, you know, maybe they have shorter wingspan, like a Brandon Clark, or they just kind of have a weirder body you don't normally see in the NBA, like a Desmond Bane. And now we got David Roddy. I mean, how about David Roddy and Desmond Bane being on the same team? Those guys are both just buffed up three-point shooters.
Hell of this, hell of that. Forgot to mention, I love USF's point guard, Jamare Bouye. Looked good in the tourney. I watched some film last week of Bouye because I saw him a little bit during the season, but I don't watch tons of USF. Bouye's nice. He's nice. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do in the NBA. Give me anybody who's seen Bouye. Give me your scouting report on Bouye.
He's comparable to Reggie. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Foss.
I was just going to say he's slippery and he's super aggressive. You remember the kid Crawford who played for Mark Jackson? One of those guys who just
Jamal Crawford?
Not Jamal.
Jordan?
Jordan
Crawford went for 50.
I'm the president of the Jordan Crawford fan club.
He could always get a bucket. Those guys are they can hoop anywhere. The question is going to be, is he willing to wait long enough? Because he'd be a minor league guy for a minute. Is he willing to wait long enough for somebody to finally give him a shot? Because if he ever gets a shot, he'll find a way to carve out a role.
Bouye reminds me of Reggie Jackson. I mean, he doesn't quite.
I like Reggie Jackson.
Doesn't quite shoot it as well as Reggie did coming out of Boston College, but his first step is electric. He has comparable size. He's about 6'2". He has good temperament. I think he can run an offense, but I do think he'll probably play in the G for a little while. I don't think he's a first-round pick, but would not surprise me if he finds a home in the NBA at some point.
Oh, God. Grizzlies, as part of that, also, they're getting Danny Green. Just the veteran. The veteran.
Remember, Danny's not going to play this year.
Yeah.
Because the injury. Okay. So they'll probably.
That's a salary. That's a salary matter.
That team can use some bets, though.
Roddy's a Mountain West Player of the Year, 6'6", 260. I mean, you just don't see that much. But if you watch this kid, he's terrific. He really is. Really good player.
Bad athletically, he can get off the ground a little bit.
Hey, did you guys see Notre Dame? What did you think of Blake Wesley? I mean, to me, I'm shocked that Blake Wesley's still on the board here. He's a tremendous, I think, he's a great fiery competitor who can play both guard spots and defend. And I just, he came off the bench for the Irish at times, but I really like that kid. Has anybody seen him from Notre Dame?
I saw him. I think he made a mistake by coming out because he does play the point. Mm-hmm. He has pretty good ball skills, but he's not electric. And because he's not electric, you take a really quick guard, he gets by his man. It takes maybe 1 or 1.5 dribbles to get to the basket. It takes him 3. So he doesn't have that natural burst that you look for point guard. So he tends to over dribble a little bit. Didn't really establish his perimeter skills in college. I hope things work out for him, but I think he came out 1 year too early.
And it comes down to this, Larry. The change in how the game is played, because there is so much perimeter play, there is so much open space. If you don't have electricity in your first step, then you're trying to get rid of people with deception, like Jalen Brunson, who's really good at it, which means you have to have great perimeter footwork. And a lot of these guys, they've been good their whole life. They've been crafty their whole life. But they get to this pro level and they find out, man, that 24-second shot clock, of which you basically have about 15 seconds, you have to be ready to play immediately. And so a guy like him, they're just not going to look good. When they go to camp, they're going to look scrappy.
The Bucks are on the clock. If the Bucks don't lose Chris Middleton, guys, would it have been Warriors-Bucks in the finals?
They're taking Beauchamp, by the way.
Yeah,
they're taking Beauchamp.
Really?
Marjon.
Yeah. Wow.
Chris Haynes reporting that.
Yeah, that's. I mean, and you look at the Bucks right now. I mean, Lopez, Giannis, Middleton. They could definitely use another wing. They're bringing Connaughton back. I saw that. You got Holiday running the show. But they're a little thin on the wing, and in today's NBA, it's like you can never have enough wings, right? I mean, and it seems like once again it's a draft heavy with wings.
That's a great point. Those are usually the best players. So these scouts spend all their time evaluating talent, and at some point, that's what they, draw their conclusions based on. Who has the best skill levels, the best talent? Oftentimes, those are the wing players.
And you've got to have big wings today. If you don't have big wings, you're going to see what the Warriors saw early in the finals and what got Boston to the finals. They had 2 elite wings who are super aggressive. Both of them have a hitch in their game. In terms of Jaylen Brown, of course, it's that ability or that inability to be efficient with his dribbling. And with Tatum, it's just too much dribbling because he is so skilled. And as they become more efficient, if they add a point guard, they are going to be a mess. So if you're going to have to play against them potentially either in the Eastern Conference or potentially in the NBA Finals, you better be able to match up with those big wings.
How surprised is this group that the Warriors won the title? Did you expect it on one end to the other end of I'm shocked? Kev, why don't we start with you? I mean, you saw this team, basketball, you saw them on the G League level. You saw the fact that they kind of chose development, and they probably shouldn't chose. They've prioritized development. And so a lot of people thought because of that priority that they wouldn't be there at the end. But there they were at the end. Give me your level of surprise that they got it done.
Yeah, no, the 2 timeline scenario worked to perfection this year. So, I mean, I thought, get them into the dance and they would have a chance. By the time January...
Put on a t-shirt.
Yeah. I guess it rhymes. By the time January, February rolled around, when Draymond Green was out of the lineup and you're like, a back issue is not the injury you want to have. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought Phoenix was looking like the best team. Now, Cyrus, he predicted the Warriors the whole way, and he was never a believer in the Phoenix Suns. But they were 2 wins away from the final. They were up 2-0 on the Bucks. They were coasting through the regular season. Golden State was in a pretty prolonged stretch of mediocrity there. I thought they'd be okay once they got to the playoffs and getting Steph, Clay, and Dre all back finally on the floor at the same time.
Here comes Beauchamp.
Yeah, Beauchamp right here. But, thinking that they could do it or thinking they have a chance to do it and them actually doing it are two different things. So I would say, I was pleasantly surprised. I wasn't like completely shocked, but a pleasant surprise that they were able to get number 4 in 8 years.
Frank, Carl, we know Cy predicted it, so we will let him go last. But I actually thought Golden State looked great on Christmas. Then I didn't like the way they looked going into the playoffs. Thought Denver would take them out in the first round. After that, I was a believer. How surprised are you that Golden State got it done? Either one of you?
Well, first, I just want to say I had gotten a text at 7:25 telling me that Beauchamp was getting ready to go. So
Nice.
I'll just say this. 18-2 said all you needed to see. If the Warriors were healthy,
Exactly.
there was nobody who could beat them.
And Larry was with me on that. He jumped off. Like Larry and I were on the same page with that. And then in January, he jumped off that train, man.
I stopped believing. I stopped believing.
Because you were focused on the 82 and not the 16. Once they got healthy, they were a problem because their system is better than the systems in Denver. It's better than the system in Memphis, and it's definitely better than the system in Dallas, with no disrespect to the great J Kidd. The question was, when they lost game 1, was it going to bother their brain trust? It did not bother their brain trust, which is why I picked them in 6, but I felt they could win it in 5 if they won the first 2 games. When they lost game 1, I knew it was going to take 6, and Frank and I went back and forth on that a little bit. And let's just be honest, the NBA needed the Warriors to win because that's the way basketball should be played. And that series wouldn't have been that close if freedom of movement was actually enforced by the officials.
Well said.
Here's my point. Going into the playoffs, I didn't think that they were the best team among the teams in the West. Now, once they had the matchups, I thought that they could win every matchup that they got. I think that Phoenix losing to Dallas basically laid the red carpet out for the Warriors at that point because they had a favorable matchup. Once they got to the championship round, mentally and physically, they were playing the best basketball out of anybody. So I had them beating Boston in 6 games because they were playing their best basketball at that point. But Phoenix losing to Dallas, I think, really sealed the deal for the Warriors.
I don't think we'll see Phoenix back on that stage again either. I think Ayton's gone. I think that whole thing.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah. And I mean, I picked Warriors over Celtics in 7. I actually picked at the beginning of the playoffs, I said Warriors Celtics finals. I got a lot of crap in the chat because I said that I thought that the Warriors would win in 7, but that Boston was the better team. Clearly I was wrong. But I guess
right?
There's been a lot of growth on this show.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan, a quick question for Ryan.
Yeah.
Do you think DeAndre Ayton gets a max deal in either Dallas, Portland, or any place else?
I thought he was going to the hubbub was that he was going to get a max offer in Detroit, but I don't know. Now that they have the Memphis kid, I don't know if that happens. Dallas, well, okay, here's an interesting thing. So, the Knicks basically gave away their 11th pick to dump Kemba Walker's salary, and it's even come out already that the Pistons plan on, waiving him or whatever, buying him out. So that means there's a whole max slot open in New York, and if it's not Kyrie, everything is pointing towards Jalen Brunson getting a fat bag, and that means cap room for Dallas. So you know what? I think it's possible. I mean, with Christian Wood would pair kind of nicely next to him. I'm honestly not sure, but I don't think they bring him back, and I don't expect some crazy trade like them getting Gobert back so.
I like where you're going.
By the way, Dan Coccimilgio says San Antonio's going Blake Wesley out of Notre Dame at 25. That is a phenomenal pick. Phenomenal pick by the Spurs. Let me get your guys' thoughts on this one. We got the Warriors 3 picks away.
Yeah.
Kenny Atkinson came back. He was going to Charlotte and then came back. And when he was going to Charlotte, or the week before he went to Charlotte, there was this article out. Oh, my wife loves it here. The kids love their schools. Everybody loves it. It's a big love fest. And then he's in Charlotte. And then suddenly the Warriors win the title, and Kenny's now coming back to be an assistant. So immediately I go to, did Lakeup give him a under the table handshake? Is he guaranteed to be the next coach of the Warriors? Spurs are Kerr's 1 away from 10. He's 2 away from Jackson. Does he want to coach maybe one more year, win one more ring, get to 10? Does he want to go 2 more years, maybe catch Phil? Does he go to 11? I mean, Kerr doesn't seem like a lifer. Kerr seems like he's got too much of a life to be a lifer. So I think there's a shelf life on Steve by his own choosing, of course. I think he's got 1 or 2, and that they probably did give Kenny a little bit of a promise that, hey, Mike Brown's in Sacramento and you'll be the guy here. Stick around here. I don't know. What do you think? Is my read on Atkinson sticking around the Warriors, you think, accurate, or am I misreading this? Anybody?
I don't think Kerr's going anywhere. I don't think Kerr's going anywhere anytime soon. I've never seen. I mean, he's clearly tied with Steph, but he's also going to have his hands in the mix developing Kuminga, Moody. Jordan Poole now loves him. Klay Thompson, I think, is going to play another 5 years. Clay's not going. I don't see Kerr leaving anytime soon. I think this was more Kenny Atkinson reading the room, and he saw one situation where he could be a head coach again, but it's one of the most insecure positions in life. Could anything goes wrong, he's out in 3 years, and he's got to find another job
in Brooklyn and got let go. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And whereas with the Warriors, I mean, you're part of this. I mean, I haven't heard one player ever. The only person I've ever heard not badmouth, but not glowingly praise the Warriors after leaving is KD. Everyone else who's been a part of this loves it. They love the coaching. They love the organization. And I just think Kenny Atkinson realized, you know what, I could be the number 1 assistant for a dynasty, or I could be a head coach in Charlotte. And his family clearly didn't like to move again. I don't think there's much more than that. And what a steal, by the way. What a coup.
I played against Kenny Atkinson in high school.
Ooh.
And
he was a good little player. We were better, but he was a good little player. He was a good little player. I mean, he went to St. Anthony's. I went to St. Agnes out Long Island. And let me say this. I've never met anybody from New York who came to the Bay Area who did not love it. So I think there's something to wanting to be here. Maybe his family wants to be here. And again, man, I mean, listen, all of us follow basketball fairly close compared to most folks. The Golden State Warriors are a class organization from top to bottom. And after you've been kind of moved around and guys get fired in Charlotte after 3 years when they've done a pretty darn good job, do you really want to? I mean, what's the why there? Is it money? So I'm not surprised that he says, I wanted to stay in the Bay Area. He continues to learn from Steve, enjoy this organization, win. And then if an opportunity opens up, the Clippers, some of these other teams, you never know what's going to happen. So I think he made a great decision, to be quite honest, because he has a lot of autonomy, too, within that organization.
It kind of reminds me of the Josh McDaniels Belichick thing where, it becomes a point where it's like, well, would you rather go be the head coach of Detroit or be the head assistant guy for the Patriots? And it's like, well, one, you're going to probably go flame out in a couple of years. It's going to be extremely stressful. If you stay with the Patriots, either you have the option of, successing Bill, or if an opportunity opens up where they have a great quarterback and in some place we got our Las Vegas Raiders, then you take the job. But yeah.
How about this? The expansion coach of the Las Vegas NBA team.
You mean when LeBron's there and you lose Presti from OKC after all those All-Star game remarks over there? Yeah, I think that's.
And you have to ask this question: if you're Kenny Atkinson, the biggest reason you're going to become the coach of the Hornets is what? Because of Michael's ownership and their track record? Because of the talent that's currently on the roster? Because a head coach gets paid more than an assistant and has a little bit more security? Because, of course, in most cases, they hire their assistants, although we never heard that he would get to hire his own. or are you going there because I have a superstar potential player that could be a franchise player that I feel confident I can build around for the next decade? And the answer to that question is LaMelo Ball probably will end up playing for the Los Angeles Lakers.
And some news, by the way, some from Shams Charnia, the Rockets are trading Wendell Moore to the Mavericks.
Huh. At 26, I mean, okay.
Wow, Dallas suddenly get Christian Wood, and now they make that trade. I like what Mavericks are starting to do. I mean, they look nice.
Great pick.
Guys on the board for us. One of Jovic, Jaden Hardy, EJ Liddell. Like one of these guys are going to be there.
Crazy.
Be there.
That's
crazy.
Here's the thing. I know you guys basically think that Kavan's sticking around, but if they go center here, if they went Christian Coloco, would that make you think that that was insurance against Looney leaving? Do they need to go center here as insurance against Looney leaving because they don't really know what that market's going to be for him? Because teams can maneuver and change the amount of cap room they have between now and next week.
I don't know if they Larry, they got a dynasty here. I don't think they're gambling and messing around like that.
No.
But I don't know. I can't see them doing that. Did you know, by the way, the shortest player in this draft so far is 6'4"? That's wild, man. There are no small players.
There's no
Kennedy Chandler's going to be coming off the board soon.
Yeah,
so.
he's going to be the first one.
So we're coming down to it. The Bull or the Heat pick right here at 27, and the Warriors pick at 28. Best available right now, as Rye said. I mean, the ESPN says it's Ty Washington. Side talked about EJ Liddell, who's an undersized power forward. Jaden Hardy played in the G League. Carl kind of suggested maybe they'll draft and stash. Maybe that's Nikola Jovic. But there's other guys there as well. Jalen Williams, Red mentioned, is a nice player for Arkansas. I really liked him. He's 6'10", 250. It seemed like every time I watched Arkansas, that kid was right in the middle of it. There's another guy who plays in New Zealand, Hugo Besson, who might be a draft.
Got some stuff to his game.
Yeah, what do you think of him? He might be a point guard who I could see them drafting and stashing.
He's a flair guy. Like I saw him at the combine a little bit, and I won't say the swear word, but kind of there's this saying in basketball, he's got some S to his game. And that's the first thing I thought about when I saw Hugo Besson. Like he's got some S to his game. He's got that flair. He's got that shake. He's an intriguing player on that front. That was kind of the first thing that came to my mind when I saw Hugo play.
I'm gonna tell you, he was really good though. He didn't have a good year, and you have to kind of look at him and see how bad he wants it. But Ty Washington is a hell of a talent. He really is. He's dropped, that kid is really good, man.
He's the guy I was checking CBS's mock draft had him going 11th. This was today, their mock draft. And otherwise like 21 to 22. And so I guess he's the big quote unquote dropper of the day thus far.
If you saw him against Georgia, he had 17 dimes in a game against Georgia earlier this year.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Ty is interesting. I mean, he's got good size, 6'3", 190, can score, really kind of a combo guard. You know, that's the other thing. If you were going in the backcourt and you've got Poole and Clay and Steph and Peyton coming back, what's the perfect kind of guard to round out their backcourt?
How about Justinian Jessup?
I don't.
He's in Australia right now, right?
I don't know. Yeah. Did he shoot the three ball anything close to what he had done prior to this year? Didn't that drop from like 45% to 35% this year? I didn't see those final numbers.
Kevin, you know, right? I mean,
I'm pulling up his real GM page right now.
But who are the? My question
is, struggled in summer league last year.
He did. Who do the question is, who does Miami want? Who does Miami want?
Miami wants whoever Utah tells them to draft, so that they can be included in the Donovan Mitchell trade.
Interesting.
Jaden Hardy.
I think Chandler or either Tata is going to go to Miami.
Okay. Quick thing on Jessup. So 36% is what he finished at this year. Last year in Australia, he started out on fire and then got super cold. Finished 34%. And I should mention, he rounded out summer league really well. He caught fire. The first couple of games were an adjustment period, but then last couple of games in Vegas, he ended up shooting 42 from three in Vegas and 35% from three overall in summer league.
Hey, those shots are a lot harder to get off than they were in college. against these better, longer athletes.
Yep.
Yeah, no question. How about Nikola Jovic from Serbia? You know, the Serbian connection. When you look at some of the guys, and this guy played for Mega BMAX.
Don't we have Jokic's old coach or something?
This guy's interesting. They compare him to Turkoglu and Bogdanovic. I saw him. He looks like a really skilled 6'10" forward. They're saying maybe he's got point forward potential. He's got good size, excellent length. What do you think? I mean, they say high basketball IQ, runs the floor well, has a good feel.
He's very similar to the guy from Israel last year.
Denny Avdia, yeah.
Whose shot really wasn't there, right? I mean, Avdia did not shoot the ball nearly as well as, I don't know. He wasn't viewed as a marksman in the draft, but he definitely had some struggles.
I don't know whether to say Miami's pick or not.
Go ahead.
EJ Liddell.
They're taking Jovic.
Okay.
EJ Liddell is available. Oh my God.
I think we're 100% taking Liddell.
Well, if you believe the printed report, who was it yesterday? Zach Harper, who said it would be Liddell, Braun, or the kid from Michigan.
Correct. And Liddell, they've interviewed him. I just don't know if they would have put the type of commitment into the time spent to personally scout him, to interview him. I mean, I don't know if they do that if they weren't interested. I know the decoy thing is a game, but I everything I've seen about this kid, I love. His wingspan is long. He's a 6'7". He's 6'7", he weighs 245, and he shot 36% from three. I mean, and that's only going to improve, hopefully. Dude, I think he's a perfect fit for this Warriors team. If he lands,
I saw an interview with him too
years ago.
As long as I see Liddell as a center, I can see him with the Warriors. Any other position, I think that he would have some challenges. But you guys have opened me up to considering him to be kind of Draymond light. Okay.
Maybe Draymond's out there with him, and it's another guy, because what they don't want is another big that can't shoot with Draymond out there.
Well,
I think Draymond is their non-shooting big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He can shoot.
Yeah, that's this is incredible. Let's see what happens.
7-foot wingspan, 8'10" standing reach. I'll take that. That's much higher than Zion.
Here's the question: do you want the highest upside guy? Do you want a guy that can plug and play and help you win next year? Do you want a guy, for developmental? You want a guy to stash? What do you think they're thinking right now? What kind of conversation do you think is going on in their war room?
Let's move the pick.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
They don't need the guy.
Right.
They don't need it.
Would you rather have that guy or Bill?
They might, you know what? I'll say this. The way things shake out here, if there was a team with 2 second-round picks, I'd rather have 4 2s than the 2 2s and the first-round pick because of the ability, you have more roster flexibility with those 2s.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, because you could stash them in the G League, right? Is what you're saying.
And also, you don't know which of these guys. I'll tell you the other guy that's super intriguing to me. Now, he doesn't know how to play the game, but as far as an NBA athlete, he might be the best athlete in the whole draft. Is the Bama point guard Davison? Have you seen J.D. Davison?
Davison.
Good player.
He's just. I don't know if he's a good player, but he's a crazy athlete, and he's got potential to be a very good player.
Those Kenyon Ellis. From Alabama.
Keon Ellis, from Alabama, who's a 6'5" kid who's real skinny, 175 pounds. But if you watch Bama, he played with tremendous strength for a guy who's under 180.
And he defends. Keon's really long.
Yeah, 6'5". But both those Alabama guys are intriguing to me.
I think it's gonna be interesting to see who the Warriors take. I mean, you guys have talked me into Liddell, but man, listen. I think Jalen Williams is going to be a starter in the NBA at some point.
I do too.
Here's one thing I think we can all agree on is Bob Myers is not going to screw this up. So whoever he goes with.
Well, I don't know. We can't say that. I mean, they drafted Jacob Evans, so it's
one blemish and these are late round picks that are.
I'm just saying it's possible. Yeah, so I'm just saying it's possible. They don't get it right every time.
The challenge they had with him was that they envisioned a role for him, and he just never rounded into that role.
Great call.
Sometimes, when you're drafting a guy at the end of the draft, like they say, you either have one great skill or we think there's some development in you, and he couldn't develop into a tall floor general. And so that's not as much of a miss as it's a player just did not turn the corner.
That's fair.
If we're going around the room, who you picking here? You're Bob Myers. You're on the clock. Who you got?
Nemhard. I like Nemhard.
Liddell or Hardy for me.
I'm going John Stockton. I'm passing.
Frank?
I'm going with Jalen Williams.
I'm going John Butler, man. I just 7-1.
You can get him
Unbelievable
with your
talent.
next
You
pick.
can get him at 51 or 55 potentially.
Well, then maybe I
Kevin,
would go
who you
EJ
going with?
Liddell. I do think Liddell is ready to go.
Kevin, who are you going with, man? What's Kevin's pick? Did you say?
I said
No,
Nemhard.
Oh, sorry. Okay. All right.
Carl?
I'm passing.
You're passing.
I'm
You're going
passing.
Fascinating.
You're going Hugo Besson. That's who you're going with.
Yes.
It's fascinating. We're all different, though. You know, like it's interesting.
We're at 28. You know, it's beauty in the eye of the beholder. I would have considered Beauchamp right here if he was still on the board. I think
Patrick
Ryan
Baldwin Jr.
No
That's Wash.
way.
Is that who it
the
is?
source tells ESPN Patrick Baldwin Jr.
Interesting.
I don't know anything about him, man. Someone help me.
He was a former top 5.
Yeah, he's a tremendous
Yeah.
talent.
I talked about his narrative early on. I mean, coming out of high school, this guy was a top 5, top 10 player. So, you know, it's not like he doesn't have the talent, but my man Kevin's going to get to know him real well in the G League next year.
Yeah.
6'10". He's a 6'10" guy. Played for Wisconsin. Wisconsin, was it Wisconsin Green Bay or Wisconsin whatever?
Yeah, Green Bay. That's it.
Green Bay, yeah.
Milwaukee.
Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
Cyrus, do you regret saying that about Bob Myers?
Saying, well, oh, I don't know, man. I don't think this pick matters. That's my feeling on it. He's going to be at the end of the bench. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this is a guy that I'm guessing they're thinking long term. You know,
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like hard. Like I like Hardy's potential more than him, but you know, we need wings. I guess 6'10" guy.
I'm going to tell you what's scary. The Lakers are now in the draft. They have the 35th pick because there have been some misses in the first round. Now the Lakers at 35, if they play their cards right, they're going to get a first-round pick that they're going to expect to play next year and actually help them. So it'll be interesting to see what the Lakers do at 35. Because there's first-round talent out there now that's going to be drafted in the second round.
Yeah, guard. If you need a guard, there's plenty of guards that 5 years ago would have been off. I think that the league has kind of caught on to just wings above all. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. If they go with Patrick Baldwin in the NBA draft.net mock draft, they had him going 23rd overall.
interesting.
6'10", 220 combo forward, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, who's a freshman. I will say this, generally the freshmen are the best, those are the best players, right? Those are the best players under the current rules, the guys who are the highest rated. I can't say that I've seen a lot about him.
Is he a shooter? What are we looking at here? Like,
Well,
looks
he's
good.
in theory a shooter, but shot 27% from 3 this year. But I guess like a lot of that, what I was reading was because he's just like doubled and tripled because he played on a bad team, and so he like mostly just had a lot of contested shots.
He was also
His jumper looks smooth. I'll give him that.
He looks 2 years away.
he was the youngest person ever to receive an offer to play at Duke. I like that.
Wow.
oh, yeah. Okay, all right. We're finding the positives here. I like it.
He's from Sussex, Wisconsin. 6'10", 220.
Fellas, help me out.
12 points a game, 4.9 rebounds a game, or 5.8 rebounds a game, 1.5 assists per game. Shot 26% from 3. He shot 74% at the foul line.
He's 6'10". Yeah.
He only played 11 games.
Did the guard from Wisconsin get drafted? Johnny Davis.
Yeah, he was 10th.
Yeah, he went high. He went high.
He went where? To
10.
Washington?
Yeah, 10 to Washington. Yeah.
Okay.
They compare him to Jalen Johnson. It's just
I like Jalen Johnson.
yeah,
Can you
6'10", type of size and length that stands out. He's a legit 6'10", 230. Nice frame, has the makings of a floor spacer from deep. He's got great form, great follow through on his shot. Came into college as a reputation as a total knockdown shooter. He's got a high release, which makes his shot hard to block. So they say he can hit shots and rack up points in bunches at his best.
I just got a text, Larry, from one of my guys who's a NBA scout, and he said Baldwin is a bigger Klay Thompson in terms of his shooting ability. He says, I'm not surprised by this pick.
This one feels like a Draymond got in the ears of Bob Myers' pick.
I don't know about that, but it says capable of hitting shots on the move, good value to have in transition as a trail man, flashes a tough shot-making ability. So in other words, he takes some hard shots and he makes them. Can hit shots fading away or using rangy crossovers when pulling up off the dribble. Squares his feet and shoulders to the basket quickly when he gets into his form. Decent size to post up and seal smaller matchups successfully. Good ball handler for a 6'10 player. Decent contributor on the glass, 5.8 rebounds per game. What else? Not bad running the floor. Is a long strider who's adequately mobile. May fare better with less responsibility to be the team's top scoring option, and when he plays more of an off-the-ball role.
That sounds like a 2 years away player who they get to develop slowly.
Yes.
That we get to listen to Kevin broadcast tons of his game.
He sounds very skilled, but limited athletically. Only a 26-inch vert. Said he's kind of a stiff mover.
Okay for that size, though.
Yeah, 6'10 and a quarter.
That's like KD was like a 25-inch vert.
He was once seen as the number one recruit of the 21 draft class before missing his senior season with the ankle injury. And so they're getting good value. That's more than anything. He was a decorated high school prospect who ended up being a top 10 recruit and then turned down offers from Duke because he wanted to play for his dad. His dad coached him at University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
Interesting.
I think Kevin's
interesting. That's why he wound up in. You sit there and go, "Why did he wind up in Milwaukee?" He's playing for his pops.
Yeah.
His as a first round pick, I don't know if anyone can answer this because I don't know. Can you just stash him in the G League?
Yeah, so the Oklahoma City Thunder did this with Josh Hustis in 2014. He was either like 28 or 29, and they just made him a domestic stash. And he played one full year in the G League. Then he was basically on assignment for all, played like one game in the regular season for the Thunder the next year. And then like his third and fourth years of pro ball, he was more in the rotation. Unfortunately for Josh, never really stuck in the NBA. But there is precedent to stash a first rounder in the G League.
They have a fascination as an organization with finding the next great shooter. That's obviously what led them to Justinian Jessup, and that's probably what led them to Baldwin as well. He sounds like a limited athlete, but a guy who might be a 6'10 sniper. And on this team, if you want to play pace and space, part of playing space is having guys who can space the floor. And if you're 6'10, I mean, Frank, as a college basketball player, you could probably speak to this. I mean, if a guy can shoot and he's 6'5, you got a shot to close out on him. If a guy can really space properly and he's 6'10, like a Matthew Bullard, think of Bullard with the Rockets.
Oh yeah.
Those guys' shots don't get blocked very often. It's hard to block a 6'10 guy's shot.
I mean, can I read the description of him that I think paints a really good picture? So he was one of the hardest prospects for NBA personnel to evaluate this season. So that tells me maybe Myers knows something that we don't. Who knows? When Baldwin Jr. walks in the gym, he looks the part, great size and length, similar to Kevin Durant. And when healthy, he's pretty impressive. He has great shooting form, great handles. Could be a steal.
I think what I got out of that is the Warriors just added Kevin Durant. What do you guys think?
There we go. Found KD at the 28th.
Yay! Cy told us they added KD. They got KD.
Oh, that's awesome.
KD, PB, it's all the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
I think Cy has a commitment to. He has to go do his Locked On podcast.
Yeah, well, and so Kevin, Kevin has to join me in like 15 minutes, if that's okay for.
Oh yeah,
our Locked On show.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, heck,
text you, Kevin. We're ready to go.
Yeah. Sure thing.
Sounds good.
Appreciate it,
Kevin. To you. Please take good care of him.
Oh,
he's an amazing human being.
Cyrus, pleasure meeting you. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, Cy, thanks for coming in. And Cy is checked out Locked On Warriors podcast. He is the czar of all that is Locked On Warriors. Todd K donates $19.99. Much love. Worth the risk when everyone's coming back. Love you, Larry. Thank you, Todd. $19.99. That's a really nice donation there.
Thank you, Todd.
It is interesting. I always think of the dynamic for Golden State through the years. I mean, think about it. Now Lacob's got his kids in there, and it's Bob Myers. I mean, Bob Myers has got to tiptoe through just an unbelievable thing. I mean, he walked into a room as a young executive who had never done it before. And, oh, yeah, that guy looking over your shoulder is Jerry West, the logo, who's arguably the greatest handicapper of basketball talent possibly in the history of the game. And you got Larry Riley, who knows a little thing or two as well. And then, there was Don Nelson right there for a while. Maybe that was pre-Myers. But now you've got Lacob, and Lacob's voice likes to be heard. You saw Lacob. Lacob is an involved owner. When the Warriors went last year in the draft, when the Pacers kid went off the board, who's the guy that went from
Duarte?
Duarte.
Yeah.
Joe was like, damn, I want Duarte. And they went Moody, and they probably, who knows, maybe they'll be proven that it was a lucky bounce. But now I think they probably would view those guys comparably. But then Duarte, I think, had 27 against the Golden State Warriors in Oakland or in San Francisco earlier this year. So Duarte's nice.
Duarte's great.
But what I'm saying is Joe's got an opinion. And Joe's got two kids right there who have an opinion. And then Steve Kerr is making $5 million a year or whatever he's making. So obviously his voice is going to be heard. And somehow Myers, and he's got Dunleavy in there and Zaza and other people. Now Jerry's not there any longer. But you also have, former general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks, Larry Harris. And how do you not listen to Larry Harris? Right? I mean, to me, if I'm looking around that room, if Larry Harris says, something, I'm probably going to wind up agreeing with Larry Harris. So, I mean, I think Myers in some ways, I think he deserved the executive of the year this year. I thought his additions coming into this year were brilliant. To every move. I mean, literally every move was a phenomenal move. But I just think Myers doesn't get enough credit for taking a room that's fraught with terror, as Steve Young would say, and managing it perfectly. There's no resentment. People aren't leaving the organization in a huff. Joe hasn't turned on him. Him and Kerr get along beautifully. He listens to Draymond. But then, you know what? When Draymond and Clay and Steph were like, get us, we don't want Gary Payton. We want Avery Bradley. They said, you know what? I think we're going to go with Payton. So he's independent, and he made some great moves this year, but man, that's a tough room to navigate. I give Myers nothing but total respect for being able to kind of build this great team, keep it going amid. I mean, I've heard owners say, "Hey, I like you, but I love my son," right? And now you got two sons in the front office. I just think it's very complicated and very difficult, and I think Myers is the key cog that doesn't get enough love. What do you guys think?
I totally agree with you, and I also think that it's partly because he played the game, So I think he uses those pressure situations not to act like it's pressure felt, but there's a lot of pressure to actually do his job. I mean, he's hearing it from the players, he's hearing it from executives, and he was an agent. So I would agree with you. I mean, I'm really, really impressed with him because of what you're saying. There are all these folks on the perimeter that have opinions. And ultimately, when things go well, yeah, he gets some of the credit, not all of it. But if things don't go well, then they point the finger at him. So I like his humanity. I like his humility. I love his communication skills. I love the fact that he continually talks about his family, that I think keeps him grounded in his position. I think you make a great point, Larry. Bob Myers has done a phenomenal job. He really has. He continues to do it.
And when you look at a GM and you're asking them to be an architect and an ownership that is involved to the extent that they care, there are a lot of owners that you get the sense they really can't care except about the business, because if you care about the actual sport, you want to win. And so you find great people and then you entrust them. And then if you have an opinion, you provide it, but then it's a part of a group decision. And the most important things you have to look at as a GM is contract status of players. You have to look at, hey, do I have enough veteran to youth ratio to kind of create that balance? Do I find players with great character who are super committed, but they're also super competitive? Because if they don't have all three of those factors, you're not going to consistently win, and that locker room is going to be chaos. And then you have to make sure that you draft players and pick up players that fit your offensive equation and fit your defensive equation, and guys that you can hold accountable, that they're going to hold one another accountable to those things. And that when friction hits, that you've got a leader and a head coach that you can go have a conversation with him and his staff, and maybe you can address something that a player or an agent brought to you that needs to be said to the coaching staff. And there's that delicate balance. And I think, like Frank said, what Bob brings is Bob has so many hats: former player, former agent, having worked under somebody who was a tremendous agent that ended up, getting a chance to go into a front office. He just brings so many elements to the table. And then he has the ultimate relationship with the guy who's running the ship, Steve Kerr. That is magic. And unlike what happened in Chicago under Jerry Reinsdorf and Jerry Krause, I believe they're so committed to winning that we're going to get a chance to enjoy this ship sailing for a long time.
Yeah.
Great comments there, by the way, and thank you to Todd K for the $19.99 donation. One of the things before we end this live stream, as far as the NBA, draft, this has been, now we're into round 2, and I believe the coverage will. I'm not sure if we get the round 2 on the tube or not. Do we get round 2 on the tube, Ryan?
On ESPN. Yeah, I don't know about ABC.
But I wanted to ask you, because one of the things that Joe Lacob got attention for was his comment to, and I forget exactly where he said it, that we are light years ahead of the other teams in the league. And to the point where people are calling him Joey Light Years. Hey, Joey Light Years. And when the Warriors were kind of down the last couple of years, there were people that kind of kicked him a little bit. And yeah, so much for that. I almost feel like this year he's getting the last laugh on that. I do think that statement, despite could be easily viewed as arrogant, I think it's accurate. I think they are light years ahead. And one of the things I wanted to hear from Kev was what you thought of the commitment this year to development, what you thought Dejan, who coached up Jokic, what he brought to James Wiseman in the development. Because, I'm talking to Larry Harris and talking to some of the Warrior people. They were playing 2 games every night. Well, everybody thought they were playing 1. They were playing a 5:00 game where they had guys on the floor with developmental coaches working like dogs to improve, look for that incremental individual improvement. And then they're playing at 7:00 against whoever they were playing that night. But they really were developing both at the same time. And I'm just kind of wondering what you guys think of the comment that, from Joe that, hey, we're light years ahead of everybody. And then developmental wise, Kev, you saw it firsthand up close. How much do you think that has impacted their title run and their dynasty? Because that's what it is. It's a dynasty.
Before I answer, Smitty, did something happen?
Just a record, Krueg show record is all.
Oh, okay, nice.
What happened there?
Oh, nice.
Todd K donates $49.99.
My man,
Todd K. Look at that.
Good job,
Todd K.
Thank you, Todd.
He's a partial owner of the channel now. My goodness.
So speaking of owners,
I'll leave that on the screen just so maybe somebody watching for the first time thinks that's normal. Yeah, $49.99, just typical of what we typically get donated.
Yeah,
exactly. But what do you think, Kev?
Yeah, so I guess to the owner question first, and then I'll tackle the Dejan assistant coach question. But yeah, I mean, I personally like that. The Warriors have this, a brash owner in some sense, in the fact that he's not afraid to call his shots. I mean, he was getting booed when they traded Monte Ellis in Milwaukee. He was promising championships in 2012 when, it looked like they were decades away from really, I grew up a Warriors fan and never even dreamed of them making the playoffs. And so, like, yeah, I mean, he's instilled this confidence in this organization, this win now mentality that I've really appreciated. And it's nice to have an owner who's willing to spend the money when they got the money to spend it, and it's not something you can say for every team. With respect to the development piece, unfortunately, like when James Wiseman was assigned to Santa Cruz, like the first time he was only doing individual work in like December, then he had like that second procedure. And then when he played his games, he actually never played a game at Kaiser Permanente Arena. There was 2 road games and 1 at Chase Center. So I never got to see James Wiseman practice 5-on-5 with Santa Cruz this year. But what I can say, like developmentally, with what you at least saw with like Kevon Looney, I think like Dejan deserves some credit here. Like the rebounding numbers for Kevon were through the roof for his kind of career trajectory, to average like 7.5 rebounds per game or something. So I thought he did a really good job with the bigs, and I think that we will see that work with James Wiseman kind of really show itself and bear its fruit next season. Unfortunately, he didn't practice a ton with Santa Cruz in Santa Cruz. Most of those practices happened either on the road or times that unfortunately I was unable to be there, because in December it was mostly individual work. But I think Dejan's has been a very solid add for this staff, from the big man perspective, and did a great job with the bigs. I mean, Otto Porter Jr. was a great rebounder as well this year, even though he's not a traditional big per se. And so, I think he was a nice value add.
Frank, Carl, Rye, do you guys have a quick thought on Joey, Joe Lacopp's, light years ahead? Do you have a thought on his ownership? Obviously, it's been hugely successful, but he kind of took a chance this year. Andre Iguodala was critical at one point, saying, you know what, are we doing everything in our power to win this year? And he, wanted to win this year, but he also wanted to keep an eye on the future. I think it's the correct thing for his business as far as the cost of that arena and making sure that you don't just drive your franchise right off the cliff trying to win right now and maximize Steph, Clay, and Draymond. He said, I want to maximize those guys, but I want to have one step. I don't want to drive my franchise off the cliff. What do you guys think of Lacopp and the ownership group to date?
Hey guys, I'm sorry to sidetrack just because Kevin, you got to go soon, right?
Yeah.
Let's do this, Kev. We appreciate you stopping by, man, and your insights of tonight have been awesome, and we wish you nothing but success and luck going forward, and we'll get you back on because we'd love to get your thoughts maybe as Summer League progresses. But thank you very much for stopping by the Krueg Show. This is the first time we've ever had you on, but just wanted to say thank you very much. And Rye, you got something you want to say? Go ahead.
Yeah. So Dan texted me, the other guy who's on the show all the time, Dan Coccimilgio, who's actually in the green room right now. He told me I had to play this for you, as you are the play-by-play announcer for the Santa Cruz Warriors. So one of the playoff games, for some reason, Dan and I tried doing a watch party, and I was like 30 seconds behind, of course, because I'm like streaming it, and he had cable. And so it was the game when Wiggins had that crazy dunk. Oh, yeah. Listen, you got to hear this. We always play it as a joke.
This is it.
He's going to drive to the hoop again. He kicks it out to Wiggins. Wiggins drives, goes in for a monster slam. Oh, no, they're calling it an offensive foul. No way.
What are your thoughts?
Your professional analysis of that.
Hey, you know what? You got to get excited for the big moments. I'm not a guy who reels it in necessarily when it comes to a big moment like that, a monster dunk. I think you got to let it go. I'm of the I'll let my voice go hoarse during a broadcast if it's a long, like a big battle, like intense game. I want the listener to feel like they're in the trenches with me. So I kind of like the wear and tear. A lot of people probably give you a different answer on that, but I kind of like giving you the emotion. Feel that you went through the war with me.
Yeah, it's genuine.
I love emotion. I love emotion.
Hey, we'll let you go with this one. Tom Pierce in the chat says, "Where online can we listen to your broadcast, Kev?"
Thank you. So thank you, Tom. So the Santa Cruz Warriors are on NBC Sports Bay Area, and when there's a conflict with Golden State games, they are on NBC Sports Bay Area Plus. We do every broadcast home and road. The road ones we do remotely from Kaiser Permanente Arena. And you can also listen to me call Stanford women's basketball games on the Varsity Network app. I split those games, do a little Santa Clara women's basketball and Pac-12 networks as well. And I'll be doing Summer League in Las Vegas. So, yeah, be happy to talk with you guys about some Summer League stuff, Larry.
Yeah,
Thanks
absolutely.
so much for having me on.
Yeah, I mean, your commentary was awesome tonight. We appreciate you. And if you don't mind, we'd love to pick your brain on what you think when they're going in a few weeks in Vegas. So
100%.
We'd love to have you back. Kev, thanks so again, man. Have a great night.
So much, Kevin.
Kevin Dana, one of the voices of the Golden State Warriors and the voice of the Santa Cruz Warriors. This was fun, man. This was a fun thing. I mean, Carl and I did draft coverage years ago. We were at the facility, and that was different because I think we probably ate a lot of food before that one started. But this one was fun because it just, to be able to go face to face and see you guys and hear you guys' thoughts and hear everybody's anecdotes on some of these players. And it's very much a developmental kind of a draft. So you know what? There's no shame in not really knowing a lot of these players. There's a lot of people that call themselves hardcore NBA fans that probably only seen maybe 5 to 10%, right, of these players. I mean, but I also think that this is another thing advantage Golden State, because when you have a speculative draft with a lot of young players and international players and players that haven't reached their ceiling yet, your keen eye for scouting starts to benefit you. I thought, looking back just at some of the names that came off the board, I loved what San Antonio did tonight. Yeah. I thought the Spurs had a really good draft. And the guy the Warriors picked definitely sounds intriguing. We'll wrap it up.
By the way.
What's that, Ryan?
People are calling him PB and J.
Yeah, great. Do you guys have a winner tonight? I mean, I thought the Pistons did exceptionally well getting Jaden Ivey, but before we wrap it here, what do you think? Is there somebody that or some team that you felt did really, really well, or anybody that you thought maybe kind of blew it?
I thought Detroit obviously did very well, but also like what Memphis did. I think Memphis is going to develop Ty Washington. He kind of underachieved at Kentucky, but this is a really talented guy. Has functional size of 6'3". He can run an offense, and he's going to have to work for his minutes. They have an excellent coach. And then to get the big kid out of Colorado State, who we've all watched quite a bit, he's an unconventional player physically, but he's another guy who fits into the organization. He's physical, and he has skill. So I thought Memphis did pretty well tonight.
And you always have to look at the teams that are at the bottom because they're getting top-end talent. The question is now, can you develop them? We know that most drafts, you don't get a clear picture for about 2.5 years. You're always going to get some outliers. Like a lot of people did not necessarily believe in Scotty Barnes last year as much as some of us might have felt about Scotty. But you have to ask yourself, when you do see the draft, how are you going to develop it? Does it fit? And can you keep them when they become a true primetime player? So my hat's off to OKC to see if they can actually take potential and turn it into production. And we're all going to be looking to see what Sam Presti turns out of that. Outside of that, for the Golden State Warriors, they took somebody that could have a high top end, and we get a chance to watch them slowly develop, just like so many of our other young guys. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Rye, what stood out to you, bud?
Other than the stuff that you guys mentioned, I'd say maybe Charlotte. I mean, we all talk. I think that, Larry, we kind of did our impromptu off the cuff, who's going to be the rookie of the year next year, and then who, is going to be the guy like 4 or 5 years down the line, because those are two different people usually. And I said, trying to be a little different, I said Mark Williams. So I think getting Mark Williams and pairing him with LaMelo Ball, I mean, I think that's going to be awesome, man. I think that's going to be super fun to watch. I wonder if,
it's funny. I love the Ivy pick. I thought Sacramento swallowed the olive there. I thought, they passed on Jaden Ivey. I think Ivy's going to be terrific. So I like Detroit getting Jaden Ivey to go with Cade Cunningham. I mean, they keep their momentum rolling. There's no question. I thought the Hawks getting AJ Griffin at 16. I thought that was a freaking steal. We were talking about other things, but Dalen Terry going to the Bulls at 18. I like that pick quite a bit. And I like the
pick that just
the Bucks
down.
getting. What's that?
I like the pick that just came down. I like
Toronto just got Coloco.
Very Raptors-y.
I like San Antonio getting Blake Wesley, and I like the Bucks getting Marshawn Beauchamp. I thought those were the really nice picks. We'll see about the Baldwin pick. Obviously, I don't know enough about him, but he sounds like a guy who can flat shoot the basketball. Man, this was fun though. We gotta do. MF says thoroughly enjoyed the Krueg show tonight. I did too. We got to get you guys back, man. It was awesome connecting with you guys in this format, and we'd love to do it more, man. And once we get further into the summer, I'd love to get you guys back and pick your brain. Why don't you guys tell people if you're working on anything that you want to have people know about, where they can find you or where they can catch you. I know, Frank, you're talking about maybe launching your own YouTube channel, and if we can help you do it, let's do it. We'll do a cross promotion, get you on once a week, and drive
takes.
Yeah, drive as many people to you. I think tonight we crested or we're about to crest 5,000 subscribers, and all I would say, Frank, is you would be awesome in this space. And I'd love to see you take your show that you used to do on the radio and just bring it right to YouTube, and I think it would absolutely dominate.
Yes.
But please come back, both of you guys, because I'd love to have you back. You're two of my best friends and two of the guys I really enjoy talking ball with. And I thought of you guys because literally Carl and I did this, and Frank and I used to talk players all the time watching Warrior games. And I thought, who do I want to have on this show? And then I thought, what the hell? I'm going to call these guys. And the fact that we can make this happen is just super cool. So I just very grateful that you guys were on, and anything I can do, Frank, to help you get your channel going, I'll do. And Todd K throws $19 more out there. Hate to be that guy. Click the like button, everybody. Much love. Thank you, Todd K.
Todd K considered a sponsor?
Todd K's family at this point.
But Larry, let me just say this. You and I have been friends for a long period of time. Carl and I are like brothers, and I'm just so honored to be on your program. We got a chance to kind of converse back and forth, and also, like you said, get in front of each other to just to kind of build on our friendship and talk about something that we love to do. So I'll be in contact with you, Ryan. Really talented, man. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you.
And look forward to talking to you in the future. And Foss, you always bring it, big guy.
We're gonna always have fun, Larry.
All right.
You know the respect I have for you, my days working with you at KMBR and just having chances to talk. Ryan, you bring an infectious energy, man. You're gonna be a big time star in this business. Keep doing it. It was a pleasure to finally meet Kevin. I've listened to him on air, and Cyrus always has a funny, eclectic way of just kind of doing some things. He reminds me of Ryan Russillo so much. So, when you can put great talent in a room, we can have fun. Plus, if we don't have some arguments, if we don't have some disagreements, we missing out on something, because that's how it should be if it's in the barbershop, that's what it's going to look like. If it's in my backyard, that's what it's going to sound like. So I had a blast.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking starting opening night, we ought to do a weekly, once a week NBA regular season hang, and just kind of chop it up, talk about whatever direction we want to take it, because I love talking hoops with you guys, and you guys know it too. I mean, and I thought there was a chance maybe, Carl, you decided to shut it down, man. It's like dialing back to yesteryear, man. You're as knowledgeable as ever, and Frank, of course, you're a wealth of information. So both you guys, awesome. Great to see you. Much love. And we'll connect sometime late this summer, and we'll get this going in the fall, man. I really love tonight. One of my favorite, right? I would say one of my favorite shows that we've done.
That's what I was going to say.
And just cool that the draft was going on.
Summer league game that Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody playing. That would be a blast.
Oh, let's do that. You want to hook up maybe in a few weeks and do another little pod and talk a little bit of NBA Summer League? Who's looking good? Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Free agency.
Vegas. Let's go to Vegas and do it after.
Yeah, seriously. You don't have to. Wait a second. Mrs. Krueger said no. What? All right, fellas. Good to see you. Have a great night.
All right,
Carl,
take care, gentlemen.
Frank,
Bye-bye.
I mean, whoops. Now I got to pick the right buttons to get them out of the room the correct way. There we go. That was awesome. And now we welcome in Dan Coccimilgio. We add Danny to the stream. That was fun, man. That was fun. Went through the first round.
Very good.
Coach Bombs.
We're now in the second round, and feel free to have Steve call in.
Yeah, I'll have him get ready to call in. But just a real quick comment. I love the pick of the Warriors. I'll tell you why.
Did you?
Yeah.
Tell us. What do you think?
He was originally a top 5 high school player coming out, and Kuminga was 4. And he's got great ball handling for his size at 6'9". He's got a really good shot. He's 19. You see what they're doing?
He's 1 month younger than Kuminga.
Yeah. Do you see what they're doing? They are building the next.
And he can shoot. We can shoot the lights out.
They got time to develop him. This is a team that in 4 years, 5 years, when Curry and Clay and Green are gone, you're going to have Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, Poole, and this kid Baldwin. That's 5 guys, and they're all going to be under 27. And then Wiggins will be your vet.
And Baldwin may take Bielitsa's spot this year.
I mean,
he might be your stretch 4.
I think he's a guy that they'll probably put him in the G League quite a bit and then bring him up for some games, and he'll get some games, kind of like Kuminga and Moody did this year. But they're developing guys. They brought in all these coaches to develop. Ringo.
Hey, let's do this. Let's do this because we want to keep going. We want to keep going a few more minutes.
Yeah.
What happened?
I didn't have the Google Voice thing up, so I'm gonna have to hang up on Steve and have him call back.
So let's do this. Okay. Let's play. We'll run our commercials right here. We'll take a brief water break. It's very hot here in the East Bay, so
call during the break.
I will get some water and freshen up my drink. And we'll play a few commercials. We'll come back, share our thoughts on the second round, and talk a little bit about the Giants before we call it a night. But if you're in the live stream, thank you for being in the live stream. If you're enjoying it, please hit the like and subscribe button. I thought it was a lot of fun tonight. I thought it would be difficult to kind of coordinate all the people, but you know what? Everybody is just so good that when you have such talented people in the room, it was incredible. Unlike our normal show at Dan Coccimilgio. Dan's right there.
Oh, hey, yeah. Hey.
All right, we'll be back with more.
Larry Krueger here for Telmetrics. Thanks to Casey Bateman and the good people at Telmetrics. If you're an occupational therapist, if you're an orthopedic surgeon, a chiropractor, a physical therapist of any kind, Telmetrics is designed for you to use in your practice and will greatly benefit your patients. Telmetrics uses computer vision and artificial intelligence and provides a platform for outpatient rehab therapy services, both in the clinical and the telehealth environments. So using Telmetrics can improve your patient's experience and much more. So for all your sports injury needs, or if you're a physical rehabilitation specialist of any kind, make sure you use telmetrics.co, TELMETRIX.co. And thanks to Casey Bateman and all the good people at Telmetrics for being a proud sponsor of the Krueg. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Dan Coccimilgio. Dan is a buddy, and he is a phenomenal retirement planning specialist. And you can contact him today at securemoney.com or at his number 925-628-9966. There's a lot of uncertainty in our world right now, and you want to make sure that your money is secure. That is the key. Danny's got 25 years of experience, born and raised right here in the Bay Area, and he can help you get an immediate 10% premium bonus on your principal retirement account. So give him a call, 925-628-9966. He'll make an appointment with you, and you can sit down. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal. He'll consult with you and come up with a strategy to get you going to where you want to be. Once again, 925-628-9966, securemoney.com on the web. And thanks to Dan Coccimilgio and all the people at Secure Money for being proud sponsors of the Krueg Show. And And thanks to Tony Cassera and the good people at Cassera's Italian Menswear. They are housing the Krueg Show t-shirts, and they're a proud sponsor of the show as well. The Krueg Show t-shirt, the Krueg Show podcast t-shirt is available there at their store in Dublin. Their address is 7372 San Ramon Road in Dublin, California. And go see Tony Cassera and get yourself a Krueg Show t-shirt and support the show. And special thanks to our sponsor, New York Style Italian Sausage. That's right, NewYorkStyleSausage.com is their website. Phenomenal product, whether it's the breakfast sausage, the Italian mild, the Italian spicy, the chorizo. You cannot go wrong with New York Style Italian Sausage. Once again, NewYorkStyleSausage.com, often imitated, never equaled. And they are a proud sponsor of the Krueg Show. Thanks to them as well.
We grew up with a Sunday dinner. That means no matter how busy you were, no matter where the hell you were, you came to dinner on a Sunday night. Yeah, Sunday dinner without sausage, it's like a church without God. You know, how can you go to church if you don't believe in God? You know, and along with the sausage also became the discussions. That was discussion night. You know, it wasn't a typical family that you sit there and you're quiet, you know, and you don't talk with a mouthful. Oh no, man. Italians talk when they're eating. Italians even talk when they're sleeping. And definitely we talk with our hands. So if we can't express it through our mouth, through our lips, we express it with our hands. So, and that's what sausage is, really. It's an expression, you know, that life is good.
All right, welcome back to the Krueg Show. Larry Krueger, Ryan Smith, Dan Coccimilgio, Danny snacking. What are you snacking on, Danny? Look at you. Look at you. Peanut? No, look at Danny's got a sweet tooth. I hate to tell you this, but you have diabetes. And then the guy looks at Tracy Morgan, looks at it, he goes, I got diabetes? That doctor. I don't know how to tell you this, but you have diabetes.
Steve's on the line, by the way.
Steve Coccimilgio is on the line, on the guest line. Dan Coccimilgio far on the right here, Ryan Smith in the middle. I'm Larry Krueger. Welcome to the Krueg Show. We are 3 hours and 23 minutes into our NBA draft live stream. The draft is now into the second round. Andrew Nembhard has gone to the Pacers. Mm-hmm. Caleb Houston went from Michigan. He is gone as well. He went to, I can't really tell. Who did Caleb Houston go to? Christian Koloko to the Raptors. Jalen Williams, who Frank Red loved, he went to OKC. So Max Christie to the Lakers from Michigan State. Gabriella Procida from Italy, a two-guard, goes to Portland. And your Sacramento Kings are on the clock with the 37th pick overall. And the associate NBA commissioner is going to the podium right now. And before we welcome in Steve Coccimilgio, we will announce to you that the Sacramento Kings, with the 37th pick overall, take Jaden Hardy.
Oh, I was going to say.
From the G League Ignite. I like that pick for Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's a nice pick for Sacramento.
Unbelievable pick.
Steve, welcome to the proceedings. Good to hear from you. Thanks for, I know you did some prep, and we definitely want to get your thoughts on the draft. How are you this evening?
Doing great. I've been with you for the 3 hours. I was right from the beginning.
Awesome.
I want to congratulate you guys on a great, entertaining show. I've known Carl Foster for a long time.
Oh, really?
Carl is, he's one of the most knowledgeable. Well, first of all, his involvement with youth basketball in the Bay Area for decades. I mean, you're going back more than 30 years, and him and when Bill Duffy first started, and of course Calvin Andrews and their involvement with the soldiers. And Carl's such a first class guy, and so great mentorship of young people and the young basketball players, young men in the Bay Area. And what a great guest for you to have, and very knowledgeable in the game and very knowledgeable of young men and the game of basketball at all levels, high school, college, and now even his knowledge in the pros, because he knows so many young men who became pros. And then, the gentleman from New York is obviously, he's really
Frank Red. Yeah.
So,
Frank played at Fordham.
It's a tough act to follow, I'll tell you that.
Exactly. They set the bar high. But I'll tell you, you know what? Those guys know hoop and they know players. And of course they know me, which is the other reason that we had them on. I've known those guys for years. But it was, it's amazing. You get going in your media projects and you everybody goes in their different directions. And I for some reason I thought, me and Carl had done some great stuff on draft night. And I'm like, let's see if we can get these guys on. And the fact that we could just get them both on, and the technical thing, it's not always easy to somebody have the right connection and the right laptop and the right phone connect. I mean, there's other reasons that it makes sometimes hard to connect on YouTube. But the fact that we successfully, I like to thank Rye for getting everybody's invite out and getting them all hooked up. But yeah, it was so cool. It was so cool to have a roundtable that was so large, going and so experienced going through, and then having Kevin Dana. I did not expect Kevin to join us tonight. Cyrus brought him to the show tonight, and Kevin was a wealth of information as well. So probably my favorite live stream that we've done since we've launched the channel, partially because I like people and I like lots of people talking, almost like a bar type setting. And when you get 6 people in a room, I mean, that's like sitting around having beers, and it was a lot of fun. So I hope the audience enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed it, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it. But Steve, what did you think of what Golden State did? I don't know if you've ever seen Baldwin, but he sure sounds good.
They showed, I was watching the television simultaneously with watching you guys' phone, and, they showed some highlights of him, and, he looks like, a late bloomer. And, at his size, if he's as good a shooter as they say, which I don't doubt, they're not going to make a mistake. I think he's a player for the future. And I did what I did. He can handle the ball in the open court. He did have a great stroke. And at his size, it's interesting. I think Ryan brought up accurately that, there was really nobody under 6'4" that was drafted until the last, the point guard from Kentucky is 6'3". The length of these players being drafted is really the direction, and the development of skills of bigger players. And I had said it the other night. You're probably not going to see the likes of, Joe Klein or those kind of players anymore. Even the big kid from the big strong player from Illinois, there's just really not a place in the game for him anymore because nobody's really playing and clogging up the post much. So, but my thought still remains with Holmgren. To me, is still the best player in the draft, potentially long term. And I watched his interview, his confidence, and no
He's
doubt.
Very confident young man for sure.
Yeah, and he should be. He should be. And these guys, remember, they don't just play against each other in college. These guys play AAU ball against each other from the time, a lot of them, believe it or not, from when they're in the 8th to 9th grade. So these guys end up spending time in the summer in Vegas and Anaheim and in Atlanta. These travel teams that they play on, these AAU teams, they can scout as well as NBA scouts in their own way. And so these travel teams, they find players that are freshmen in high school and they recruit them. And then these travel teams, these guys play all summer against each other. And so a guy like Banchero and a guy like Holmgren, they know each other. They've known each other for, I'm sure, the last 4 years, playing against each other in the summer constantly. All of these guys in the draft. And so, the game of basketball, Another little note I wanted to kind of bring up. I'm really glad about the NIL because, and Larry, you know this because you're so knowledgeable in sports. Of the four major sports, two of them traditionally, college football and college basketball, have been the minor league systems for the NFL and the NBA, because Major League Baseball has a professional minor league system. The NHL has a professional minor league system, and they can sign guys out of high school for $500,000, $250,000, some of them even $1 million. You know this, some of these young pitchers that come out of high school. But for many, many years, all of these young players coming up in basketball, if they took anything more than the cost of tuition and books and housing, they were cheaters. They were evil. They were, it was ridiculous. And we always knew, for the longest time, you knew players that they were going to be professionals. They were going to get paid. I don't care, for the last 2 decades, the Southeastern Conference in football is like a minor league football franchise. And so I'm really glad about the NIL, and to where kids people aren't going to give money away for nothing. These kids will give probably what their value is worth. But I was so fed up with so many people judging inner city black kids or families if they were, where they were taking money as young college basketball players, and they were considered, they're evil, they're this, when, the local suburban white guy that threw 98 miles an hour and signed for $500,000 was anything. It was the same thing. So I am glad the playing field has been leveled for college athletes.
I am too. And I don't know that it's equitable when you really look at what the athletes are giving and what they're getting, but it's a start. And you got to start somewhere, right? And now you're at least allowing a free market system to compensate them. What's the impact of that going forward? Is it going to be a good thing or a bad thing? That's hard to say. It really is hard to say. We're going to have to see it carried out over decades to see what kind of impact it has on not just college basketball, but college football as well. But yeah, it's time to compensate this unbelievably uncompensated labor force for their blood, sweat, and tears. Absolutely, especially when college sports, it's big business until it's time to pay the guys who are playing, and then all of a sudden, it's the student athlete, and it's so hard to figure out what compensation package is fair, and so you do nothing. So we waited and did nothing because we didn't know exactly what was fair. So at least I like the fact that we're going down that road, and we're recognizing the blood, sweat, and tears of these athletes. Danny, I could see you chomping at the bit over there. You want to jump in? Go ahead, Dan. What do you want to say?
I was just going to follow up on this pick, Baldwin. I've read some stuff about him, and the stuff I really like is he was a 5th-ranked prospect in the ESPN 100 for the class of 21. He originally was committed to Duke, and then he ended up going to Milwaukee to play for his father. He was having a great junior year, and then he kind of messed up his ankle, and so in high school, and then he ended up having a problem with it even this last year in college. And so he didn't have a great season, but the potential is off the charts. He's a 6'9" guy. His shot is high, almost his shot, it's not quite as high as Durant, but he shoots it pretty high. So he's got a really good looking shot. The Warriors found something that they believe he probably wasn't going to be available at 51. And so they like the potential, knowing that they really don't need him. They have time to develop him. He turns 20 in November. So what I see, what I said a little earlier, is this is bringing up a nucleus. We've had this 8-10 year run with Draymond, Clay, and Steph. Now you're building this next core group that is going to be Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, probably, and this kid they drafted tonight, and Poole, if they're able to maintain him, and then you look at Wiggins. If they keep him, when Steph and Clay are gone, Wiggins is the old vet at like 31, years
5
old.
years from now. Well, Dan, I got to push back on one thing. I mean, it's not like the Warriors have had, any history of helping players, burgeoning stars who have chronic ankle issues. So I don't know about that one.
Yeah. So, I mean, I really think what they're doing, though, is they're building this thing to keep it going for the next 10 years plus. I mean, that was their goal.
Well, you know what it is that, not to interrupt you, Danny, but the Warriors business people challenged the Warrior basketball people because they created an arena that's so opulent, that's so elegant, that's so incredible that the cost is massive. And when you have a massively cost arena, that's fine, but you have to have a product that people don't care about paying a massive cost to go see. So I think in some ways that arena is so nice that it forces them to not put everything into this year and then hope that 5 straight trips to the lottery over the next 7 years that the fans are faithful through that. Now there's not going to be a 5 or 6 or 7 year lull, and if there is, it's not going to be for at least a decade. So I think it was the right move for their for the fans. I think it was the right move for the arena. I think it's the right move going forward. And the question was, could they win one more or two more with this current group as they're transitioning? Well, they got one, and I would say if I had to bet, I'd probably bet that they'll get two. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think they will get one, and there's a good shot at getting two if Wiseman stays healthy. Here's the thing that I've always looked at sports. The best sports franchises always have a long-term plan, not just a 2-3 year plan. They, you look at the Spurs and what they've done, they've had a little bit of a down few years, but they had 20 years of being in the playoffs in a row. And that's what Kerr wanted. And that's what Bob Myers and Lacob want. And, Steve knows this because we played in the same Little League. He was 4 years ahead of me, but I was fortunate enough to play with a guy that was kind of a pioneer back then. He's in the Little League World Series Hall of Fame by a guy by the name of Bob Bieberg. But what he used to do is I was drafted from the little junior league at 8 into the majors as a 9-year-old. Now, I was nowhere near ready to play the majors. I mean, it was like I looked like Joey Bart up there, facing some of these guys. And I got my minimum innings in for my 9-year-old year and 10-year-old year. But by the time I was 11,
you couldn't do this point without doing a little drive-by on Joey Bart, right? Danny's always edgy. I was looking like Joey Bart. Oh, man. All right, continue.
I was overmatched. That's what my point was, is I was a 9, 10-year-old. But by the time I was 11, I started playing. And by the time I was 12, I blossomed into a really good player. But there was 4 of us that were drafted at 9-year-olds. And he did this every year, year after year. We won the league. The Rockets won the Little League Concord American like 20 years in a row. And it was because this coach had a vision to keep it going. And that was his deal. So that's what I see the Warriors doing here.
I like the comparison is apt. I just love the fact that you're bringing it back to your Little League manager.
And also, this is probably dysfunctional as hell. The fact that he's that passionate about Little League being.
My point is Lacob says they're ahead of his time.
Picked up at all?
Bob Bieberg as a manager was ahead of his time. Nobody could beat
Look at Danny crediting his Little League coach.
And this is what Joe Lacob is doing. They have the mindset to keep this thing going, and they could have broken the whole thing up and got rid of Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody and tried to get vets, and they didn't.
Todd K donates $19.99. Todd K is emptying the holster tonight.
Hey, send it a little bit this way. I'll help you invest some of that time.
Yeah, Larry for GM. Oh wait, first of all, that deserves a mute. You're trying to piggyback the winnings. I mean, that's just not right. Look at Danny. He's not doing well enough. You know what I mean? It's like you got to get a third dog. I mean, what? I mean, Larry for GM of the Niners. There's not many out there who know who the best 6-rounders are out there. Thanks for putting putting in the time, Krug. Hey, Todd, thank you, man. It's a labor of love, as you know, but I do appreciate that you're recognizing my labor. And on that note, we'll unmute Danny. Busy day today, guys. I mean, first of all, the NBA draft's still going on. Warriors have 2 picks coming up.
There's some
EJ Liddell just went, huh? Go ahead, Rye. Update us on what the draft looks like since we last took a gander at it. Jaden Hardy went 37 to the Kings at the top of round 2, and there's been 5 picks since.
Okay, well, the Kings did up. We said he went 37 to the Kings. It's hilarious because I have a group chat with a couple Kings fans are in there, and then the rest are Warriors. Guy literally said, of course the Dubs get a lottery talent at 28. And then I threw in 25 exclamation points, and I was like, dude, somehow the Kings got a lottery talent at 37. Nope. Traded for 2 future second rounders to the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, so the Mavericks get that guy. That's so Sacramento. Let's just tease our fans. Khalifa Diop went to the Cavs. I like that pick. He's an athletic center. EJ Liddell went to the Pelicans, so he joins Zion there. The Knicks went with Trevor Keels out of Duke with the 42nd pick overall. So the Clippers are on the clock. Warriors are due to pick 51 and 55. I'm hoping once again John Butler, Gabe Brown, Julian Champagnie. Those are my guys. Danny or Steve. Are there players in the second round that, man, you think would be a great fit for Golden State?
I really couldn't, I don't really have that much depth knowledge of the draft. I did look at, do some research, but one point I'd like to make, I know you've complimented the Spurs, and I'd like to give a shout out to the vice president of the San Antonio Spurs from the Bay Area itself and De La Salle High School, Brent Berry. And I know how, I stay in touch with Brent, and I know how much scouting they had him doing as vice president. He was all over the country. And I thought they made 3 great picks. So I wanted to give a shout out to Brent. And
shout out Brent.
The Notre Dame kid, Blake Wesley, that was a tremendous steal. I mean, that kid is a fiery competitor. I love that pick.
Very, really tough on both ends. And, but if you look at the history now of the NBA and the NBA draft, it's almost like,
we just traded up. Sorry. We just
what happened here?
It says Golden State has acquired Atlanta's number 44 pick for cash.
Oh, they bought a pick.
So
how about that? So they still have their other 2 picks. Okay, so who's the best player on the board right now? Sorry to interrupt you there, Steve.
Can you look at the ESPN, or are you watching the cast? Does it say?
Right. Well, it says Kendall Brown is
Ryan Rollins.
Ryan Rollins is a good player from Toledo.
Number 44, according to Shams.
Yeah, that's a nice one. He's a 19-year-old 6'4" combo guard. I really like that pick. That is a nice pick. All right. I know probably nobody's seen this kid out of Toledo, but he's a 6'4" kid with a 6'9" wingspan who's pretty smooth. Intriguing athlete, a guy who can play the 1 or the 2, kind of in between size, 6'4", 180, but intriguing
I've heard
selection.
Great stuff about him. I can't say I've watched him, but I've heard great stuff.
Nice. And I love that's the other thing that Lacob has done consistently. He buys picks. Yeah. I mean, granted, they are, and it's like I think there's a rule like you can spend as much as $5 million to buy a pick. The Warriors have done this more years than they haven't since he's owned the team. I think it's a great move. I mean, one year they did it for Jordan Bell. I think one year they might have done it for Patrick McCaw. But I mean, this is a team that has a dynasty that's built around partially Draymond Green, who was a 35th pick overall. So if you can get a Hall of Famer at 35, then if you're a multi-billionaire like Joe Lacob, $5 million or less, maybe $2 million, $3 million, whatever it is, to buy a second-round pick, That to me, that when Joe Lacob says we're light years ahead of other organizations, the teams that are buying the second round picks are light years ahead because they understand that a second round pick can emerge into a rotation player or maybe even a star. In their case, Draymond Green became a Hall of Famer and is a key cog in their 4 titles, and they got him in the second round. So buy away in the second round, right? I mean, to me, that's where Lacob is smarter than his counterparts.
You know what? This is where I heard his name. I listened to John Hollinger.
Yeah, he picked the Warriors to win 38 games this year.
yeah, so not great, but okay. So he has a podcast with John Hollinger and Nate Duncan, and I was listening to a little bit of their draft analysis, just trying to listen to a little bit of everybody. And he tweeted out an hour ago saying, of my top 25, 5 guys left. I actually don't know how to pronounce that name. E.J. Liddell, Ty Washington, Kendall Brown, and Ryan Rollins. So he had Ryan Rollins in his top 25.
I had him on the list of like 5 guys that I thought would be really intriguing in round 2.
Wow. Awesome. I mean, the fact that they traded up means he's the guy that they really liked, and they didn't think that he would last until their next pick.
And they still have 2 more picks, and I'm hoping for Gabe Brown from Michigan State and Champagny from St. John's. One of those 2 guys. Gabe Brown, I mean, I'll do cartwheels if they did get Gabe Brown, one of those picks.
Oh, I'll pay to see that. I'll put up a donation to see
cartwheels.
That. Yeah, I want to see
if I do
that.
A cartwheel
right on the show. I want to see.
What if I tried to do? What if I tried to do a cartwheel and there was like a tragic ending? And I seriously, Larry Krueger tries to do a cartwheel and paralyzes himself forever.
He died doing what he loves.
Yeah. I was celebrating a second round pick by the Warriors. I went to do a cartwheel. I cartwheeled into like a tree. I broke my neck, and that was it.
And Mrs. Krueger will say, I knew I finally can have a life now.
My Mrs. Krueger's like, you know what? I'm blaming securemoney.com, and we're taking out a lawsuit. Suddenly, Faith and Buster are living over here.
Oh, man. I'm loving all what I'm seeing from Ryan Rollins, man. Because when I see him on Twitter, what happens is
Kevin Fontana, cartwheels on the stream or we riot. That is awesome.
It seems like a lot of the smart guys had him as a top 3rd guy.
Yes.
Wow.
And I watched highlights of him a few weeks ago, and he's a 2 guard, but he's got one. He's kind of like a Jordan Poole. He's got like a little bit of the combo 1, combo 2. But he sounded exciting.
Wow.
So there you go. Golden State also picks again. We're now at pick 46. The Pistons are on the clock. And the Warriors, I would have thought that they would have gotten that pick by trading their 2 late seconds up. But no. They just bought that pick, huh?
That's how we roll, baby.
There you go. Now they got 3 seconds.
We should.
It's hard to beat that.
Okay. All right. Should we just keep going until
we'll just keep going. Mark Graves. Dan, hoping you can't reach the mute button after doing a cartwheel.
Well, Larry will, Ryan and I will just have to run the show, I guess. And
well, yeah, you don't even stop. I'm like bleeding. I'm dying.
I guess Larry's over there.
We got to continue the live stream. Wheel him out of here. Oh, wait a second. Todd K just donated $5 more. I'm like on my last breath. Thanks, Todd. Thanks for the 5. Oh, Larry's gone now. All right. He's expired. All right. Giants made a trade today. Bye-bye, Steven Duggar. Hello, Willie Calhoun.
Yeah, from Vallejo. Or Benicia.
Todd K. Good call, Krug. Money talks. Yeah, thank you.
Mark
Graves, the show must go on. The show must go on.
It must.
So, fun night for sure. Giants lost. What a crushing series in Atlanta for the Giants.
Oh, my God.
They lose by 1 run. Just a rough series overall. But they did make a trade today, and we did kind of hint at this a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Todd K just donates $4.99 just because Todd K's got FU money. He invested with securemoney.com last year. This year he's like, what the hell?
You know what? He might even be one level above that. I think he might have wait.
He's got what Gary used to say, FU money.
Oh no, I think he's got F me money. That's when you have so much money that you can F yourself.
Oh boy.
MF on here, since we're talking F so much. I studied Willie Calhoun's stats, and it looks like Justin Veely can get the most out of him.
Okay. I mean, he had 20 home runs a couple years ago.
21 homers in 2019. Look, he was a top prospect in the Dodgers organization, and I think Farhan may have even drafted him because he was involved in the trade when the Dodgers acquired Hugh Darvish from Texas. And Darvish was the ace, and the Dodgers used him, make it to the World Series in 2017 with Darvish, and Farhan was with them at that time. So he obviously knows Willie Calhoun, and the Rangers wanted Calhoun for Darvish. There was a couple other guys that were in that trade as well, but I don't think they made it to the big time. So Calhoun was struggling, had an injury earlier on in the year, and so
what are his minor league numbers looking like right now for the year?
Not that great. He's coming off of an injury, and I think he was hitting like 136 or something like that. But the thing that what I like about him is Texas released him like just about 5-6 days ago.
Right.
So the Giants are actually able to take him and put him in Sacramento without.
He's already cleared waivers.
Yes. So he's not on the 40-man roster, which is great because that means there's an opening on the roster right now. Spot.
David Villar.
We don't know.
Dan Coccimilgio?
So it turns out we did send 51. We sent
so 51 was part of the deal. What are the particulars on that deal?
51 and $2 million.
51 and $2 million. Okay.
See, that's Joe Lacob. $2 million he's willing to move.
$2
million.
Are we sure that
can we get Todd to throw out $2 million real quick?
Todd, can you donate $2 million? What if we did our live stream every night like an auction? We got MF has a question. And Todd gets to ask the next question for $7,000. Thank you.
Hey, it's been a long day here, and Buster's been stuck in the house because I had some work being done on that back where he can't take him out the back, so I didn't take him out all day. I'll let you finish up talking with Steve. I think he's still on the line. Buster's got to take a dump, I think.
Look at Danny. Danny's afraid he's going to have to clean up the house. Like, I'm not cleaning that up. I would stay here if there was a hurricane, but you know what? The dog's got to go to the bathroom. I'm out. I am out.
I'll be back in a few.
All right. Steve, Steve, we appreciate you joining us as well. Todd,
oh my God, stop. Actually, stop. I'm uncomfortable.
Stop.
Oh!
Steve, Todd K donates $199.99. A $200 donation from Todd K.
Basketball, and I can, I'll be able to share something with you. No denigration to my brother's little league coach, but I had a chance to spend time. With Pete Newell when I was. A close friend of mine was an assistant, Louis Renault, with Ben Braun at Cal, and in every October, I was fortunate enough that Louis would invite me over, and Coach Braun, they would have a blue and gold inter squad game, and they would and Coach Pete Newell, obviously his history with Cal, he would sit at half court at their practice, and I would sit there. And it was kind of cool because Coach Newell's son, Pete Newell Jr., a great high school coach at Santa Cruz High School, is a close friend of mine, and he would work with his dad in the big man's camps down at LMU, and then when they moved it to Hawaii and the whole deal. But anyhow, I got a chance to spend 3 times I did this where Coach Newell obviously took the first team and scouted them for Coach Braun. And I took the red shirts in that team. I don't know if it was blue or gold. It didn't matter. But I got a chance to spend a lot of time with Coach Newell. And I asked him, because, not only, the great coach at USF and at Cal and the Olympics and then many years as a general manager in the NBA, that is the Mount Rushmore of coaching, is Pete Newell. But anyhow,
sure.
I asked him, I said, Coach, how do you evaluate players? What do you think? What do you look for? And I remember him telling me that he looked for players that made the game look easy, that they had great anticipation, and that they saw plays happening before they happened, but the game came easy to them. And that includes passing and every part of the game. They were natural. He looked, and there's not a lot of players like that. But and hey, listen, I did want to give you credit. The kid Roddy that you love from Colorado State got drafted in the first round.
What'd you think?
It was interesting. Most of the NBA scouts did not have him going in the first round, but I saw highlights of him, and he's explosive, and he almost looks like Barkley in a way, how explosive he was. I mean, Barkley was really explosive.
Yeah, Barkley had ridiculous vert.
Yeah, Barkley was something else. But, if we look at the history of the NBA and the draft, there were this year's draft, there were two players that went to their senior year, Abaji and I believe a player from Wisconsin. Is that right?
Johnny Davis? Was he? Yeah, I think he was.
Either Johnny Davis or there was two players that went. There were two players that were seniors. The rest of them were obviously all international or G League, or they played 1 year or 2 years max. And if we think about it, Larry, going back to the draft, even in the 80s and 90s, it was a big deal when Jason Kidd left Cal after 2 years. Everybody thought that was a big deal.
Absolutely.
Or Magic leaving, when he did. But if you look at it now, it's almost like the draining of the pool. That all of the players over the past 2 decades that would have been drafted as seniors or juniors are gone. And now these players are all being drafted into the NBA, and they're not ready to play in the NBA. A lot of them are not, including if you looked at the Warriors' 2 draft picks that didn't play a lot this year. Maybe on certain teams that are maybe winning 17 to 20 games, they're going to play those guys. But on playoff teams, you don't see those rookies that are 19, 20 years old playing very often. So sometimes you do, like Luka and some of these special players. But it was really interesting to me to see that there were very few small players, that the talent and the game have evolved to where players that have size now are working on their skills. And, you're the announcer for the Santa Cruz,
Kevin
team,
Dana. Yeah, he was terrific tonight, wasn't he?
Yes, he was great. And when he talked about how much time they spend on individual skills, and that's where the game is gone. That's why the game now, you're not seeing that many, ball reversals, player reversals, shuffle cuts, screen for screeners. The game is about on-ball screens and breaking guys down. And the rules have pushed it that way. Because in fact, I don't know who made the point tonight. It was an excellent point when they said if the referees in the NBA called the finals with Boston, and they actually would have called the fouls, there were freedom of movement, the Warriors would have been even harder to stop. And I thought the NBA finals were poorly officiated. It was very inconsistent. And
that was Foster
every game. Yeah, and Carl made that point. And that was excellent.
Yeah. What do you think of the roundtable tonight? Wasn't that? I mean, it's cool. We should incorporate larger roundtables because it definitely, like a draft is almost perfect for it because it's like, I mean, on a draft like this, it's like heck, I couldn't even tell you about every guy there, but between all the people in the chat and the guys on the panel,
I felt like we had the thing covered tonight, start to finish. It's still going on. We're waiting for Golden State to make one last pick, but I really enjoyed the commentary. I thought everybody got a lot to say, and the flow was fantastic.
It was highly entertaining, very knowledgeable. And I'll tell you what, I haven't really.
What a small world, by the way, Steve, that Carl.
How do I know Carl?
No, I said, what a small world this is. Something my late father used to say all the time. Hey, it's a small world, but it really is true. I mean, it's like, I thought there was a chance that because of your travels in college basketball and his travels quarterbacking, the Oakland Soldiers AAU program, that you guys may have heard of each other, but I just didn't have enough time to actually talk to you about it. But I thought it is a small world that we have, a 6-person roundtable, and obviously your association with our show, and you wind up knowing Carl.
Well, we're friends. I mean, Carl takes a group. For years, he was taking a group over to the Philippines in the summer and play, and I was always glad to support that group through his church. And it's wonderful what he did with taking kids from the Bay Area over there and part of his church group and their mission. And he's just an outstanding person. But being a junior college coach, and even when I was at De La Salle, I was the head coach there from 1981 to 1986. Carl has been in the Bay Area basketball the same scene as I've been. So we crossed paths. He watched my De La Salle teams play. When I was an assistant with Lynn Nance at St. Mary's, he was there. And then the 30 years I spent at Diablo Valley College, I recruited Bay Area players that he had an influence over. So I love Carl Foster.
So awesome that we could get everybody together tonight on the channel and talk a little bit about a fun topic. Todd K donates $4.99 more. He says, I'm born and raised in Paradise, California. My house survived the fire. We all ran for our lives. Going to try hard not to say anything the rest of the night. By the way, I don't know if anybody's ever seen that. The documentary on Netflix on the Paradise Fire. Did anybody ever see that?
Is that Firefest?
Yes.
No.
Have you seen it, Steve? I think it's just called Paradise. It is it's the most unbelievable thing. And what a beautiful little community that was, a jewel of a community. And to see it, the combination of late summer and high winds and the devastation of forest fires, to see that thing just end those people's lives. I mean, as far as take their property, burn down their town, they had no more town. They had to, create another town. And then to see that football team come back and a couple of years later play, and the whole thing was incredibly emotional. I would encourage anybody who has not gone on Netflix to go on Netflix and watch the Paradise Fire documentary.
Fire in Paradise.
Fire in Paradise.
Steve, didn't you have a friend?
Spectacular, tragic, but spectacular.
Didn't you have a friend that Santa Rosa coach or something have a home up there? Or?
Well, no. When the fire hit Santa Rosa.
Santa Rosa, not the Paradise.
Yeah, when it burned down the golf course there. Was it Fountain Grove? Fountain Grove Golf Course, a big portion of that, which is a beautiful course, and it was burned down. Our big portion of it was.
Yeah.
Very sad. But Todd, thank you very much for your incredible generosity today. Danny, while you were gone, Todd donated $199.99.
No way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You didn't see that?
Goodness.
You didn't see that?
Yeah. Wow, thanks.
Put that back up there. Just
it sounds like he turned 4,000. Look at that,
man.
Apparently, he turned 4,000 into 47,000 betting the playoffs.
Really?
Yeah. So I think he's just got on such a heater, and he's just like, everybody gets to win.
I thought he had he's down to his last nickel. He went to securemoney.com on the web, and now
I forgot.
He's rolling fat. But maybe I got a different story. Nick J says a monster donation. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the key for donations going forward. We'll have Danny say monster slam, right there. What did you think of Kevin Dana's? Did you see Steve? Did you see Kevin Dana's face when we played Danny's play-by-play call?
I did. He like you said, he was emotionally involved in the call.
Yeah. He was much more. He was much cooler about it than Fitz.
Oh, Fitz, man, he thought I was like a serious.
Fitz was like, "Is he going to call Lake up and try to get my gig?"
Yeah.
I think Fitz thought I was like this seriously inspiring wannabe announcer.
Fitz was worried that the next question was, "Can I be your intern?" You know?
Yeah, exactly. There was some interesting things in the draft that some players that were, where was Johnny Juzang? And I don't know, maybe if he.
I don't think he's been
there. I would not be. He might be on their short list. I think Johnny Juzang, 6'6" swingman who can play, knows how to play. I think he might be the pick. I wouldn't.
Well, the Warriors are on the clock.
They're on the clock.
They're on the clock.
They're in the clock right now.
Questioned, some of the scouts questioned his physical toughness because, his junior year when they made the run, he was on that unbelievable run during the NCAA tournament, and and then last year people focused on him and were more physical with him, and there were a lot of games where he kind of disappeared, but he is a great shooter. I actually went through and took a look at the West Coast and a lot of the players potentially in the draft in the West Coast in the Bay Area. I thought it was really great. Jaden Williams from Santa Clara, I was really high on, and I was impressed that, somebody moved up and he drafted 11th? Is that correct?
He went high. Let's see what Golden State's going to do right here.
I think it's Atlanta's. Isn't this
the pick that's going to be traded, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he went 12. Yeah, he went 12. Yeah, I think he went 12.
Is this pick in the second round going to be dealt? Or is 51 Tyrese Martin from Connecticut?
Wait, which one is the one that we
UConn
sent?
It's the Hawks.
55.
It's the Hawks.
51. Was it 57 or 51?
51. It's the Hawks. It's the Hawks pick.
It is?
That was in the trade for the Warriors to move up to.
51 and $2 million.
Going to the Hawks. Tyrese Martin. Yeah. So the Warriors do have one more pick, and it's 55. Gabe Brown. I'm thinking Gabe Brown.
You might be right. When you talked to Larry Harris, he said they brought him in.
He said they brought him in. He said they really liked the kid, and I didn't say that they really liked the game. But Draymond would be pushing for it.
Draymond's in the room.
How do you tell Draymond no?
It's an interesting thought experiment is just thinking about if you're Boston with the way Derek White just flamed out in that playoff series, they traded their first round pick for him. They could have had Ty Washington.
Tom Pierce, who needs a wife or kids when you have the Krueg crew? Thank you.
Hey, how about the Cavaliers at 49? The Mobley brothers team back up again.
They're already being insecure about
what happened.
They Mobley. They picked his brother. They picked.
They did. They took Evan Mobley's brother from SC.
Yeah, Isaiah Mobley. Yeah. So
if only LeBron had a brother they could have drafted. It's like the clap.
There was a player on the West Coast at Fresno State, 6'11", Orlando Robinson.
Yeah. He's on the board still.
Part of their offense. A close friend of mine that I've known throughout my coaching years is Keith Brown. He's an assistant at Fresno State. And when he was at New Mexico State, he spent so much time developing Pascal Siakam, and was with Siakam. He was a big part of Siakam's development during his years because he was an international player, came from Africa, and he was very raw. He stayed at New Mexico State for 4 years, and Keith did a great job developing him, and they're very close in their relationship. And Keith's been at Fresno State now for 3 years, and he spent a lot of time with Orlando Robinson. And I think he may not get drafted, but he is a big man who can score and can shoot free throws pretty well. and he's a big-bodied kid at 6'11". He may end up. There's a lot of.
Let me ask you about it. Let me ask you about Kofi Cockburn. What do you think of the Illinois big man? He had a weight issue, but he lost some weight, and you're talking about 6'11", 285, who with some vertical. I mean, to me, I wouldn't. If you're gonna, I would take Gabe Brown because I think Gabe Brown's special, but. If you could convince me that Kofi Cockburn could be a nice, now he's not a shooter, but as far as, if you're looking at Robert Williams and you're playing that last series and you just want somebody to body up a big man to get him out of the lane, maybe it's Jokic, maybe it's Gobert, maybe it's Jalen Jackson going forward. I mean, what do you think about a guy like Cockburn he's not a shooter, but he's 6'10", 280 pounds, and it's like a Stanley Roberts size. I mean, you don't see guys that often that are 280 like that get off the ground. I know he's got limitations, but what do you think of adding somebody like that?
I really don't believe that there's a place in the game for those guys anymore. Just think about this. Robert Williams, Rudy Gobert, they have a hard time, and they're thin, agile guys. They have a hard time when they get switched off on the perimeter at the three-point line. The guards like Trae Young or Steph Curry love being guarded by those players. The player that you're talking about in Illinois has no chance of guarding the perimeter. That's what I'm saying. Those guys, I actually believe that everything evolves, that a lot of those type of players now will go to football. And that unless they just, they want to play basketball, they're not professional athletes. But there's a place for them in the college game. But in the NBA, the game is so spread out, it's so multi-skilled that players have to either be like Robert Williams was for the Celtics, a great shot blocker. He could catch and finish around the basket. He was agile. He could move. He was quick off his feet. There's really no place in the NBA anymore for big, slow guys. It's just the evolution of the game, the evolution of the rules have eliminated that player.
Isn't that amazing how times have changed? I mean, this guy would have been a lottery pick 20 years ago.
Boston's taken J.D. Davidson from
everybody had. If you think about it now, okay, they were a staple in the game, whether it was back in the 60s and 70s when Nate Thurman and everybody, Bob Lanier, and if he could shoot, or anybody that was really purely skilled like Kareem, but everybody had to have a center. The Warriors won without a center. They won an NBA championship without a center.
Yeah, without a true center, they did. Because Looney he doesn't even jump that high. Looney, even their biggest guy.
Tallest guy was 6'9".
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of one more pick before the Warriors pick at 54? Who's that? Is that Detroit? I can't tell who their logo. I'm looking at ESPN's logo. I can't tell. Is that Detroit's logo?
Oh no, it's the Wizards.
It's the Wizards.
Oh, yeah, Wizards. Okay. What do you think of the USF kid, local kid Bouye for the Warriors? I got a thought here. What do you think? Kemba Walker's going to be bought out by Detroit. He's going to be a free agent. What do you think of him signing as the backup on the veteran minimum to get to play on the Warriors? He can give Steph some breather. He could be kind of that backup true veteran guard. And then maybe they take Bouye and he learns under Kemba, because Bouye is kind of like Kemba. What do you think?
It's interesting. What do you think, Steve?
Well, I like the USF guard, Jamarie Bouye. I mean, he is a tough, smart kid. I thought he might get drafted in the second round, but he probably is a free agent. But he made, that game he played at USF against Gonzaga. It was an amazing game. And of course, Holmgren was amazing that game. Ryan, I want to give you props because I liked Nemgard a great deal. He got drafted first guy in the second round.
Yeah, Indiana Pacers.
Yeah, Andrew Nemhart.
Warriors are trading out of 55.
You know, here's the thing that I will say. I know that one of the guys tonight was kind of maybe ripping on all the Gonzaga players.
Cyrus.
Cyrus was okay, but the left-handed player for Indiana,
that's with the Sacramento Kings now, Sabonis.
Yeah, his dad was a great Russian player.
Sabonis, Domantas Sabonis, Arvidis' kid.
Sabonis is an all-star. Suggs got hurt. Suggs is going to be really good. And let's make this point, okay? Gonzaga has gotten better and better and better and better.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, those guys that were drafted, John Stockton was a great find, but, he was there before Gonzaga was really even known. But all those guys, look, Adam Morrison, I thought was not a good. It wasn't a good pick. He was not a very stable guy. But over the years, Gonzaga's gotten better. And this kid Holmgren is in a league of his own compared to those guys from the past. So
I'm just worried about injury. The skill is undeniable, and then when you hear the interview of the kid, he's tremendously confident, but he's got shoulders like a 13-year-old, and he's got ankles that are tiny, and he just seems like there's always the stress-related up and down injuries, but then I don't see him banging inside, and I don't see him staying healthy. I know he's talented, I know he's skilled, but you got to make a decision if you think he's going to be on the injured list or if you think he's going to problem. And I can't see him not being on the injured list. He looks that fragile.
In today's game, though, he's a huge matchup problem because he's going to be more like a.
He's an awesome. I think he's a great talent. He really is. I think he's a really good defensive player, rebounder. I mean, I love his game. I'm sold on his game. I'm not sold on his durability due to his body.
Okay, Larry, let me bring up a name that they said the same thing about him when he was drafted. You got any guesses who I'm going to say?
KD. Yeah, he's got a lot of Durant to his game for sure.
Yeah, the thing about him is there's no history of injury.
Steph Curry. You were talking about Steph Curry.
Yeah.
But Steph Curry is like a bodybuilder compared to this guy.
It's the same thing about Steph. And, of course, Steph did. At one point, remember early in the first 2-3 years, it looked like he might not play. But here's what I'll tell you, and this is something just, this comes from my coaching background. It's easier to get a guy who plays really hard and he has a motor and he plays hard all the time. It's easier to get that guy to settle in and play. If you got a high motor, you get him to settle down. It's harder to get a lazy guy to play harder. It's the same thing about a guy who's overweight. It's harder for a guy who's overweight to lose weight. It's a lot easier for a skinny guy to put on strength and weight. So I know early in his career, he's a twig. There's no doubt about it. But look, he's not going to be banging around with guys. He's not a 5. There is no 5s. He is a 2, 3, 4. And he can dribble the ball, he can shoot the ball, he can pass the ball. He's he's one of the best weak side shot blockers in the draft by far. And he can, laterally, he's probably going to have a hard time guarding smaller guards, but he'll get matched up against guys that.
Oh. I don't think that was me. I did just.
I bet his battery went down.
His battery.
You guys just dumped Steve right in the middle of his comment? That ain't right. That wasn't right.
I bet he didn't even look at his battery.
I will say with the chat thing. Wait. I'm going to read you. The guy who I trust the most with the draft stuff is this guy, Rashad Phillips. Oh, wait. Did my internet just go out? Oh, wait. No, it didn't. It's still here. And anyway, this guy, Rashad Phillips, who I love, I think he's okay. Here we go.
There we go. Somebody get the door.
Hey, Steve.
What happened, Steve?
You got an echo, Ryan. Are you on?
Wait.
Twice?
I might be on twice. Oh, could it be the Twitter?
Still on.
Steve, we got you. You go ahead, finish your point.
Yeah. Where did I get cut off?
You were talking
you
about.
You said the dinosaurs got big and fat and died and turned into oil.
Yeah,
no.
my career at the Rockets in Little League.
Yeah. You were just saying how you were the best Coccimilgio.
Well, I think I was talking about Holmgren, and I was basically saying that it's easier for a player to gain weight than it is for him to lose weight.
Preach. I've done both.
Tell me about it. I'm trying to lose a little bit.
Well, you know what? It's funny because one of the guys that Carl Foster suggested the Warriors go after is Kenny Lofton Jr., who played at Louisiana Tech. And that's Kenny Lofton's kid. He doesn't look anything like Kenny Lofton. He's like 275 pounds. He's 6'7", 6'8", 275. And if you see him out there, he doesn't look like an NBA athlete because he's overweight. But his skill, I mean, look at the rebounds. I think it's like 13 rebounds a game. And then if you watched him in Chicago, he ran the floor with ease. He rebounded the hell out of the basketball. Frank Red said the one trait that is transferable from college to the pros is rebounding, and he's absolutely right. And so Lofton, who was an awesome rebounder, between Lofton, Coburn, Keon Ellis, Alondis Williams, you might want John Butler. It might be time to sign somebody after the draft who can make the team. Who knows?
Let me throw in another Bay Area player that I think may end up playing professionally and has not really been talked about much. It's the 6'9", fifth-year player at Cal, Grant Antisich. He
never saw him.
You know what I'm talking about?
No, I really don't. I didn't watch Cal this year hardly at all.
So they had a player. He was a fifth-year player. He's got a great stroke. He's smart. He's excellent footwork. He's probably slow-footed and defensively, but he's 6'9". He's a very tough Australian player. I think he's got a chance to play. I know he'll play professionally in Australia, but he because he's 6'9", he's got such a great shot. He's a pure shooter. He was. I think no one's talked about him, but I thought he was one of the better players in the Bay Area. And I also want to give a shout out to a player that probably won't play in the NBA, may play professionally, but a guy like Tommy Kuhse, who led St. Mary's.
Love Kuz.
Kuz is amazing. He's a walk-on. He was a long shot, and he became a team leader. And you got to think about it. This is a player that was on the floor leading the team when they beat Gonzaga, when they beat Wisconsin, when they beat Indiana. So I wanted to give a shout out to Tommy Kuhse because of his great career in the Bay Area. And he probably, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't play professionally in America. But there's a lot of guys like him that keep getting better, and they're fighting, they're tough. I mean, he's not as good as Dellavedova was special. Dellavedova's pretty big. But you got to give a guy like Tommy Kuhse respect for the career he had and what he's done for St. Mary's and while he's been there.
Steve, let me ask you the question that I threw out to the panel earlier, which is there's a lot of different routes to the NBA these days. We see guys go to college. We see guys go to college and then go play internationally for a year. We see guys go international. We see guys go straight from high school to the G League. What's the best route? I mean, literally, the best route is the route that works, right? The best route is the one that you're comfortable with. There's a lot of decisions that involve family and finances and everything else. But you've seen all the different paths to the NBA. I mean, what is there one? I think I've maybe asked you this question before, but is there a certain path to the league that if you had a kid that was 15, 16, 17 and had that kind of ability, you'd say, you know what? There's a lot of different routes, but I would suggest going this route. What route would you suggest?
Well, it's really coming down now to the NIL, and it was mentioned on the show tonight by somebody, and I believe it was the broadcaster that said the NIL is probably going to affect that league where those young players coming out of high school who don't want to go to college and they'll get paid, $800,000 to go play in a developmental league. That's probably going to get eliminated by the NIL, because now these players can make a lot more money in college, unless they just absolutely don't want to be part of a college campus. But remember now, these college campuses have great facilities, great fan bases. Just a tremendous amount of, think about playing for Kansas, think about playing for Kentucky, think about playing for Duke, think about playing for Arizona, and on and on and on and on. And they have great coaching staffs. But you also have to remember that these coaches at Kansas and these coaches at Arizona are being paid really, really handsomely. So what's the most important thing for them is winning, because all of those coaches are only as good as the length of their contract. If a coach ever gets to where they've got 1 year left on their contract, they're basically, a lame duck in many ways. And coaches will recruit against them the whole wheel. That's why they keep getting these extensions. But these coaches, these college coaches in the off season, they do a great job developing players. But when they're in practice, they are developing their team defense, their inbounds plays, their press breaks. They're preparing for their next opponent. When I got a chance to go to the practice at the University of Texas, I watched a master coach in Chris Beard, who took Texas Tech to the finals that year. And of course, it's a big deal in Texas when he left Texas Tech to go to the University of Texas, but that was his alma mater. He happened to actually be a manager at the University of Texas, and then, loved the game and got into coaching and was on the staff with Bobby Knight. I don't want to go into Chris Beard's deal, but when I watched his practice, everything was about team and preparation and uniformity and the way they play defense. So it's not really a great place for guys to develop individual skills, and that's all they do. Because those guys still obviously are going to film sessions, and everything's about beating Oklahoma State and beating Kansas State and on and on and on. Whereas in the D League or that Ignite League, those guys it's basketball all day, and it's really basketball just about them. So there's really, the D League will still be there, and the college route with the NIL now, those guys are going to get paid. So I personally feel the best way is to still go through college and play for a great program and play for great coaches. And the reason is basketball's a team game, and you learn how to be a teammate. You learn how to accept a role. You learn how to deal with adversity, and you learn maturity, and you learn respect, and you learn how to deal with the press and all of those things from great coaches like Krzyzewski and Bill Self and on and on. I would choose the college route always for a player, unless they were just absolutely adverse to being a part of that. But you know what? I still believe it's the best route.
Look at Jaden Hardy. Guy was the number 2 guy in his class, went to the G League and ended up being the 37th pick. I think that's going to kind of, be illuminating. It seems like there was more upperclassmen taken this year than in years past. And, by the way, how did I not know that maybe it's because I've been in LA, but how did I not know that the G League Ignite was in Walnut Creek? Have you gone to those?
They play at the Field House, which is just down the street.
Yeah, what the heck? Have you been
built that field house, and the team's been housed there. So, yeah, it's and I don't know that anybody goes to their games. They just use that field house as a training place. Brand new facility right there in the creek. It's really, really nice. Steve, we'll let you go. It's been a long night for sure. We're 4.5 hours into this live stream. We're probably only going to go a few more minutes because I haven't had dinner yet and I'm starting to fade. But you're Anonymous says that you sound a little bit like a younger version of Dwayne Kuiper.
Which is just such a diss because Dan's like calling his play-by-play snippet.
Dan sounds like a younger version of Dave Fleming.
That's all right.
Hey,
Steve, you got a final thought on the night? We appreciate you stopping by, but give us your final thought.
My final thought was before I came on the show, you had a great show going, and I really enjoyed it. Hopefully, I was able to add a little bit after. But listen, it's been great being on, and in the future, if you ever want to, just let my brother know. I'll come on. But you guys, Larry, you got a great thing going, and all the best. Ryan, you're sharp, and I think you're on top of a lot of things. And,
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks for.
I love when you come on the show.
Thanks for dragging my brother along.
Absolutely, we're loving muting him. I mean having him.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Have a great night. There you go, Steve Coccimilgio stopping by. Todd Caseless, love you, Dan. So there you go.
I know. I was missing Dan.
Yep. Did the Warriors make another pick on the way out of here?
They did. They drafted some random ass dude from
Guy Santos, a 6'8", 210-pound forward from Brazil. So there's your draft and stash. Carl Foster kind of made reference to the draft and stash. The draft and stash, sure enough, went that way. Hugo Besson, who I asked Kevin Dana about, went last in the draft, 58th overall, to the Indiana Pacers. So now, who did not get drafted? The guys who did not get drafted that are of interest to me would be Alondas Williams, Keon Ellis, Kofi Coburn, Kenny Lofton Jr., Gabe Brown. So a lot of interesting players still very much on the board.
Oh, dang it.
Interesting. Very interesting night for the NBA. Very interesting night for Golden State. A lot of fun for us, by the way. Really fun show today.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to catch Ringo because I have the whole house is dark, and then this room has all these lights. So all these flies are coming in, and Ringo is like, he doesn't mess with flies. Like he has to eat them. So he's just jumping up and like biting and taking out flies left and right.
Is he quick enough to get a fly?
Yeah.
Oh, he is.
Well, a lot of times he misses, but.
Let's go around the room. Final thoughts here before we call it quits. We're 4 hours and 32 minutes in. A lot of fun tonight. I mean, I have to say, I thought this was one of the more fun live streams, just from the standpoint, we got a bunch of people in the room, and it wasn't just everybody talking over everybody, and we covered a lot of ground. I thought there were a lot of great insights, and just great entertainment. I mean, if you're a basketball fan and you wanted something to kind of, watch the NBA draft with and get some information, get some knowledge, and enjoy it a different way in addition to watching it on the tube, I thought we provided a really, really nice platform tonight with a lot of interesting commentary. So thank you both for your contribution. Give me your final thought, Danny. Is he still muted?
Oh,
wait. I guess I got to unmute him. Yeah. Now try.
Okay, there we go. I was saying some stuff, and then you guys.
By the way, you made Buster take that crap like so fast. I mean, I normally let my dog walk around, sniff a little bit. I feel like if we had filmed you, did you in any way intimidate that dog? Did you pick up the crap?
I did.
Did you properly dispose of it?
I did. With the baggies. Yep, I got
that was that. First of all, Mark Graves says new record on the live stream, 4 hours, 32 minutes, but maybe a new record on Dan's shortest dog walk of all time. I would say that was probably no more than 4 minutes and 32 seconds. And I don't know that your dog got as much out of it as you'd hoped.
He did. He actually went twice.
He went twice.
I think, yeah.
Did you threaten him? You said, you go now. You go now.
Buster,
like that?
Get over here.
Yeah,
Buster.
Man, I had to go through the bags tonight, the poop bags with both Faith and Buster. Yeah, they kind of got stuck in the house a little bit today because between watching the Giants game and then preparing some stuff for the draft and then having the backyard, the back room doing a little addition, and they was putting tile in tomorrow, and they had the floor cement drying. So I was like, I can't take them out the back. So I just kind of like, whatever. They're big enough dogs. They can hold it. They're pretty good. But anyway, I got two final thoughts. One, I was just watching something on ESPN, Bobby Marks with the Warriors, with the payroll, and they were talking about $8 million possibly to Looney and Peyton. I think it'll cost them an extra $113 million in luxury tax if they sign him to an $8 million contract. And if you paid $90 million to keep Kelly Oubre on your team for when you were going nowhere, I think Lacob will cough it up and say, I got a championship team. I'm not going to tear this thing apart. You know, I mean, the year they had Oubre, it was obvious they weren't going to go anywhere, and they made it into the play-in game, right? Okay, so I got to believe if he's willing to waste $90 million, he could have got rid of him at the trade deadline that year, remember? And they didn't. They kept him. So to me, I think Looney and Peyton stay, and we'll see about Porter. And my second thought is on the Giants. Team lacks some serious speed. I tweeted today, this has got to be a team.
Choo-choo train.
Oh, that's my text. I got a text. Oh. I got to turn that off.
Dan's eating M&Ms and has a choo-choo train sound.
Damn, what do you get?
9-year-old.
You getting blown up for booty calls? I mean, what's going on there? You got some Arizona honeys blowing your stuff up?
It's his neighbor. Dan, I stepped in your shit again.
Dan, you want to come out here? Hey, radio hot shot. How about you pick up your shit? Okay. Margaret from the association saw you didn't pick up your shit, and she's coming over right now, Mr. Radio Hotshot.
You know, my friend in Santa Barbara, he moved into a new complex and with his dog, and they made him submit a sample of his dog's feces so that they can identify whoever leaves their poop out on the ground.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Yeah. So it's in Santa Barbara. Any new person, because they have this giant, beautiful green lawn, and whoever has
fight it in court. That is not the DNA of my dog.
Let Judge Judy take care of that one, man.
Oh my God.
That would be classic.
Oh my God.
Hey, so my thought is, I tweeted, the Giants have had more guys base hit guys on second that get stopped at third because they're so stinking slow, whether it be Longoria, Ruff, Bell.
That was going to be the first one.
Longo, Ruff, Belt. Who else can't run on that team? Flores is pretty slow. I mean, man, they could have tied the game up today. They had guys get stopped at third, and then they don't score. It's like, and then how many doubles have you seen where guys are on first and they just barely get into third base? I mean, man, give me Alan Hansen or something, the guy who scored from first on a pickoff throw that got over.
You want a little speed. You want some speed.
Speed. It adds some excitement. I mean, they have nobody to pinch run. I watched the Braves, Contreras and Denard or whatever how do you say this? Is it
Darno?
Darno. Those guys are faster than half the Giants. It's like unbelievable. Get some speed, man. It's like 34, 35-year-old guys breaking down that can't, we can't run him because he's coming off a little injury, so we'll take the slow approach, stop him at third, and then we'll kill the rally and not score anymore. I mean, how many times has that happened this year?
Oh, it's too many. The thing that sucks is now I'm playing this MLB The Show video game, and god damn it, every time I play with the Giants, I'm playing these teams. I'm playing online, and I can't score a run because these guys can't run. Nobody can run. They literally the Giants have players that are rated at 0 out of 100 on speed, and everybody else is below 10.
Yeah, MLB rates guys like they rate them like a 30, 40, 56, 70 or something like that for, like if you get a 70 or something, you're like a star. But most guys are like 40 to 45, and whether it be their speed or arm or bat. I mean, you're right. The Giants is like, I'm 60 years old, and I think I can outrun a couple of these guys.
Trey Turner is a 99 speed. How can you compete with that when you have 5 speed?
Look at Todd K, $4.99. Come on, ride the train, Dan. Damn, I shut it down. Catch you guys soon, TY. All right. Let's get out. All right, I would say my key to the night, but you know what? I'm so hungry right now. Man, this was fun though. This tonight was a lot of fun. Will there be Krueg shows after Niner games this year? Bank on it. Bank on it.
As the kids say, bet.
Yeah. Tom Pierce, Todd K, you were epic tonight.
Epic performance.
Absolutely.
Maybe my favorite night from the chat.
Unbelievable.
That's epic. That's got to be right there. Final thoughts. Todd K with the master.
Unbelievable.
Monster donations.
Wait a second. Maybe we should put the donation up there. We'll finish with the donation on the board. Put it on the board.
I'm gonna have to go back and clip that, Dan.
Where is that donation up on the board? It was so long ago. We've gotten so many comments. There we go.
Let me see if I can go down that.
$1.99, but he'd already donated $50 earlier. All right, here we go.
I gotta find that $1.99.
Monster. It's time for the Monster Slam, gentlemen.
Okay.
Here we go.
Thanks
to everybody.
Grant Napier, 10 a.m. tomorrow.
That's right. Grant Napier talking about all of this, kind of a recap on this. 10 a.m. tomorrow with Grant. And then we're back tomorrow after Giants Reds, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's
Giants Reds.
10, probably like a 10:15 post game.
It's going to be a late one.
All right.
We're looking in the chat and we see, here it comes. It's a Todd K monster donation. $1.99 new record on the Krueg show.
Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at.